Chapter 376. Could it be that the prince plans to destroy this palace today? Hearing Wu Yunwan's speculation, Lu Chen laughed and said, Her Majesty the Queen is overly worried. For me, Her Majesty the Queen has no political role. Wu Yunwan frowned. No political role? This little man really doesn't even blush when he lies. If she had no political role for the Northern Kingdom, how could the Northern King appoint her to be a proton in the Northern Kingdom? Thinking of this, Wu Yunwan chuckled, and then said, The prince is really good at joking. If the prince thinks that I have no use, how could he let me come to the north to be a hostage? He even asked someone to make one for me. Phoenix robe. Does King Bei think that I am a fool? Lu Chen smiled, and then walked towards Wu Yunwan. Seeing Lu Chen getting closer and closer to her, Wu Yunwan suddenly became nervous, and her heart was beating wildly. Wu Yunwan quickly took a deep breath, trying to relieve her tension. As a powerful princess, and she is already in her 30s this year, there is no need to be afraid of this little man who is more than 10 years younger than herself. Although she thought so in her heart, Wu Yunwan's heart was still beating crazily as Lu Chen continued to approach. Seeing that the distance between Lu Chen and her was less than 2 steps, Lu Chen finally stopped. Seeing that Lu Chen stopped, Wu Yunwan breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Lu Chen used the system to check Wu Yunwan's personal information. Name, Wu Yunwan. Identity, Princess Dao, the daughter of Emperor Wu and a friend of Emperor Yu. She is 31 years old this year. She has extremely high martial arts talent and has reached the master level. Deep in her heart, she has developed a love for King Bei. She often dreamed about the Northern King at night. This time she came to the Northern Kingdom as a hostage. What she wanted to do most was to find out the secrets of the Northern Kingdom and prepare for herself to become emperor in the future. The second thing was that we want to see what is special about this little man Bei Wang. Rating, 98. Favorability, 99. Seeing Wu Yunwan's favorability level, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth raised slightly. Unexpectedly, Wu Yunwan's favorability level had reached 99, which was almost full. It seems that Wu Yunwan only needs to complete the last step before Wu Yunwan's favorability towards herself will be full. Lu Chen said at this time, I just said that Your Majesty has no political role for me, but didn't I say that Your Majesty has no role for me? This. Wu Yunwan was slightly startled when she heard Lu Chen's words. She had always believed that everything Lu Chen did was for political considerations, so the first thing she considered when thinking about whether she was of value to King Bei was political role. What does Lu Chen mean by this? No political role, but other roles? What other functions does it have? At this moment, Lu Chen said, For me, your greatest role, Your Majesty, is to give birth to children for me. As soon as these words came out, Wu Yunwan was stunned. You. Wu Yun wanted to speak but stopped. Lu Chen asked with a smile on his face, What does Your Majesty want to say? Wu Yunwan snorted coldly, That's ridiculous. Do you think I will believe your lies? As soon as Wu Yunwan finished speaking, Lu Chen suddenly took a step forward again. Lu Chen's sudden approach directly scared Wu Yunwan, and she quickly took a step back. Lu Chen said with a smile, Can't Your Majesty still tell if I lied? An imperceptible panic appeared on Wu Yunwan's face. The last time she was on a mission to the north, Lu Chen boldly expressed his love to her, but she thought at the time that Lu Chen might be teasing her. First of all, Lu Chen is a man with great ambitions. His thoughts cannot be all about women. Although Lu Chen looks very frivolous on the surface, he may be a very deep person in his heart. This is what Wu Yunwan thinks of Lu Chen's view. Wu Yunwan did not expect that Lu Chen would say such words to her again, and Lu Chen's eyes were very hot, and it seemed that he was really not lying. Lu Chen's eyes were too fiery, and his eyes were filled with possessiveness for him. Wu Yunwan was in a high position and had long since learned how to read people. She could see what was in Lu Chen's eyes right away. Wu Yunwan then said, "Your Majesty is really good at joking. If your Majesty really wants me to give you children, why doesn't your Majesty directly propose a marriage to the Dahu dynasty?" Lu Chen did not answer Wu Yunwan's question, but said, "Your Majesty is so smart, I believe you can see why I did not propose marriage, but instead came to the Northern Kingdom to be a hostage." Wu Yunwan reacted instantly. If they get married, the Northern Kingdom and the Dahu royal family will be related. From now on, Emperor Wu will be the father-in-law of the Northern King. If the Northern King wants to send troops to attack Dahu in the future, then he will send troops to attack his father-in-law. Don't take advantage of morality. In this way, King Bei really has the ambition to unify the world. Wu Yunwan then said, "Since King Bei has not mentioned marriage, then I am the proton. Could it be that King Bei wants to extend his claws to me, the proton? If this matter spreads, I am afraid that King Bei's reputation..." Before Wu Yunwan could finish her words, she was interrupted by Lu Chen, "Your Majesty, you should know very well that my reputation is not good to begin with." Wu Yunwan's eyes froze. Indeed, King Bei's reputation was not very good. Wu Yunwan then quickly changed the subject and said, "I am a little confused. Why did the prince ask me to wear a phoenix robe and call me Her Majesty the Queen? The prince even called me that." Lu Chen said, "The reason is very simple, because this is your wish. Don't you want to be the empress? Then I will satisfy you." "Of course, there is another reason." Wu Yunwan asked, "What's the reason?" Lu Chen looked at Wu Yunwan's mature and beautiful face, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "I am particularly interested in the identity of the empress, so I want you to play the role." Wu Yunwan did not understand what Lu Chen meant, but seeing Lu Chen's smile, Wu Yunwan knew that the meaning of Lu Chen's words must not be a good thing. At this time, Lu Chen took a step forward again, and Wu Yunwan subconsciously took a step back. Wu Yunwan still couldn't believe what Lu Chen really planned to do to her. "Is the prince planning to destroy my innocence today?" Lu Chen said, "Your Majesty guessed it right." Then Lu Chen took a step forward again, and Wu Yunwan was frightened and took another step back. Although she initially thought about getting close to Lu Chen and extracting the secrets of the Northern Kingdom, she did not expect that on the first day she entered the Northern Prince's mansion, the Northern Prince actually planned to have sex with her, and she was not mentally prepared at all. Nothing. Then every time Lu Chen took a step forward, Wu Yunwan took a step back. Soon Wu Yunwan retreated to the edge of the bed, with no way to retreat. Lu Chen was staring directly into Wu Yunwan's eyes. At this time, a faint blush and a panicked look appeared on the beautiful woman's face. Wu Yunwan, who originally held a high position and had a cool temperament, suddenly acted like a little girl in front of Lu Chen. End of chapter. Chapter 377, Is the prince teasing me? Seeing Lu Chen constantly approaching and unable to retreat, Wu Yunwan became even more panicked, her heart beating crazily and her cheeks becoming extremely hot. For some reason, when Wu Yunwan saw the little man in front of her, she felt like she couldn't resist at all. Seeing that Lu Chen was about to approach her, Wu Yunwan immediately threatened, "If the prince really touches me, I guarantee that the prince will regret it." Lu Chen said with a nonchalant expression, "Regret? Then tell me, Your Majesty, where will I regret it?" Having said this, Lu Chen continued to take a step forward, and Lu Chen's legs were almost touching Wu Yunwan's phoenix robe. Wu Yunwan couldn't help but lean back slightly, trying to keep a distance from Lu Chen. She immediately said, "I am Dahu's hostage. If the prince takes action against me, it will definitely cause my father to reveal his true face. This will also let the major dynasties see clearly the true face of the prince. If any dynasty loses in the future, they will not be able to hide it. Protons will be sent to the Northern Kingdom, and even the major dynasties will directly join forces to deal with the northern kingdom. Lu Chen smiled and said, "What if I don't care about this?" Wu Yunhuan was slightly startled. This little man is really dazzled by beauty. If you dare to take action against the Protons, you will not abide by the treaty. If other dynasties know what the North King has done, those dynasties will definitely no longer believe in the promises of the North Kingdom. At this moment, Lu Chen raised his hand and pinched Wu Yunhuan's beautiful chin. Wu Yunhuan was startled. She wanted to continue to retreat, but she had already retreated to the bed and could no longer retreat. Then I retreated to bed. At this time, Wu Yunhuan suddenly thought of something, and instead of continuing to show panic, she sneered. "Your Majesty, are you teasing me? I don't believe that your Majesty dares to do that kind of thing to me." Wu Yunhuan still didn't believe that Lu Chen dared to sleep with her directly. After all, she was once the eldest princess of Dao. Although her title had been revoked, the people of Dao still recognized her as the eldest princess. If the North King dares to directly reveal his innocence, the people of Dao will definitely be furious after this matter is known. Even if Dao has no way to defeat the North Kingdom, in the future, if the North Kingdom occupies Dao's land, it will want to rule Dao. They will definitely encounter fierce resistance from the people of Dao, which is not conducive to the North King's future plan to unify the mainland. For the Northern Kingdom, destroying a country is not the most difficult thing. The most difficult thing is how to govern the destroyed country. Moreover, there is another danger in Lu Chen's doing this. If Lu Chen forcibly possesses Dao's woman, does that mean that the army of the North Kingdom is the same as Lu Chen's? What goes up and down the line, what kind of rulers there are what kind of soldiers there are. This will make the people of other dynasties more afraid of the soldiers of the Northern Kingdom. In the future, if the Northern Kingdom wants to unify the mainland, they will definitely encounter more fierce resistance. When Wu Yunhuan passed through Yuping County, she heard that in order to rule Yuping County, the soldiers of the Northern Kingdom were very kind to the people and did not burn, kill, and loot. Obviously, Lu Chen wanted to establish a good image and reduce the common people's hatred of the Northern Kingdom. Hostility. Lu Chen was able to train an army that obeyed orders and did not harm the common people, which proved that Lu Chen himself was a man with strong determination, so Wu Yunhuan believed that Lu Chen would never do that kind of thing to him. As for why Lu Chen showed such a lustful look in front of her, it was most likely to tease her and humiliate her. After hearing Wu Yunhuan's words, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Teasing? At this point, Wu Yunhuan actually thought that she was teasing her? Lu Chen immediately said, "Whether it's a joke or not, your Majesty will know later. It's already so late tonight, so I, the king, will serve His Majesty to bed." After the words fell, Lu Chen suddenly stretched out his hand, then grabbed Wu Yunhuan's waist and placed his big hands on her hips. Seeing that Lu Chen actually attacked her, Wu Yunhuan became extremely panicked for a moment. Is this little man serious? Just when Wu Yunhuan raised her hand and pushed Lu Chen's chest, trying to struggle, Lu Chen's other hand grabbed Wu Yunhuan's jade arm. Wu Yunhuan twisted her body for a while and found that she couldn't break free, so she stopped struggling. At this time, Lu Chen's big hand on Wu Yunhuan's waist was gently stroking Wu Yunhuan's back. The phoenix robe Wu Yunhuan was wearing was made of silk, extremely delicate and smooth, and felt very comfortable to the touch. Being touched so gently by Lu Chen, Wu Yunhuan felt a strange feeling in her heart for a moment. Seeing that Wu Yunhuan didn't continue to struggle, Lu Chen asked with a smile, "Why doesn't your Majesty continue to struggle?" Wu Yunhuan blushed, stared at Lu Chen with her eyes and said, "You are the Grand Master, and I am just the Grand Master. If you must do that kind of thing to me, I am not your opponent." Lu Chen asked with a smile, "So, your Majesty has already accepted his fate?" At this time, Wu Yunhuan felt as if her heart was about to jump out. Her body was completely agitated. She didn't know what was going on, why her body became so strange after being close to this man. She had never been in such close contact with a man before, so this was the first time she had such a strange feeling. The feeling didn't make her uncomfortable. Looking at Lu Chen at such a close distance, Wu Yunhuan found that Lu Chen seemed to have become more handsome and extraordinary. She had an inexplicable urge in her heart to get closer. At this moment, Lu Chen was holding Wu Yunhuan's soft and delicate body, smelling the fragrance of a mature woman emanating from her body, and his body became restless. He could no longer bear it and wished he could possess her now, but he still endured it and did not tear off his clothes as soon as he came up. The room suddenly became quiet for a moment. Lu Chen stared at Wu Yunhuan's eyes. The two fell into silence, with a glimmer of desire in their eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen finally said, "I heard that when you went to Dayu, you often cuddled with Emperor Yu in bed." Hearing this sudden sentence, Wu Yunhuan was slightly stunned. She did sleep with Emperor Yu every time she went to Dayu, but she didn't know how Lu Chen knew about it. Wu Yunhuan said indifferently, "What does this matter have to do with you?" Lu Chen smiled slightly, "I wonder what it was like when your Majesty and Emperor Yu were touching each other." Hearing this, Wu Yunhuan frowned slightly and said nothing. Seeing the beautiful woman frowning with a cold and dignified look, Lu Chen couldn't help it anymore and leaned over directly, then kissed Wu Yunhuan's red lips. Ahoy! Wu Yunhuan's mind went blank for a moment. She didn't expect Lu Chen to suddenly launch a sneak attack. She subconsciously wanted to struggle, but suddenly found that the power in her body seemed to be imprisoned. After Lu Chen kissed Wu Yunhuan's red lips, he slowly hugged her waist and placed her on the bed. While kissing her on the mouth, his paws roamed Wu Yunhuan's body. After Wu Yunhuan came to her senses, she cursed Lu Chen in her heart. This hateful little man actually wants to sleep with her. There was such a big age difference between them, but he was actually interested in her body. Although she was cursing Lu Chen in her heart, Wu Yunhuan's body couldn't help but cooperate with Lu Chen. The feeling of kissing Lu Chen made Wu Yunhuan unable to stop. She felt that her whole body was alive and extremely excited. She had never felt like this before. End of chapter. Chapter 378. Your eldest princess said she was in a bad mood. Fenjai Yunyuan. Music Xuan was looking at the account book, and Lu Chen's other wives and concubines were still in Fenjiayun Palace. They had already had dinner, but tonight's dinner was relatively early and it was not completely dark yet, so they did not return to the courtyard where they lived immediately. At this time, Xiao Wenyao asked, "I heard that the eldest princess of Dao is here." Wang Qingkai held the child and coaxed her while saying, "She has indeed moved into the palace." "Why, Sister Yayao is very interested in her." Xiao Wenyao said, "Then the prince should have gone to her room, right?" Zhou Yuyu said, "The prince left so hurriedly just now, he must have gone to her place." Chu Qingli said at this time, "If you have nothing to discuss, just go and go. He is such a person to begin with, and it's not your first day with him." Lin Wanyun said at this time, "The eldest princess has only come to the North Kingdom for the first day, and she has come as a hostage. If the prince has sex with her tonight, if this matter is spread, it will probably destroy the prince's reputation." Chu Qingli said calmly, "Everyone has known about his lust for a long time. He already has no good reputation, so there is no need to worry about what others will say." Hearing what Chu Qingli said, Lin Wanyun thought to herself that this was true. It seemed that another woman was about to be conquered by that little villain. This was the first time Wu Yunhuan kissed a man. Under Lu Chen's kiss, Wu Yunhuan's brain quickly became confused. This was the first time she had such a strange feeling in her more than 30 years of life. She fell into it instantly. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Yunhuan seemed to notice that the shoes on her feet had been knocked off while her consciousness was hazy, and the next moment her body was pushed onto the bed. Wu Yunhuan opened her misty eyes to see what happened, but the next moment she heard a tearing sound, and her phoenix robe seemed to be torn. Wu Yunwan was startled, and her eyes suddenly opened wide. Just when she was about to say something, Lu Chen directly pressed down and blocked her alluring red lips again. Well. Ahoy! Wu Yunwan struggled slightly for a while, but found that it was of no use. She was already weak, and struggling at this time was of no use. In order to completely conquer her, Lu Chen then used his rejuvenation hand to input spiritual power to treat Wu Yunwan's pain, so that Wu Yunwan could not feel any discomfort. Wu Yunwan was extremely surprised. This was the first time she heard that Lu Chen had such a method. Without the pain, Wu Yunwan's mind soon became trance-like. Wu Yunwan was not willing to be eaten dry by this little man. Although the power in her body had been sealed, she still had a trick. She could actively move her muscles and use them to activate all the muscles in her body. Tighten up so she might be able to get away from Lu Chen. After a while, Lu Chen felt something like Wu Yunwan's body. Lu Chen slowly raised his chest and looked at Wu Yunwan with confusion on his face. The dignified and elegant Wu Yunwan looked charming, but her eyes were fixed on Lu Chen. Lu Chen chuckled lightly, and then said, "I didn't expect His Majesty to have such a method, I admire him." Seeing that Lu Chen had indeed stood up, Wu Yunwan thought her plan was successful. She sneered and said, "Your Majesty, you only have this little strength. It's ridiculous that you still want to conquer me." Hearing Wu Yunwan's provocative words, Lu Chen didn't say anything. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. She was worthy of being the eldest princess of Dao. She had already lost her innocence and could still be so arrogant. But did Wu Yunwan look down on him too much? Although he did not have the means to hold Wu Yunwan back, the matter was far from over. Just when Wu Yunwan was feeling proud and thought that King Bei was nothing more than this, Lu Chen leaned down again and blocked Wu Yunwan's red lips again. Ahoy! Wu Yunwan opened her eyes wide and couldn't believe it. Wu Yunwan soon realized that she was wrong, and it was so wrong. Her little tricks had no way to deal with Lu Chen, but made Lu Chen very happy. Early morning. A ray of sunshine shone into the inner courtyard of the North Palace. Lu Chen's wives and concubines had already gotten up. After breakfast, they went to Fenjiun courtyard if they had something to do or if they had nothing to do. Chu Yukin also came to Fenjiun court at this time. Just as he entered Fenjiun court, a maid hurriedly entered the courtyard. "Meet the princess and meet Mrs. Chu." Music Xuan, who was in the pavilion, glanced at the maid and asked, "What's the matter?" The maid replied, Princess Dahu's entourage would like to meet their princess." Upon hearing this, Chu Yukin said, "Just go and talk to the prince." The maid blushed and said, "The prince is still in Princess Dahu's room, and I'm afraid of disturbing them." Music Xuan and Chu Yukin were both stunned, and then Music Xuan said, "Why don't you let those followers go back first?" Chu Yukin said from the side, "Zixuan, if we let them go back directly, they might suspect that the Northern Palace has Wu Yunwan under house arrest." Although Wu Yunwan came to the Northern Kingdom as Dahu's proton and could not run around, she still had a certain degree of freedom. If the Northern Kingdom did not even let Wu Yunwan see her entourage, it would be no different from house arrest. Dahu will definitely be suspicious. After hearing what Chu Yukin said, Music Xuan also realized that Wu Yunwan came to Buwang Mansion yesterday, but Wu Yunwan was not allowed to see anyone the next day. This was indeed unreasonable. But Lu Chen is probably fighting with Wu Yunwan now. Based on their understanding of Lu Chen will not let Wu Yunwan go until tonight at least. Lu Chen would definitely not be able to put it down for a woman as dignified, elegant, and stunningly beautiful as Wu Yunwan. Chu Yukin immediately said, "I'd better ask Shener to see how he plans to deal with it." Music Xuan said, "Then I'll trouble Sister Chu." Music Xuan didn't want to disturb Lu Chen when he was having fun. In the entire North Palace, only Chu Yukin could speak to Lu Chen, so it was most appropriate for Chu Yukin to go find Lu Chen. Chu Yukan immediately turned around and followed the maid who informed her to the courtyard where Wu Yunwan lived. After arriving outside Wu Yunwan's room, Chu Yukan heard some strange sounds. "Your Majesty, how strong is this king? Let me go. Weren't you very arrogant yesterday? I was wrong. Also known as this palace, didn't I tell you that you are the empress now? I know I was wrong." Hearing these words, Chu Yukan curled her lips. It seemed that the vixen Wang Qingkai had said it right. Lu Chen really liked doing these things. At this time, Chu Yukan coughed, and then said, "Chener, the eldest princess's entourage wants to see the eldest princess. How do you think we should handle it?" Soon Lu Chen's voice came from the room, "Hey! Aunt Chu, tell those people that the eldest princess is in a bad mood right now and doesn't want to see them, and ask them to come back tomorrow." This. Chu Yukan thought to herself, "Can this be done? Okay, Auntie knows." Then Chu Yukan turned around and walked towards the entrance of the palace. Although she didn't know if she could deceive those people, she still planned to try. Soon, Chu Yukan came to the gate of the palace and saw Dahu's people, including Hu Shu. Chu Yukan said directly to them, "Your eldest princess said that she is in a bad mood now and asked you to come see her again tomorrow." Hearing Chu Yukan's words, everyone at the door was stunned. Bad mood? How could she not see them because she was in a bad mood? Their eldest princess wouldn't be under house arrest by the North Palace, right? Hu Shu frowned, and then she asked, "Did the eldest princess really say that?" Chu Yukan said, "You will know when you see her tomorrow that she is indeed in a bad mood." Hu Shu then asked no more questions. "I know, then please tell the eldest princess that I will come to see her again tomorrow." Chu Yukan said, "Okay." Immediately, Hu Shu turned around and left with everyone in the princess's mansion. Seeing those people leaving, Chu Yukan breathed a sigh of relief. She was a little worried and didn't know if these words had deceived them. But having said that, even if they saw Wu Yunwan tomorrow, Wu Yunwan probably wouldn't dare to tell these people about her loss of body. End of chapter. Chapter 379, What does the prince plan to do with me? In the evening, a ray of red light rolled into the room from the window and shone on people's backs. Lu Chen leaned on Wu Yunwan's jade back, interlocked with Wu Yunwan's fingers, and placed Wu Yunwan's hands on both sides of her head. After the two were silent for a long time, Wu Yunwan finally spoke first and said, "I am very curious, Your Majesty, what kind of skills do you practice?" After being tortured for so long, Wu Yunwan finally woke up. She already knew the horror of Lu Chen. Lu Chen not only has the means to heal people's wounds, but he can also help a person improve his strength. Lu Chen instilled a lot of skills into her, which directly allowed her to break through and become a grand master. She had never heard of such a method before. Lu Chen smiled and said, "I told you, you want to treat yourself as an empress." Hearing this, Wu Yunwan thought of what happened from last night to just now. She snorted coldly, "The prince is really full of bad taste." She finally understood why Lu Chen prepared a phoenix robe for her and regarded her as the empress. This little man just had a special hobby for the identity of the empress. No wonder Lu Chen told her last night that he was interested in the empress. "Your Majesty, are you really not afraid that doing this will ruin your reputation?" Lu Chen lay on Wu Yunwan's disheveled hair and took a deep breath, then said, "Didn't I already say that my reputation is bad enough and there is no room for decline? If you go to the streets of Yancheng and pick up anyone at random and ask me if I am a woman, they will definitely say that I like beauty. It is normal for a mature and beautiful woman like Your Majesty to be possessed by me." Hearing this, Wu Yunwan had nothing to say. Lu Chen's current mentality was that a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water, and it didn't matter at all. Wu Yunwan said coldly, "Even this palace, a woman who is more than 10 years older than you, likes me. Your prince's taste is really unique." Lu Chen said in her ear, "What's wrong with being a teenager? I like mature women like you." Wu Yunwan fell into silence. What has happened has already happened, there is no point in saying anything or doing anything. And she didn't suffer a loss. At most, she suffered a moral loss. After all, she was not married yet, and her innocence was ruined. But for someone like her who valued power, physical innocence was nothing at all. Among the royal family, some princesses spent more money than she did. They had no idea how many male pets they had, and even those married princesses did not let their consorts go to bed, but had to have their male pets serve them. She treated her as if she was being pampered by a man for a whole day and a night. The older a person gets, the lower his moral sense. Wu Yunwan does not have many constraints in his heart. The most important thing is that she experienced those special feelings for the first time, and her realm was promoted to the Grand Master realm because of this kind of thing, which she did not expect at first. People in a high position like her like to look at gains and losses the most. If it is from the perspective of interests, she will definitely make a profit by sleeping with King Bei. Seeing that Wu Yunwan was silent, Lu Chen blew a breath into Wu Yunwan's ear, and then asked, "What's wrong? Why did you stop talking suddenly?" Wu Yunwan said, "What does the prince plan to do with me?" Lu Chen asked doubtfully, "Disposal? Why dispose?" Wu Yunwan said, "The prince dares to do such a thing to my hostage, which proves that the prince has no regard for Dao at all. This also shows that the prince has made plans to annex Dao. Your Majesty doesn't want this matter to be leaked. He will either put me under house arrest and prevent me from meeting Dao's people, or he will kill me secretly." Lu Chen laughed, and then said, "You really know how to think. How could I do such a thing to my own woman? No matter what happens in the future, and no matter whether there will be a war between Baiguo and Dao in the future, your ending will be to give birth to my children in Baiguo." At this point, Lu Chen gently bit Wu Yunwan's ear, and then continued, "I like your body very much, how could I be willing to kill you?" Hearing this little man's words, Wu Yunwan felt a strange feeling in her heart. She didn't know what it felt like, and it made her feel a little complicated. She felt very sad, but also felt a little happy. Wu Yunwan laughed and said, "It turns out that the rumors from the outside world have always been true. You are indeed a lecherous person. I used to think that you were pretending to be lecherous for the sake of the overall situation. It's really ridiculous. The prince has never thought that throughout the history of major dynasties, lustful emperors never ended well in the end. Generally, people associate lust with the word foolishness, so in people's minds, lustful emperors will mostly lead to the subjugation of the country, or the loss of power, and the country will be in chaos. Anyway, among the emperors nowadays, none of them are lustful. Of course, this is just Wu Yunwan's opinion." Lu Chen said with a smile at this time, "There are no emperors in this world who are not lewd. To be precise, there are no men who are not lewd. Look at the emperors of several major dynasties. Doesn't any of them have dozens or hundreds of women in their harem? Take your father as an example. Do you dare to say that your father is not lecherous? If your father was not lecherous, how could he have so many children?" Wu Yunwan was about to refute Lu Chen's words, but she didn't know what to say when the words came to her lips. Lu Chen continued, "You want to be the empress so much, isn't it just for the power that the empress holds? Have you never thought about what you will do when you have the power? Is it possible that you became a ruler just to deal with government affairs in the study all the time, never do anything else in your life, and put all your energy into government affairs? I am not that kind of selfless person. I want power just for my own selfish desires. Now that Baiguo has defeated Dao under my leadership, I have brought you, a beautiful woman, to Baiguo. Is it possible that this time has come? I still want to be a gentleman. Why don't I enjoy myself and enjoy myself? Yunwan, are you afraid you think of me as a saint? If it was your father who defeated a certain country and brought the princess or concubine of that country to Dao, do you dare to say that he wouldn't do anything to them?" Wu Yunwan was speechless. Because Lu Chen was right. Although his father seemed to have been fighting wars and expanding his territory all his life, he often included beautiful women from the defeated countries into his harem. Although he seems to be working hard to govern, it is impossible to say that he is solely dedicated to the Dahou dynasty. Seeing that Wu Yunwan was completely silent, Lu Chen smiled slightly, and then said, "I will not prevent Dahou people from seeing you, but I hope you understand that several dynasties will be unified one day, and your dream of empress can only be achieved in the north. Only then can the palace continue to do so. You experienced the joy of being an empress last night? There are not many women in this world that I can serve personally." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Yunwan, who was silent, sneered, "The prince is really good at joking. He took over my body, but he said it as if he had suffered a loss." Seeing Wu Yunwan speaking again, Lu Chen said with a smile, "I didn't say that I was at a disadvantage. After all, this is the first time I have met a woman who has been blocked and can actively control her muscles and tighten her body." As soon as Lu Chen said these words, Wu Yunwan, who had already calmed down, suddenly felt extremely ashamed. At first, she thought she could rely on this method to prevent Lu Chen from continuing, but she didn't expect that it would help this bitch. The word dog here is not a curse. He is really no different from an animal. She has lived for more than 30 years and knows a little about men and women. She has never heard of someone like Lu. A man like Chen. End of chapter. Chapter 380. This guy actually wants me to give birth to his child. After listening to Lu Chen's words, Wu Yunwan realized that she was not qualified to say that Lu Chen was lustful. Because she is essentially the same type of person as Lu Chen. They are all people who want to have power. The biggest difference between her and Lu Chen is that Lu Chen has much more power than she had at the beginning. Lu Chen's enjoyment of beauty is just using the power in his hands to do what he wants. If she had the same power as Lu Chen, even if she didn't find a male favorite, she would definitely use those powers to do something for herself. Isn't one of the reasons why her title of eldest princess was revoked is that she used power for personal gain? She has indeed done this. All the good things she collected through the intelligence agency were placed in King Yun Palace for her own use, and she also made a lot of money through the Qunhai Chamber of Commerce. These are all her attempts to use power for personal gain. At this time, Wu Yunwan no longer knew how to get along with Lu Chen. Although her body had been taken over by this little man, she had no hatred for him at all. On the contrary, she had the idea in her heart that she wanted to keep this man by her side. In fact, she didn't just have this idea now. She had thought a long time ago that after the great general Beiguo was defeated, she would imprison Lu Chen and treat him as her male favorite. It's just a pity that the growth battle was defeated, and in the end she became a victim and was sent to the North Country. Although the process was not smooth, the results were similar, and in the end they all became one. And she was very satisfied with Lu Chen, but she was not Lu Chen's opponent, she could only be crushed by Lu Chen. Wu Yunwan sighed inwardly and felt a little confused. Originally, she planned to get close to Lu Chen, then obtain the secrets of the North Kingdom, and finally turn around and become the Empress of Dahou. As a result, after only one day and one night, her inner ambition had completely disappeared. Naturally, she wanted to become the Empress for the sake of power, but after getting along with Lu Chen Huan, she found that the most beautiful thing in the world she could get by using her power was to do that kind of thing with this little man. This is not because she is in love. She had the power before and basically enjoyed all the things she should enjoy. The only thing she didn't experience was that kind of thing. This time Lu Chen allowed her to experience happiness that she had never experienced before. In an instant just let her sink. Thinking about it now, the position of Empress doesn't seem that important. Just when Wu Yunwan was thinking this, Wu Yunwan quickly stopped herself from thinking any more. No, how could she have such depraved thoughts? Although the current result is similar to what she thought before, she came to the North Kingdom as a proton after all. To put it harshly, she is just this little man's trophy. From now on, when this little man gets tired of playing, he may abandon her at any time. She has no status in front of this little man. If she cannot have the same power and status as King Bei, then she will always be suppressed by King Bei. She can't fall for this little man's lust, she must become a person with great power. Just when Wu Yunwan was thinking this, Lu Chen's big hand was caressing her jade back and said, "Wan Wan, I can't help but miss such a beautiful woman like you." Hearing this, Wu Yunwan suddenly felt extremely humiliated. She felt that she was just an object, and Lu Chen's words were humiliating her. Wu Yunwan suddenly thought of something at this time, and then asked, "You can let people decorate the room like Emperor Yu's palace, is it because spies from the north have already sneaked into Emperor Yu's side?" After all, Emperor Yu was Wu Yunwan's good friend, so she was very worried about Emperor Yu's situation. This little man not only had the same phoenix robe made as Emperor Yu, but even the layout of the bedroom was the same as that of Emperor Yu's palace. This is terrible. Wu Yunwan felt that she needed to remind her good sister to pay attention to the people around her. This little man was not a good thing. Moreover, Lu Chen asked her to wear the clothes of the empress and have sex. Wu Yunwan vaguely felt that Lu Chen regarded her as his good sister. This guy might not only care about his own body, but also care about you. The emperor's body. Lu Chen said with a smile, "It is not easy to send people to lurk into Daeho Palace. My people have not entered Daeho Palace so far. The reason why I know the layout of Emperor Yu's palace is because Emperor Yu personally sent people. She came to the North Country, and she was the one who always took care of her food and daily life." Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Wu Yunwan was slightly stunned, and then said, "Impossible." Wu Yunwan thought in her mind, how could the people sent by her good sisters to the Northern Kingdom cooperate with the Northern King to do these things? It is impossible for those Daeho people not to know about her relationship with their majesty. Lu Chen said, "Your good sister has no good intentions. She sent a beauty to the North Country to seduce me with a honey trap. I asked that beauty to help with the making of the phoenix robe and the layout of the bedroom." Hearing what Lu Chen said, Wu Yunwan suddenly thought of something. She seemed to have heard from Emperor Yu that he once sent a beautiful woman to the Northern Kingdom to try to find out information about the Northern Kingdom. Could it be that woman? If it were that woman, it might make sense. Only, this little man is so lustful, and that woman may have already suffered the murderous hand of King Bei. I wonder if her good sister's beauty plan is a success? This little man is so affectionate. Although he likes beauty, there is a high probability that he will not put all his thoughts on a woman. If he cannot get the favor of this little man, I am afraid that I want to find out some confidential information about the North Country from him. Not very easy either." At this time, Lu Chen let go of Wu Yunwan's other hand, then hugged Wu Yunwan's soft and delicate body with both hands, still lying on her back. "Wan Wan, I helped you break through to the Grand Master realm. Haven't you thought about how to repay me?" Hearing this, Wu Yunwan fell into silence. Repay? This little man is really thick-skinned. Not only had his innocence been compromised, but now he actually wanted to repay him. It's not like she asked him to improve her level. Seeing that Wu Yunwan didn't speak, Lu Chen said with a smile, "You don't know how to repay me, right? It's better to do this. You give me hundreds of children, and that's how you repay me." Wu Yunwan couldn't help it at this time, and then said, "Your Majesty is really good at joking. Let's not talk about whether I can get pregnant. I am the eldest princess of Dao. Even if I am pregnant with your child, your Majesty dares to let me. Is the palace giving birth? If Lu Chen really kills Dao one day, then she will be a remnant of Dao. If she gives birth to a child, her child will have the blood of the Dao royal family. In addition, she is not a peaceful woman. Lu Chen may not dare to let her give birth to the child." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Whether you can get pregnant or not is my business. Among my concubines, there are female masters who have given birth to children for me, and there are more than one. As for whether I dare to let you have a baby, you don't have to worry about that. As long as you can get pregnant, then I dare to let you give birth." Wu Yunwan was startled. Is this little man serious? No wonder this guy didn't let her go all day and night. Could it be that he just wanted to get her pregnant? This bastard! A trace of anger suddenly arose in Wu Yunwan's heart. Now she was very confused and didn't know how to gain a foothold in the North Country, where she had the time to take care of her children. This guy actually wants me to give birth to his child. End of chapter. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 381 Wu Yunwan, aren't you afraid that I will betray you? Does the prince think that he is destined to have a child for you? If you ask me to give birth to a child for you, I will definitely give birth to a child for you. Wu Yunwan didn't want to really get pregnant with this little man. If it was just a matter of men and women, she could regard Lu Chen as her male favorite in her heart. If he really broke Lu Chen's child and gave birth to him, wouldn't he become Lu Chen's personal reproductive tool? Her idea is very simple, she can go to bed, but she is determined not to have children. Hearing Wu Yunwan's cold tone, Lu Chen smiled slightly, and then said in her ear, "If I want you to get pregnant, can you stop me?" Just as Wu Yunwan was about to say something, Lu Chen suddenly moved. Wu Yunwan was extremely embarrassed and angry. "You." What Lu Chen said was indeed correct. If Lu Chen wanted her to get pregnant, it would be really difficult for him to stop it. But Wu Yunwan said coldly, "For a great master, it seems that it is not difficult to abort a child." Lu Chen still didn't take her words to heart. He said calmly, "This is simple. If you dare to do this, I will let you get pregnant again. For me, it is not difficult to get you pregnant." Hearing this, Wu Yunwan said coldly, "Your Majesty, aren't you afraid that I will let my children participate in the battle for the right to inherit the throne?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "Seizing the direct descendant? With my strength, living 1,000 years is not a problem. I don't believe that I can't find a good way to avoid this happening in this 1,000 years. To put it harshly, you may not live as long as me. As long as I live, you will never have the chance to cause trouble in the North Country. As for whether the grandchildren will take over the throne in the future, it has nothing to do with me. I can only take care of things while I am alive. If you can live longer than me, don't let your children if you participate in the battle for the right to inherit the throne, even if you become the empress, I won't be able to interfere." This. After hearing what Lu Chen said, Wu Yun thought for a moment. It seemed that what Lu Chen said made sense. With Lu Chen's talent, it would definitely not be a big problem to break through to the heaven and human realm. After he broke through to the heaven and human realm, he said maybe it's really possible to live over 1,000 years. With this man around, it is indeed very difficult for me to make small moves. Wu Yunwan asked, "Do you want to lock me in your harem for the rest of your life and raise me like a canary?" Lu Chen said calmly, "I said, I will not prevent you from contacting anyone. You have relative freedom. If you really want power, I can give you some power." Wu Yunwan couldn't believe what this little man said. Is this little man really that good? After all, she is the eldest princess of Dao. They were enemies not long ago. Even though she is a hostage now, she is still the princess of Dao in name. Why should Lu Chen believe her? Is this little man so arrogant? Aren't you afraid that you will betray him one day? Wu Yunwan asked, "Aren't you afraid that I will betray you one day?" As soon as Wu Yunwan finished speaking, Lu Chen put his arms around her waist and turned her over so that she was facing him. Then he pressed on her again, raised his chest, and looked down at her mature, charming, and unparalleled face. "Jade face! Why do you think I'm not afraid of your betrayal?" Looking into Lu Chen's eyes, Wu Yunwan fell into silence. How did she know that Lu Chen had the confidence that she would not betray him? Wu Yunhuan does not think of herself as a woman who lives her own life. Although she may not go behind Lu Chen's back to find a man, she is extremely thirsty for power in her heart. In order to gain power, she will definitely do something that will harm Baiguo. Wu Yunhuan fell into silence and did not answer. Lu Chen raised his hand, caressing Wu Yunhuan's flushed cheeks, and gently brushed her messy hair behind her ears. You will know the answer to this question in less than a month. There is no need for me to say anything more now. How about we make a bet? I bet you will fall completely in love with me within a month and can't live without me. As soon as these words came out, Wu Yunhuan chuckled again, and then said, so that's what the prince thinks. Does the prince think that I will completely surrender to the prince just after sleeping with him? For me, although the matter of men and women is novel, it does not determine my behavior. Lu Chen said, oh? Are you so confident? Then tell me whether you are willing to bet with me. Wu Yunhuan didn't answer immediately. She felt something was wrong. Was this little man so sure that she would fall in love with him? Although she is indeed very interested in him, it is absolutely impossible to reach the level of love. After all, the royal family has no feelings, only interests. Lu Chen himself came from the Daxia royal family. He is already an adult. He cannot be so naive and not even understand this truth. Wu Yunhuan always felt that there was some conspiracy in this. After much thought, Wu Yunhuan finally decided to bet with Lu Chen. She wanted to see what Lu Chen wanted to do. I promise you, how do you want to bet? Lu Chen said with a smile, if you don't call me husband, say you love me, or like me within a month, I will give you the blueprint of the artillery. You must have heard of artillery, right? It's the kind of weapon that defeated your Dao army. Wu Yunhuan was startled. Artillery. When she came to the north to work as a proton, what she wanted most was the manufacturing blueprints for the mysterious weapons in the north. She didn't expect that she would have the opportunity to obtain this thing so soon. She couldn't believe it was true. Wu Yunhuan said, how do I know if you can't keep your word? Lu Chen said with a smile, you have no choice now, right? And although I am lustful, I am the prince after all, the ruler of a feudal country, so I don't mean to keep my words. Wu Yunhuan said, okay, I promise you. Lu Chen continued, you agreed so readily, don't you want to know what price you will pay if you lose? Wu Yunhuan said with a cold face, I can't lose. Wu Yunhuan's tone was firm. She was very confident in herself. Although she liked this man's body, she was not confused about right and wrong. If she could succeed in the bet, she would be able to complete the task assigned to her by her father. She said everything she wanted to do was addicted to gambling. Lu Chen said, if you lose, you will stay in my harem for the rest of your life, give birth to my children, and always center on me. Wu Yunhuan frowned slightly, but she finally said, I agree, I just hope that the prince will not keep his words in the end. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth raised slightly, she was really an innocent and beautiful woman. Not to mention a month, Wu Yunhuan would lose within 7 days. Wu Yunhuan looked into Lu Chen's eyes and asked, Your Majesty has been staying in my room for a day and a night. Is it time to go out? Feeling Wu Yunhuan's hot and soft body like down, Lu Chen didn't want to let go at all. Lu Chen said calmly, it's already dark anyway, so let's continue sleeping. Wu Yunhuan was stunned, you. Well. Before Wu Yunhuan finished speaking, Lu Chen leaned down again and kissed the beautiful woman's lips. End of chapter. Chapter 382, My subordinate was too impatient and forgot His Highness's plan. Wu Yunhuan had not been betting with Lu Chen for an hour, but she regretted agreeing to the bet with Lu Chen. She soon understood why Lu Chen dared to use the artillery blueprint as a bet. Lu Chen's strength was so strong that she couldn't resist him at all. She almost called Lu Chen husband several times. Once she called Lu Chen husband, she would lose. Wu Yunhuan couldn't understand how there could be such a terrible man in this world. In the anxiety and joy, Wu Yunhuan gradually lost herself. Fortunately, she stuck to her bottom line in the end and didn't call Lu Chen husband, nor did she say she loved him. It's another early morning. Wu Yunhuan looked at the light outside the bedroom, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Even if she was a great master, without any skills, there was no way she could be Lu Chen's opponent. At this time, the dog man was still hugging her body, but at this time Wu Yunhuan couldn't get angry even if she wanted to. She just turned sideways and looked at the red curtain outside. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Yunhuan noticed that Lu Chen had woken up and said, "Yesterday you asked my followers to come to see me today. If you don't let me out, they will probably suspect that you have imprisoned me." Wu Yunhuan was completely helpless against the little man behind her, and could only talk to him softly, hoping that he would let her go temporarily and allow her to meet her entourage. After hearing Wu Yunhuan's words, Lu Chen let go of her body without hesitation and got up from the bed. Seeing this scene, Wu Yunhuan was stunned for a moment. She thought that this little man would have to be tired of her for a long time before letting her go. She didn't expect that he would let her go so simply today. Has it really reached its limit? Just when Wu Yunhuan was thinking this, Lu Chen said, "I've been sweating a lot these past 2 days. Let's take a good bath." Wu Yunhuan was about to say something when Lu Chen said to the maid outside the red curtain, "Is the hot water ready?" The maid waiting outside the curtain quickly replied, "Go back to your majesty, the hot water in the bath is ready." Upon hearing the maid's answer, Lu Chen immediately stretched out his arms, picked up Wu Yunhuan in a princess hug, and then walked directly towards the bath. Wu Yunhuan originally wanted to struggle, but finally chose to give up. She had no strength at all now, and struggling in front of this man was in vain. Instead, she was worried about stimulating his wild side later. It was better to stay in her arms honestly. In order to avoid falling, Wu Yunhuan couldn't help but raise her jade arms and wrap her arms around Lu Chen's neck. Soon the two of them entered the bath in the back room. The maids carried flower baskets and kept throwing flower petals into the steaming hot water. The whole bath was filled with the fragrance of flowers. At this time, Lu Chen smiled and said to Wu Yunhuan, "Your Majesty, let me take care of your bath." Hearing this, Wu Yunhuan's delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and she quickly said, "No need." Lu Chen said with a smile, "This is not possible. As an empress, how can you bathe by yourself? Someone must take care of you." Before Wu Yunhuan could say anything, Lu Chen put her next to the bathtub. Then the water in the bathtub was surging, and the two of them took a good bath. By the time the two of them got dressed and went out, it was almost noon. Even the Grand Master Wu Yunhuan couldn't bear it anymore. She didn't feel any pain. She just felt tired, either physically or mentally. At this time, in a pavilion in a pool in the outer courtyard, some of Hu Shu and Wu Yunhuan's entourage were waiting anxiously. Yesterday, people from the North Palace said that Wu Yunhuan would meet them today. As a result, it was almost noon, and the eldest princess was still waiting. Didn't come out. The people from the North Palace allowed them to enter the palace, but they only allowed them to enter the palace. After they entered the palace, they have been in the pavilion in the pool and have not gone anywhere. The guards of the North Palace were also staring at them in the courtyard. Hu Shu sensed that the guards guarding them at the door were all above the 9th level, and there were several Grand Masters. Although she, a great master, is not afraid of these masters, the average strength of these guards also proves that there are many high-level warriors in the North Kingdom. Let's not talk about the mysterious weapons of the Northern Kingdom. Judging from the strength of the warriors of the Northern Kingdom, the Northern Kingdom already has the strength to establish its own dynasty. At this time, a follower of Wu Yunhuan whispered worriedly, "Isn't the eldest princess really under house arrest?" Another attendant said, "The eldest princess is Dawu's hostage after all." Our alliance with the Northern Kingdom has just been signed. The Northern King should not do such a thing. Then why hasn't the eldest princess come to see us? Maybe it's the eldest princess. While Wu Yunwan's followers were talking a lot, a dignified and elegant woman entered the courtyard. Seeing Wu Yunwan appear, everyone immediately shut up and walked up immediately. Meet the eldest princess. Hu Shu asked, Elder princess, are you okay? As soon as Hu Shu finished speaking, he instantly noticed something was wrong with Wu Yunwan's aura. Soon Wu Yunwan's followers also noticed it. After all, they were also warriors and they were relatively sensitive to changes in Wu Yunwan's aura. Everyone looked at Wu Yunwan in surprise, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Wu Yunwan said, Sorry, Senior Hu, I kept you waiting for so long. At this time, Hu Shu asked with some uncertainty, Elder Princess, have you broken through to the realm of a great master? As soon as these words came out, Wu Yunwan's followers also looked at Wu Yunwan. They only guessed that Wu Yunwan's warrior power was too overwhelming, but they were not sure that Wu Yunwan would definitely break through. Reached the realm of great master. Just when everyone looked at Wu Yunwan expectantly, Wu Yunwan replied, Well, I have indeed broken through to the realm of the Grand Master. Hearing this, Wu Yunwan's followers instantly became extremely excited. These people are all followers of Wu Yunwan. They are all people who believe that Wu Yunwan can make a comeback. The families or forces behind them are also from Wu Yunwan's faction. Since Wu Yunwan's title was revoked, they have been suppressed by other factions. This time they came to the North Kingdom to look for opportunities to make a comeback with Wu Yunwan. Unexpectedly, Wu Yunwan would break through to the Grand Master realm just after arriving in the Northern Kingdom. At this time, a follower said excitedly, Princess, now that you have broken through to the realm of Grand Master, can we ask the court to change the proton? Although their Dahu dynasty lost 2 Grand Masters not long ago, the Grand Masters are still a powerful fighting force among the major dynasties, and it is precisely because the Dahu dynasty lost 2 Grand Masters that the Grand Masters are extremely precious. In the view of Wu Yunwan's followers, if the news of Wu Yunwan becoming the Grand Master reaches the Wu, Emperor Wu will definitely find a way to negotiate with Baiguo to exchange the proton and exchange Wu Yunwan, the Grand Master, back. But at this moment, Wu Yunwan said, I was appointed by the King of the North to come to the North as a hostage. The King of the North will not let me leave the North so easily. Moreover, we have our own things to do when we come to the North. Let's wait until a year later. Hearing Wu Yunwan's answer, everyone instantly understood what Wu Yunwan meant. Of course they knew what Wu Yunwan wanted most, and it was not the secret of the North Kingdom. Now that Wu Yunwan had finally managed to sneak into the North Prince's mansion, she didn't want to leave this normal so soon. At this time, the entourage who just proposed to change the proton said, I am guilty. I was too impatient and almost forgot about His Highness's plan. Wu Yunwan said calmly, It doesn't matter. Hu Shu asked, Eldest Princess, King Bei has not placed you under house arrest, right? Wu Yunwan replied, No, the Japanese palace was about to break through yesterday, so I didn't see you. End of chapter. Chapter 383. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the elixir. Hearing Wu Yunwan's answer, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They thought that Wu Yunwan had been imprisoned yesterday, and it would be difficult for them to see Wu Yunwan again in the future. If it is difficult for them to see Wu Yunwan in the future and unable to connect intelligence with Wu Yunwan, they will not know how to act or how to cooperate with Wu Yunwan to implement the plan. At this time, a follower asked, Your Highness, in addition to allowing you to see us, does the Northern King also allow you to leave the Northern Palace? After the attendant finished speaking, everyone's eyes fell on Wu Yunwan again. Although they can see Wu Yunwan now, they are in Buwang Mansion after all, and there is no way for them to discuss more about their plans with Wu Yunwan in this place. Only after Wu Yunwan left Buwang Mansion could they dare to discuss certain things with confidence. Wu Yunwan said, the King of the North did not prohibit me from leaving the Buwang mansion, but the scope of my activities is only within Yanchenj, and I cannot leave Yanchenj." Hearing Wu Yunwan's answer, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could leave Buwang mansion, it would be better for them to find a room to talk about things than in Buwang mansion. At this time, Hu Shu's eyes were fixed on Wu Yunwan's beautiful face. For some reason, Hu Shu always felt that Wu Yunwan had changed a lot. Wu Yunwan's skin seemed to become more shiny, more beautiful, and full of the charm of a mature woman. Hu Shu didn't think much about it. She guessed that this was the reason why Wu Yunwan broke through to the Grand Master. After Wu Yunwan broke through to the Grand Master realm, she must have excreted some impurities from her body, so her skin looked whiter and more tender. At this moment, Hu Shu suddenly thought of the task given to her by Emperor Yu, and then she said directly to Wu Yunwan, "Your Highness, before I came to the North Kingdom, Your Majesty once asked me to investigate something. I want to trouble Your Highness. I don't know. Is that possible?" Hearing Hu Shu's words, Wu Yunwan asked doubtfully, "What's the matter?" As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Yunwan thought of the phoenix robe and the bedroom. She immediately guessed what Hu Shu was about to say. At this time, Hu Shu approached Wu Yunwan's ear and whispered, "His Majesty sent a woman named Murong Shuer to approach King Bei. I would like to ask Your Highness to help find out whether this woman has slept with King Bei." Pass. Emperor Yu wanted to know if Murong Shuer controlled Lu Chen, so she sent Hu Shu to Wu Yunwan this time, not only to protect Wu Yunwan, but also to further inquire about the intelligence of the North Country. Hearing Hu Shu's words, Wu Yunwan thought that it was indeed related to that woman. Wu Yunwan then said, "Okay, I will find an opportunity to inquire." Hu Shu immediately saluted and said, "Then please trouble Your Highness." Wu Yunwan said, "Senior Hu, you're welcome." At this time, a female guard said, "Your Highness, you are now alone in the Northern Prince's mansion and there is no one to take care of you. Why don't you talk to the Northern Prince and leave some female guards to take care of you?" After all, Wu Yunwan was the eldest princess of Dao. She came to the north to be a hostage. How could she not have her own people around her? If she didn't have her own people around, it would be very difficult for her to deliver the news. Wu Yunwan said, "No, the Northern King will not allow anyone from this palace to stay in the Northern Prince's mansion. It would be okay if she was just monitoring her alone. If Wu Yunwan had other people from Dawu around him, the security work in the North Palace would be greatly increased." Wu Yunwan didn't think that little man would allow his people to stay in the North Palace. Wu Yunwan continued, "You should go back today. If anything happens in the future, I will ask the maids of the North Palace to inform you in advance. Next time you don't come to Prince Bei's mansion. If there is anything that needs to be discussed, I will go directly to the Princess mansion arranged by Prince Bei for me. After all, this is the North Prince's mansion, and they can't discuss things here, so Wu Yunwan doesn't plan to let her followers come to the North Prince's mansion to find her again." Hu Shu and others also instantly understood what Wu Yunwan meant, and they said in unison, "Yes, Your Highness." Hu Shu said, "Then take care of yourself, Princess, and I will take them back to the Princess's mansion first." Wu Yunwan nodded slightly and said, "Well, let's go back." Then Hu Shu left the North Prince's mansion with Wu Yunwan's entourage. Watching them leave, Wu Yunwan sighed slightly. She didn't know if she could withstand the pressure and persist for a month to get the blueprint of the cannon from Lu Chen. If she could get the blueprint of that mysterious weapon, then it would be worthwhile for her to sleep with Lu Chen for the next 6 months. At the same time, Buwang Mansion, study room. Lu Chen sat on the chair and looked through the system prompts. Congratulations to the host for acquiring another woman and receiving the Gatling manufacturing drawings as a reward. The host and his wife cultivate a relationship once, and the experience value of the qi refining technique will be increased. The host and his wife and concubine have a spiritual connection times 20, and will be rewarded with 2 mirror-breaking pills. The host and his wife cultivate a relationship once, and the experience value of the qi refining technique will be increased. The host and his wife and concubine have a spiritual connection times 10, and will be rewarded with 20 beauty pills, Yan Zuden. Seeing the system interface in front of him, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. Who should use the 2 mirror-breaking pills? To his own woman, or to a general? Let's give it to the generals. There are already 2 Grand Masters in the inner courtyard of the palace. There is no need to add more Grand Masters. He will go south in a year and a lot of Grand Masters and generals will be needed by then. Wen Renli has already broken through to the Grand Master realm, so he doesn't need the mirror-breaking pill. Why not give one to Xian Yuanchen and the other to Wei Si Yuan? These 2 are generals summoned by the system and are absolutely loyal to him, so there is no problem in giving them. Moreover, Wei Si Yuan's navy has basically taken shape. Although it is a wooden steam warship, it is barely usable. When the time comes to go south to Qin Wang, the navy may be able to play a big role. Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately said to the maid at the door, "Ask General Xian Yuan to come to the palace, and also ask the Jin Yiwei to inform Wei Si Yuan and let him go back to Yanqing." "Yes, Your Majesty." Not long after, Xian Yuanchen arrived at the palace. Wu Yunwan happened to be still in the outer courtyard at this time. When she saw a Grand Master wearing armor heading in the direction of Lu Chen's study, she suddenly became curious and wanted to know. What does this military commander do in Buwang Mansion? However, considering her sensitive status, Wu Yunwan did not follow him directly. She stayed in a pavilion in the outer courtyard, pretending to drink tea while observing the situation in the outer courtyard of Buwang Mansion. At this moment, study. After Xian Yuanchen arrived at Lu Chen's study, he saluted Lu Chen and said, "Greetings to the king." Lu Chen nodded slightly, "No courtesy." Xian Yuanchen asked, "I wonder why the king is looking for me." Lu Chen directly took out a mirror-breaking pill and said, "This is a mirror-breaking pill. After taking it, your strength will rise to the level of a Grand Master." Hearing this, Xian Yuanchen was startled. The next moment, his eyes were filled with blazing light. He had been stuck in the Master Realm for a long time. Xian Yuanchen knew very well that if he wanted to gain further attention from the Northern King, he must play a role when the Northern King goes south to the Qin King. And next they have to face the great masters of Daxia. Although the North Kingdom already has powerful firearms, when facing the great masters, there is no way to kill the great masters by using firearms alone, so he has to play an important role. It is necessary to break through to the realm of Grand Master. During this period of time, he had been worried that he would not be able to break through to the Grand Master realm. Especially after he learned that Wen Renli had already broken through to the Grand Master realm, he became even more worried. Wen Renli and he were both from Daehokan, but he had both broken through, but he hadn't yet. Xian Yuanchen asked with some uncertainty, "Your Majesty, is this mirror-breaking pill for me?" Lu Chen smiled and did not answer. He threw the broken mirror pill directly towards Xian Yuanchen. Xian Yuanchen quickly caught the broken mirror pill. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the elixir." Lu Chen said, "This king plans to form another combined battalion. This unit will not only have infantry, cavalry, but also artillery. From now on, this unit will be led by you. As for Yanqing's defense work, I plan to leave it to your sister for the time being. What do you think, General Xian Yuan?" Chapter 384 How many secrets does this little man have? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xian Yuanchen was stunned for a moment. Of course he was very happy that Lu Chen could let him command a combined battalion alone. The combined battalion was the main force of the North Country. If there was a war in the future, the combined battalion would immediately rush to the front line. The combined battalion of the North Country is not a battalion in the modern sense, but a name for a unit in this era. A combined battalion in the North has at least hundreds of thousands of people. If Xian Yuanchen leads the combined battalion, then he will be the commander of a main force from now on. Although he led the Black Cavalry in the past, the Black Cavalry was only part of the battle with the large army, and he did not have the right to command. Now, apart from the King of the North, the only people who hold the command of the Northern Kingdom are the two great masters from the far north and Mu Chongtian. He was overjoyed in his heart, but Xian Yuanchen still expressed his worries. Your Majesty, Yunqi is only a Grand Master, she may not be qualified to defend the royal city. Although Xian Yunkai is his sister, as a subordinate of the Northern King, he naturally has to consider the issue on the Northern King's side. Xian Yuanchen does not think that his sister has the ability to protect Yanqing. Hearing Xian Yuanchen's words, Lu Chen smiled lightly and said, General Xian Yuan looks down on his sister too much. I have heard that she is brave and good at fighting on the battlefield and has outstanding abilities. Mu Chongtian would write to Lu Chen every once in a while. In addition to reporting on the military situation, he also reported on Xian Yunkai's situation. Mu Chongtian is a smart man. Of course he knows the relationship between Xian Yunkai and Lu Chen, so he described Xian Yunkai's performance in the letter. The reason why Lu Chen asked Xian Yunkai to come back to guard Yanqing was mainly to train Xian Yunkai's ability to lead troops. Compared with the combined battalion that has to go out to fight, Yanqing's city defense troops are much safer. At the same time, there are also a lot of soldiers in the city defense troops, which can just perfect Xian Yunkai's ability to lead troops. As for whether Xian Yunkai will be allowed to go to the battlefield in the future, that will have to wait until Xian Yunkai breaks through to the Grand Master. Xian Yuanchen thought about it at this time. Now that his father is in charge of Yanqing, his sister is relatively safe in Yanqing. It would be good for her to have her come back. Then Xian Yuanchen said, it all depends on the king's arrangement. Lu Chen said, okay, then it's settled. General Xian Yuan should take the broken mirror pill as soon as possible. Yes, Your Majesty. After saying this, Xian Yuanchen directly put the broken mirror pill into his mouth, and then swallowed it. A moment later, Xian Yuanchen felt his body's power surge. Then, a stream of spiritual energy burst out from Xian Yuanchen's body, sweeping across the entire study. Feeling that he had truly broken through, Xian Yuanchen became even more excited. However, Xian Yuanchen also realized his current predicament. After breaking through to the Grand Master realm, a lot of impurities were discharged from his body, and his body was filled with filth. Just as Xian Yuanchen was about to speak, Lu Chen said, General Xian Yuan, please go back and wash yourself first. I will call you after the affairs of the combined camp are finalized. Yes, Your Majesty. I resign. Xian Yuanchen quickly left the study, fearing that the smell of his body would smell to Lu Chen. When Xian Yuanchen walked to the outer courtyard, Wu Yunwan saw him again in the pavilion of the outer courtyard. Yunwan's face suddenly showed a confused look. Grand Master? How is this going? When this person went there just now, he was still in the Grand Master realm. How come he became a Grand Master directly after coming out? How did King Bei do this? Although Wu Yunwan herself broke through to the Grand Master realm in one night, she completed this process in bed with King Bei after all. She did not believe that this general had done such a thing with King Bei. Wu Yunwan raised her beautiful eyes and frowned slightly, thinking that King Bei must have other ways to improve people's strength. How many secrets does this little man have? Not only does he possess such a terrifying weapon, but he can now directly elevate a Grand Master to the Grand Master realm. If there are enough Grand Masters in the Northern Kingdom, then the Northern Kingdom can have more Great Masters. In this case, even if the Northern Kingdom does not have that mysterious weapon, other dynasties cannot be the opponents of the Northern Kingdom. Wu Yunwan is now less and less optimistic about the Dahu dynasty. She suddenly feels that this little man might really be able to unify the entire world one day. If that day really comes, what should she do? Wu Yunwan fell into deep thought. Great Xia Dynasty. East Palace. The eldest prince and a group of court ministers were discussing something in the hall. At this time, the eldest prince Lu Yi said, although Gu has been appointed as the prince by his father, his scope of influence is within the court, and he cannot influence the actions of foreign princes at all. Now King Zhao has annexed the fiefdoms of 3 vassal kings. Among the vassal kings in various places, except for King Bei, he is the strongest, but he is relatively close to King Yun. If it continues to drag on, I am afraid that this lonely person will my seat is no longer stable. After Lu Yi was established as the prince, although he had been supervising the country, it was difficult for him to leave the capital for the political orders he issued, and the vassal kings outside did not listen to him at all. Lu Yi has been feeling very anxious during this time. He used to dream of becoming a prince, but now that he has become a prince, he finds that he is sitting on pins and needles in the position of prince. There are actually quite a lot of people and forces supporting him. After all, he is the eldest prince. The previous Great Xia Dynasty had a system of eldest son inheritance, and those conservatives basically support him. But what's the use of conservatives supporting him? What he needs most now is military power. Now the whole of Great Xia has actually entered a state of division. Although he can in principle mobilize some troops when supervising the country, the leaders of those troops simply cannot. She didn't listen to him and didn't take him to heart at all. What makes Lu Yi most angry is that he has no way to punish the commanders. Now is a critical period. If he punishes anyone casually now, it is very likely to force the other party to rebel. If all the troops in the imperial court surrender the vassal king, then the situation of his prince will be even more difficult. Lu Yi sighed deeply when he thought of this. At this moment, a minister said, "Your Highness, why don't we try to win over the northern king? The strength of the northern kingdom is so strong that even Dao was defeated by the northern kingdom. If they can get the support of the northern kingdom, those feudal kings will not dare to be as arrogant as they are today." Hearing this, Lu Yi laughed. "I'm afraid he is thinking about that position. Do you think he will really support Gu?" Another minister said, "Your Highness, how about we allocate Qi State and the land north of Qi State to the northern king, and then support him to establish an independent dynasty? As long as the benefits are sufficient, I believe that the northern king will be on our side." King Qi supports other princes, so for Lu Yi, Qi State can be abandoned directly. If some land can be exchanged for the support of King Bei, it will definitely be a sure profit for Lu Yi personally. But the key to the problem is whether the northern king is interested in the position of Emperor Xia. If the northern king thinks that the north is too poor and Daxia is better, then he is likely to go south to seize the throne. At this time, another minister in the hall said, "Your Highness, I think Yu Shangshu is right. As long as there are enough benefits, the king of the north may give up this position. Judging from the policies formulated by the king of the north in the north, the king of the north the king hates big landowners and aristocratic families very much. Although many aristocratic families in Daxia have been liquidated by His Majesty, there are still many aristocratic families and landowners in Daxia. It is not easy for the king of the north to rule the entire Daxia, as long as when the northern king takes the throne, the aristocratic families and landowners from all over Daxia will inevitably rebel. I believe that the northern king should also understand this truth. The policies he has formulated have seriously damaged the interests of all classes. The people of Daxia will not agree to him becoming emperor. For King Bei, the current Daxia is a mess. Instead of dealing with this mess, he might as well create another dynasty." As soon as the minister finished speaking, another minister said, "I think the northern king has great ambitions. I am afraid that he is not only looking at Daxia, but also other dynasties. The Qi kingdom alone may not be able to satisfy the northern king's appetite. In my opinion, even if we have the support of the northern king now, one day the northern king will lead his troops south." Hearing the discussion of the ministers, Lu Yi frowned and fell into silence. End of chapter. Chapter 385. Your Majesty is not afraid that I will do something against Baiguo. Just as the ministers were discussing, Right Minister Zhao Venhan stood up and said, "Your Highness, even if the Northern King really has the ambition to unify several dynasties, I think we can still have temporary cooperation with him. Originally, a big shot like Zhao Venhan should not appear in the East Palace. After all, he was the Prime Minister. For a Prime Minister to openly turn to the prince was tantamount to completely ignoring Emperor Xia. However, in their opinion, Emperor Xia was dying, and even the two ancestors of Dingfeng Mountain and Sifang Mountain could not do anything about it. The position of Emperor Xia would belong to Lu Yi sooner or later, so Zhao Venhan was not afraid of Emperor Xia's punishment. After hearing what Zhao Venhan said, Lu Yi asked curiously, "What does Mr. Zhao mean by this?" Zhao Venhan said, "Your Highness, have you ever thought about why Baiguo defeated Dao easily and had the strength to destroy Dao, but finally signed an alliance with Dao? The North could have taken this opportunity to pursue the victory and directly destroy the entire Dao dynasty, but they did not do so." Hearing Zhao Venhan's words, the ministers in the hall fell into deep thought. Soon one minister said, "Maybe it's because the North Kingdom is not ready yet." Zhao Venhan immediately said, "You are right, Baiguo is indeed not ready. It is easy to conquer a country, but it is difficult to sit on it. With the strength of the North Kingdom and the mysterious weapons of the North Kingdom, it may not be difficult to destroy the Dao dynasty. But what happens after the Dao dynasty is destroyed? Is King Bei really capable of managing the entire Dao dynasty? Not necessarily. And with the current comprehensive strength of the Northern Kingdom, it is difficult to destroy the major dynasties. Emperor Wu and the Northern King are very similar. They both have great ambitions. Ever since Emperor Wu came to the throne, he has led Dao to fight continuously. After so many years of southern and northern wars, it seems that Dao's territory has become larger and larger. However, there are more and more conflicts within Dao. The southeastern region of Dao has broken out. The uprising is the perfect example. If the Northern Kingdom neglects its own governance capabilities, even if the Northern Kingdom occupies the entire Dao dynasty, the remnants of Dao will still find ways to create chaos in the Northern Kingdom. The most important point is that if the Northern Kingdom really occupied the Dao dynasty, should the Northern Kingdom recruit troops from the areas previously controlled by Dao? If the Northern Kingdom recruits troops in areas previously controlled by Dao, then there is a great possibility that the mysterious weapons of the Northern Kingdom will fall into the hands of Dao's remnants. Once there is a problem with the internal governance of the Northern Kingdom, those remnants of the great martial arts will use weapons invented by the Northern Kingdom to attack the Northern Kingdom. In this way, the collapse of the Northern Kingdom will become inevitable. After hearing Zhao Venhan's analysis, all the ministers in the hall fell into silence. Lu Yi did not speak as he digested Zhao Venhan's analysis in his heart. After a while, Lu Yi asked, "In Mr. Zhao's opinion, what will Baiguo plan to do next?" Zhao Venhan said, "If the Northern King wants to unify the major dynasties, what he needs most is time. This time is not the time to destroy the major dynasties, but the time to transform other dynasties into the common people of the Northern Kingdom. Now the Northern Kingdom has occupied 2 counties in Dao. The governance of these 2 counties will take a lot of time, so I don't think the Northern Kingdom will make much action for the time being. We can send envoys to negotiate with the Northern Kingdom at this time. On the one hand, we will allocate the land north of Qi State to the Northern Kingdom to increase the governance time of the Northern Kingdom. On the other hand, we can tell the Northern Kingdom that Daxia will fully support the Northern Kingdom in the future. What does the Northern Kingdom need? Daxia will provide him with whatever he needs." This. Hearing Zhao Venhan's words, the ministers were a little confused. Daxia would give whatever the Northern Kingdom needed. Wouldn't Daxia in turn become a feudal state of the Northern Kingdom? How does this work? Just when Lu Yi was about to say something, Zhao Venhan continued, "The reason why I proposed this is mainly to stabilize the Northern King and prevent him from thinking about going south. Think about it, Your Highness, if the Northern King goes south, he will definitely have conflicts with the major families and the landowners. It will take him a long time to deal with this mess. If His Highness pretends to be the puppet of the Northern King and helps the Northern King manage the entire Great Xia, not only providing the Northern Kingdom with what the Northern Kingdom needs for its development, but also the Northern King does not have to directly conflict with those big landowners and aristocratic families for the time being, then the Northern King will most likely promise. If His Highness has always maintained a weak attitude towards the Northern Kingdom, then in the eyes of the Northern King, Daxia will not pose any threat to him. There is no need for him to directly take action against the big landowners and aristocratic families for the time being. Anyway, His Highness is managing it for him. Hearing this, someone realized the loopholes in Zhao Venhan's proposal. Lu Yi asked at this time, Master Zhao, if the Northern King really has the ambition to dominate the world, then in the Northern King's opinion, Daxia is also in his pocket. Sooner or later he will send troops south. Zhao Venhan said, I understand that what I mean is to try to change the target of the Northern King, so that Daxia does not seem to be a threat to the Northern Kingdom, and can also provide a steady stream of benefits to the Northern Kingdom. It is best to give the Northern King an illusion. It gives the illusion that we can finally take over the entire Great Xia without sending troops. Your Highness, think about it, if Daxia is completely obedient to the Northern Kingdom, will the Northern King think that since Daxia will provide the resources he needs to develop the Northern Kingdom, and Daxia is so weak, as long as the Northern Kingdom destroys other dynasties, then what will happen to the Northern Kingdom? Will Daxia simply surrender without a fight? In this case, the Northern Kingdom will not have to send troops to Daxia at all. Lu Yi frowned, and after thinking for a moment, his brows relaxed again. Gu already understands what Master Zhao means. Master Zhao wants Gu Yin to endure it, and then secretly accumulate strength. Zhao Venhan continued, this is what I mean. If the Northern King agrees to support His Highness, Daxia can also take advantage of the fact that the Northern Kingdom is a vassal state of Daxia and continue to send people to infiltrate the Northern Kingdom and find the production blueprints for the mysterious weapons in the Northern Kingdom. If with the production blueprints of those weapons in Daxia, Daxia may not be weaker than the Northern Kingdom. Lu Yi suddenly felt that what Zhao Venhan said made sense. He said with a smile, Master Zhao alone can rule the world. Zhao Venhan immediately raised his hands and said, thank you for the compliment, Your Highness. Lu Yi then said, then I will send a delegation to the Northern Kingdom to try to divert the attention of the Northern King. Everyone said in unison, Your Highness is wise. Zhao Venhan was able to become the Prime Minister of Daxia. In addition to being a little clever and good at flattery, he also had some IQ. He saw that if the Northern King wanted to unify the major dynasties, he would first go south to fight for the throne, but his solution was too simple. What he thought was that since the purpose of the Northern King going south was to obtain Daxia's resources, he would simply let Daxia kneel down and proactively provide the Northern Kingdom with everything the Northern Kingdom needed. In this way, there would be no need for the Northern King to go south for the time being. A few days later. North. There is a small bridge and flowing water in the yard, and carps come and go in the pond. Wu Yunhuan was sitting alone in the pavilion, looking a little lonely and desolate. Now there is no one around her in the entire Buwang mansion. The maids are all maids from the Buwang mansion. She can't find anyone to talk to. Wu Yunhuan sighed slightly. Since Lu Chen spent 1 day and 2 nights with her a few days ago, the guy hasn't come to see her. Wu Yunhuan wonders if Lu Chen has forgotten their bet. At this time, a maid came to Wu Yunhuan and made a pot of dragon and phoenix tea for Wu Yunhuan. Wu Yunhuan asked curiously, what is your prince doing these days? After hearing Wu Yunhuan's answer, the maid immediately replied, back to the eldest princess, the prince has been handling government affairs in the study these days. This is not something that cannot be said. After all, Lu Chen is in the study all day long and does not go to any special place. If Lu Chen went to the arsenal or to a faraway place, he might need to keep it a secret. Hearing the maid's answer, Wu Yunhuan couldn't help but wonder, Could it be that there were some big events or actions in the North Kingdom recently, which made Lu Chen very busy these days, so busy that he didn't even have time to come to his room? Just when Wu Yunwan was thinking this, she suddenly heard the maid's voice coming from the door of the courtyard, "See you, Your Majesty." The next moment, a familiar voice reached Wu Yunwan's ears, "No courtesy." Immediately afterwards, the little man's figure appeared at the door of the courtyard. Seeing Lu Chen entering the courtyard, Wu Yunwan instantly gave up her guess. This guy has so many women, there is no need for him to come to her room every day. It is normal if he doesn't come to her. She is overthinking it. After Lu Chen entered the courtyard, he glanced at Wu Yunwan, who was sitting in the pavilion drinking tea, and asked with a smile, "Are you still used to the eldest princess living there?" Hearing this, Wu Yunwan said expressionlessly, "Thanks to the prince, I'm quite used to living here." Lu Chen walked directly into the pavilion and came to the stone table. He sat down on the stone bench next to Wu Yunwan, and then poured himself a cup of tea himself. After Lu Chen took a sip of tea, Wu Yunwan asked, "Why did the prince come to see me?" Lu Chen put down the teacup in his hand, turned to look into Wu Yunwan's eyes and asked, "Can't I come to you if I have nothing to do?" Wu Yunwan said, "Your Majesty is a very busy man. How can he come to me if you have nothing to do?" At this time, Lu Chen stretched out his hand and hugged Wu Yunwan's waist. Wu Yunwan was about to struggle. After all, this was in the courtyard, not in the room. She didn't want to be seen having sex with this little man. Pull, hug, even if there are only maids from the North Palace in the yard. However, as soon as Wu Yunwan struggled, she found that the power in her body was blocked again. This. Wu Yunwan couldn't believe it. The last time she came into contact with Lu Chen, it was the same. Her skills were banned in an instant. She thought there was something in the room that caused her skills to be banned. For example, when she took a bath, she smelled the fragrance of flowers. Question. But this time she was in the pavilion. There should be nothing in the pavilion that would affect her body, right? Could it be tea? At this time, Wu Yunwan's eyes couldn't help but fall on the teacup on the stone table. Wu Yunwan thought in her heart that she had been drinking this tea and had been drinking it for the past few days, and it had not caused any harm to her body. Influence. Not only did it not have any bad effects, it actually helped her practice, and it also had a refreshing effect. How could there be a problem? The most important thing is that this is not the first time for her to drink this tea. She drank this tea last time when she was on a mission to the North Country, and Lu Chen gave her a lot of it. After she returned, she drank this tea often, after drinking it for so long. Cha didn't see anything wrong with his body. So it shouldn't be a problem with tea. Just when Wu Yunwan was mentally investigating what caused her skills to be banned when she came into contact with Lu Chen said jokingly, "Is Her Majesty the Empress angry? Blame me, blame me, blame me for being too busy these days. Not seeing you every day makes you feel lonely." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Yunwan just snorted and said nothing more. She did feel lonely in the North Palace these days. After all, no one she knew well was around. There were some strange maids in the courtyard, and there were some female guards outside the courtyard, which made her feel like she was locked in a cage. Very uncomfortable. Lu Chen continued, "If Your Majesty feels that staying in the courtyard is too boring, you can also go out for a walk." After hearing this, Wu Yunwan said, "Your Majesty, aren't you afraid that I will do something detrimental to the Northern Kingdom?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "If you want to do it, you can do it." Wu Yunwan said, "Do you think I am not a threat to you because I can't make waves?" Lu Chen said, "You can think so too." Wu Yunwan frowned slightly after hearing Lu Chen's answer. This little man really didn't take him seriously at all. One day you will pay for your arrogance. Wu Yunwan didn't want to say anything more to Lu Chen. Since this little man said that he could go out for a walk, in the following days, he would go to the princess mansion arranged for him by Lu Chen every day, stay with his entourage, and then come back in the evening. Isn't he afraid that he will cause trouble in the North Country? He won't regret it when the time comes. Just when Wu Yunwan was thinking about what to do next after she left Bawang Mansion, her body was suddenly picked up by Lu Chen. Before Wu Yunwan had time to struggle, Lu Chen hugged him. Sitting on legs. Lu Chen hugged her soft waist from behind, rested his head on her shoulder, and enjoyed the scent of her hair, seeming particularly obsessed with it. Wu Yunwan originally planned to struggle, but when she thought that her skills had been banned, she simply gave up and allowed this lustful man to smell all over her body. After a while, Lu Chen said, "If you feel lonely, I will arrange for someone to live with you in a few days. I believe you two must have a lot in common." Wu Yunwan asked, "Who is it?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "You'll know in a few days." Wu Yunwan said expressionlessly, "It seems that the prince is still worried that I will do something detrimental to the North Kingdom, and plans to arrange for someone to monitor me by my side." Lu Chen didn't explain too much. He just said lightly, "The person I arranged for you is not from the north." Wu Yunwan was slightly startled. Not from the north? Wu Yunwan fell into deep thought, thinking about what Lu Chen was going to do next. At this time, Lu Chen hugged Wu Yunwan's soft body, and for a moment he had an idea. With the beauty in his arms, how could he, a vigorous man, not have any thoughts? Soon Wu Yunwan also noticed something strange about Lu Chen. She immediately began to twist her body and wanted to get up, but Lu Chen's arms tightly hugged her waist, and no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't get up. The more Wu Yunwan twisted her body, the more excited Lu Chen became. However, before Lu Chen could take the next step, a female guard entered the courtyard and said, "Your Majesty, Commander Liang is looking for you." Lu Chen was a little helpless. There were so many things during the day that he couldn't even take a break. "Ask him to go to the study and wait for me." Having said this, Lu Chen leaned into Wu Yunwan's ear and said, "Your Majesty, wait for me tonight and let me serve you well." After the words fell, Lu Chen let go of Wu Yunwan and stood up. At this time, Wu Yunwan's jade cheeks showed a slight blush. At that moment, her heart was actually aroused by this little man, and she even fell in love with him, and her whole body became restless. Male lust is indeed poison. No wonder that when they were in the mystical immortal sect, their master told them not to flirt with men easily, otherwise they might not be able to extricate themselves. Wu Yunwan felt that she couldn't help herself now. As long as this little man flirted with her casually, she would feel very uncomfortable and wanted to have sex with him. No. She must restrain herself. Bawang Mansion, study room. After Lu Chen arrived at the study, Liang Zong handed the information in his hand to Lu Chen. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince secretly sent a mission to the Northern Kingdom." Hearing this, Lu Chen stopped opening the letter. He raised his head and looked at Liang Zong. Why did he send the envoy to the North Country? Nowadays, although the Northern Kingdom is still a vassal state of Daxia in name only, it is only in name. The Daxia court has no way to control the Northern Kingdom anymore. He also said that the Northern Kingdom was now in a state where the imperial court could not even mobilize its own troops. Lu Chen did not understand what Lu Yi could do by sending a mission to the Northern Kingdom at this time. Liang Zong replied, "It is said that it is to win over you, the prince." Lu Chen thought for a while and did not continue to ask. He then opened the letter in his hand and read it carefully. After looking at Jin Yiwei's information, Lu Chen instantly understood what was going on. Nowadays, all the princes who have the right to compete for the throne in Daxia have some kind of contact with certain vassals, but Lu Yi's base is only the scholar bureaucrats and the conservative officials of the court. His father is secretly obstructing him. Now that there was no way to mobilize the imperial army, Lu Yi felt that his position as prince was unstable and wanted to find foreign aid. After reading the information in hand, Lu Chen asked, "When will the mission sent by the prince arrive in the north?" Liang Zong replied, "We will be able to reach Yancheng in 3 days." Our Jinyue spies who delivered the message left the capital together with the prince's envoy. Their speed is not slow. End of chapter. Chapter 386 Wu Yunhuan, bet? What bet? After hearing Liang Zong's answer, Lu Chen thought for a moment. Under normal circumstances, after the Jinyue gets the information, they will send people to Yancheng as soon as possible. The spies who sent the letter from Jinyue were able to leave the capital at the same time as the mission sent by Lu Yi, which means that after Lu Yi decided to send the mission, he immediately sent the mission to the north country. Lu Yi was very anxious, eager to get on the line with Baiguo. Lu Chen said at this time, "I know this. Go and tell the Grand Master this information. The mission sent by Lu Yi has not yet arrived in the north country." Lu Chen doesn't know exactly how Lu Yi wants to win him over. Although Lu Chen has already planned to go south, after all, there is still about a year left. Lu Chen wanted to see if he could make some use of Lu Yi. Liang Zong took the letter from Lu Chen and said, "My subordinates, please resign." Liang Zong then turned around and left the study, heading to the government affairs office next to the Yizheng Hall. Lu Chen didn't take this matter to heart for the time being. Before the mission arrived in Yancheng, he didn't know Lu Yi's specific demands or what kind of conditions Lu Yi would come up with to win him over. No matter how much he thought about it now, it's no use, we'll have to wait until the mission arrives in the north. At dusk. When Lu Chen was having dinner, Music Xuan asked from the side, "Your Majesty, the eldest princess of Dao has been coming to the palace for a few days, and she has not come to Fenjiun Palace for dinner even once. Why don't you tell her and let her eat? Come to Fenjiun Palace during dinner." Lu Chen said with a smile, "No need for now, wait until she gets used to life in Buwang Mansion." Chu Yukin said, "Chener, I saw the eldest princess yesterday and found that her power as a warrior is as strong as mine. She seems to have reached the realm of a great master. If she continues to live in the inner courtyard of the palace, I'm afraid it will be a threat." Ah! After all, Wu Yunhuan was the princess of an enemy country. Chu Yukin was always worried about Wu Yunhuan, fearing that Wu Yunhuan would do something detrimental to the Bei Palace. Ever since Wu Yunhuan came to the North Palace, Chu Yukin had been paying attention to the courtyard where Wu Yunhuan lived in the past few days, fearing what Wu Yunhuan would do to Lu Chen's wives, concubines, or children. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, she is already my woman and she won't mess around." Chu Yukin didn't know about Long Feng Ti, so she was worried that Wu Yunhuan would not be subdued by Lu Chen. Seeing that Lu Chen was so confident, Chu Yukin just sighed slightly in her heart and didn't say much. After dinner, Lu Chen went directly to the courtyard where Wu Yunhuan lived. At this time, Wu Yunhuan had already had dinner and had just come out of the bath after taking a bath. She put on the red phoenix robe again. Wu Yunhuan sat in front of the dressing table and looked at herself in the mirror. She was extremely quiet and didn't know what she was thinking. Just when she was lost in thought, the maid's voice came from the door. Wu Yunhuan came back to her senses, her heart tightened, and she suddenly became extremely nervous. He came. It's really here. This little man didn't know how he was going to torture her later. Before Wu Yunhuan got up from the stool, Lu Chen walked behind Wu Yunhuan. Lu Chen put his hands on Wu Yunhuan's shoulders, looked at Wu Yunhuan in the mirror, and said in her ear, "Your Majesty, you are so beautiful." As Lu Chen spoke, he picked up Wu Yunhuan's black hair with his hand and put it between his nose and smelled it slowly, looking like he was enjoying it. Wu Yunhuan wanted to say something at this time, but she found that she had nothing to say. What else could she say when she was under the roof? Could it be that she asked Lu Chen to let her go? This little man would not let her go, and for her, sex between men and women was a kind of enjoyment in itself. Wu Yunhuan sat in front of the mirror, still motionless, not knowing what to do or say next. Seeing that Wu Yunhuan remained motionless, Lu Chen asked, "If your majesty can answer some of my questions, I won't have to sleep with you tonight." Hearing this, Wu Yunhuan asked nervously, "What do you want to know?" Lu Chen asked, "I heard that there is a foggy area in the west of the mainland. People who enter the foggy area are almost unable to come out. However, you and Emperor Yu not only entered the foggy area, but also came out of it, and also came out of it. With great strength, Emperor Yu even broke through to the realm of heaven and human. Of course, I am not sure whether she is really a heaven and human." Wu Yunhuan frowned slightly, not expecting that Lu Chen would suddenly be interested in things in the foggy area. Wu Yunhuan then reminded, "The foggy area is very dangerous, you'd better not be interested in that place." Lu Chen lifted up Wu Yunhuan's green hair, took a deep breath and said, "That's my business. You just need to tell me what's inside the foggy area, or what's on the other side of the foggy area." Wu Yunhuan said, "Since you are so interested in things in the foggy area, I will tell you something. The mist zone is another world. I and Emperor Yu once worshipped the same master as their teacher. After my master took us into the mist zone, I and Emperor Yu lived together in the mist zone for nearly 10 years. During those 10 years, I also wanted to come back to visit my relatives, but no matter how I walked, I could not get out of the fog. Until one day, the earth was turbulent, and the fog suddenly disappeared for a short time. My master seemed to realize something, so he took the initiative to send me and Emperor Yu back. I advise you not to think about entering the foggy area. In the foggy area, heavenly beings are nothing at all." Lu Chen was startled when he heard Wu Yunhuan's words. Heavenly beings are nothing at all? Is the time finally coming when the masters are no better than dogs and the heavenly beings are everywhere? But this is not surprising. The last time Yun Xianxian came to Buwang Mansion, he told him that this world is just a low-level world. This world cannot bear too many strong people, so the heavenly beings in this world basically, he can be regarded as an immortal. Lu Chen asked curiously, "Since heavenly beings are nothing to the people in the foggy area, why didn't they leave the foggy area and directly send troops to occupy the major dynasties?" Wu Yunhuan said, "I don't know the specific reason. It seems that there is some restriction that prevents them from leaving the foggy area. I once heard Master mention that it was a coincidence that she was able to come out of the foggy area." Lu Chen thought for a while and continued to ask, "Then why did your master send you back in the end?" Wu Yunhuan said calmly, "Because she saw that we had no intention of staying in her sect, so she simply sent us back when the restriction was loosened." Lu Chen said, "So that's it." At this time, Wu Yunhuan got up from the stool and walked to the bed. As she walked, she said, "Since I have told you about the foggy area, you should abide by what you just said. It's time to go out." As soon as Wu Yunhuan finished speaking, a pair of strong arms hugged her waist from behind. At this time, Lu Chen said in her ear, "I just said that I won't sleep here tonight, and I didn't say that I leave immediately." Hearing this, Wu Yunhuan's brain was shocked, and then she said angrily, You don't keep your word." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Why did I break my promise? I just said that I don't need to sleep here tonight, so it's okay if I don't sleep here tonight. It's impossible for me to sleep with a beauty like you here." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, he pushed Wu Yunhuan directly onto the bed, and then immediately pressed him on it. Wu Yunhuan wanted to struggle a little, but found that the power in her body was imprisoned, just like Lu Chen said during the day. It was exactly the same when Chen hugged him. Wu Yunhuan was now basically certain that as long as this little man came into physical contact with her, the skills in her body would be imprisoned and unable to function. Could this guy have put some kind of curse on himself? She has been practicing in the mystical immortal sect for so many years, and she still has some understanding of the spells. Emperor Yu and she have both learned a lot of spells, but she rarely uses them and has forgotten some of them. Wu Yunhuan thought to herself, this must be some kind of spell. No wonder this man dared to do that kind of thing to herself so unscrupulously, and even dared to let herself live in the inner courtyard. It turned out that some kind of spell was used on herself. When she thought that she might be under Lu Chen's spell, Wu Yunhuan simply stopped struggling and allowed Lu Chen's big hands to mess with her body. But she didn't just wait to be bullied by Lu Chen. She asked at this time, I'm afraid the mysterious weapons in the north have something to do with the foggy area, otherwise you wouldn't be so interested in the foggy area. While Lu Chen took off Wu Yunhuan's embroidered shoes, he fiddled with her body and said, I have nothing to do with the foggy area. I'm just worried that one day a powerful enemy will appear in the west that exceeds my knowledge, so I plan to prepare in advance. Knowing yourself and your enemy will make it easier to defeat your enemy. Dao was defeated so miserably this time because Dao didn't understand Baiguo at all. He didn't even know the power of the weapons used by Baiguo before he sent troops rashly. Wu Yunhuan said, you don't have to worry at all, ah. Feeling Lu Chen's claws on her body, Wu Yun hesitated. After letting out an exclamation, she quickly gritted her teeth and stabilized her emotions. After a while, she said, there is someone in the foggy area. It's restricted, and it's impossible for people inside to come out, so there's absolutely no need for you to worry. Lu Chen said with a smile, I don't believe that the restriction can always work. Since you and Emperor Yu can enter the foggy area and come out of the foggy area, and even your master also came out of the foggy area, then it shows that there is a big loophole in that ban. In other words, the restriction may be cracked. If one day the restriction is cracked and powerful enemies from the foggy area come out, and the North Kingdom is not prepared at all, then it will only become a slave to the subjugation of the country. Hearing what Lu Chen said, Wu Yunhuan also felt that it made sense, which made Wu Yunhuan slightly change her view of Lu Chen. Unexpectedly, this lecherous little man still has some advantages, and he also knows how to be prepared for danger in times of peace. Wu Yunhuan said, if the people in the foggy area really come out, even if you are prepared, you cannot be their opponent. Take the mystic immortal sect where I once belonged. The lowest monks in the sect are all heavenly beings. Let's not talk about whether you have heavenly beings in the northern country. Even if you have heavenly beings, how can one or two heavenly beings be the immortals? Zong's opponent. Hearing Wu Yunhuan's words, Lu Chen's hand movements stopped immediately. He did not reply immediately. Wu Yunhuan's words were indeed correct. If the forces in the foggy area really broke through the so-called restrictions and came to in this world, it is a dimensionality reduction blow to them. If this is the case, then he must quickly improve his strength and make himself stronger. As long as he breaks through the heaven-human realm, his realm can continue to improve through the system. Wu Yunhuan's words instantly gave Lu Chen a sense of urgency. Originally, he had thought that unifying the major dynasties could be done slowly. Thinking about it now, I'm afraid this matter can't be done slowly. What if the restrictions in the mist zone are broken by the people from that world before he can unify the world? Then wouldn't he be crushed by the enemies inside? Thinking of this, Lu Chen's hand moved again. He pulled hard, and a piece of Wu Yunhuan's phoenix robe was instantly torn off, revealing her white and smooth skin. Wu Yunhuan's plump body, graceful figure, and soft skin immediately inspired the wild nature in Lu Chen's heart. Wu Yunhuan originally planned to continue to say something, but the next moment her red lips were blocked by Lu Chen, and she could only make a sound of "Ahoy." Lu Chen's kiss quickly touched Wu Yunhuan's feelings. After a moment, Wu Yunhuan's eyes were dim, and only Lu Chen's figure could be seen in her mind. Although Wu Yunhuan also knew that she might have been cursed by Lu Chen, she didn't care anymore. She just wanted to have sex with this man now. After the two kissed for a while, Lu Chen stood up slightly, and their lips parted. Lu Chen looked at Wu Yunhuan's charming face and said in a low voice, "Wan Wan, you are so beautiful, I really love you to death." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Yunhuan did not respond. She subconsciously wrapped her arms around Lu Chen's neck and kissed Lu Chen's mouth. For a moment, the whole garden couldn't hold back the beauty. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen put his arms around Wu Yunhuan's waist and whispered in her ear, "Wan Wan, do you love me?" Wu Yunhuan was completely lost at this time, and she still had her own consciousness. She subconsciously said, I love you, too." A smile appeared on Lu Chen's face, and then he continued to ask, "Then am I your husband?" "Yes." Lu Chen continued to induce, "How about you call me husband?" "Husband, husband." Wrong. Wu Yunhuan's brain suddenly woke up. She instantly thought of the bet she made with Lu Chen. Within a month, if she called Lu Chen husband, or said she loved him, she would lose, and she would stay in Buwang Mansion for the rest of her life. He begot children. It's over. In just a few days, she actually lost. However, Wu Yunhuan's regret quickly dissipated without a trace. All her worries temporarily disappeared, and only the joy that Lu Chen brought to her remained in her mind. Early morning. Magpies were chirping by the window, and the maids in Buwang Mansion began to change shifts. The maids at Wu Yunhuan's door yawned and quickly left the door. After completing the handover with the maids who were changing shifts, they quickly ran away. After standing guard at the door all night, they couldn't stand it anymore. They were at the age when love was just beginning, and they were allowed to listen to things they shouldn't have listened to all night. The little maids were all blushing. At this time, there was still constant movement in the room, and some faint voices could be heard outside. Inside the room. Just like last time, Lu Chen pressed on Wu Yunhuan's back, hugged her soft body, and whispered loving words in her ear. After Wu Yunhuan recovered, she asked resentfully, "Do you always treat your women like this?" Wu Yunhuan felt that she was treated as a slave by Lu Chen, so she acted recklessly. Lu Chen replied with a smile, "That's not the case, the main thing is to divide people. If the person I sleep with is below the 5th level, I will know how to cherish the beauty. If the woman I sleep with reaches the level of a master, or above, then there is no need for me to show mercy to her." Wu Yunhuan was slightly startled. She was now a grand master. No wonder this bastard didn't regard her as a human being at all. But that didn't matter. What made her most angry was that she lost the bet with Lu Chen. She lost the bet. According to the bet, she would be Lu Chen's wife and concubine for the rest of her life and give birth to Lu Chen's children. Lu Chen asked in her ear at this time, "My good wife, do you still remember our bet?" Hearing this, Wu Yunhuan's face suddenly changed, but she was pressed under Lu Chen, and Lu Chen couldn't see her face turn cold. Wu Yunhuan said at this time, "Bet? What bet? When did I have any bet with you?" Wu Yunhuan thought that since Lu Chen cheated and stayed here yesterday, she could also deny her bet with Lu Chen. As the eldest princess of Dao, she was the only one who conquered other men. How could she be conquered by a man who was more than 10 years younger than herself? This bastard also wants her to give him children, don't even think about it. Seeing that Wu Yunhuan refused to admit it, Lu Chen said with a smile, "It's useless if you don't admit it. Anyway, you have lost the bet. From now on, just stay in Buwang Mansion and give birth to my children." Wu Yunhuan said coldly, "Unless you imprison me, I will never abide by that agreement." Wu Yunhuan simply stopped acting. Seeing that Wu Yunhuan was unwilling to abide by the agreement, Lu Chen was not angry. He just said calmly, "I like tough words. The last one was so tough talking. Now I feel uncomfortable if I don't come to Buwang Mansion to practice calligraphy for a few days. I really want to know how long you can hold on." Speaking of this, Lu Chen blew into Wu Yunhuan's ear. Wu Yunhuan didn't know who Lu Chen was talking about, but she also realized that Lu Chen might really have some means to make her surrender. Could this little man be so confident because he cast some kind of spell on himself? End of chapter. Chapter 387. The Daxia mission arrives. Although she suspected that Lu Chen had cast some kind of spell on herself, Wu Yunwan herself did not sense any problems with her body. In order to confirm whether there was really a spell, Wu Yunwan decided to test it. She then said, "Even if you use some kind of spell to control me and occupy my body all the time, I can't really like you." Lu Chen was not a fool. He immediately heard that Wu Yunwan was testing him. "Are you testing me, thinking I have cast some kind of spell on you?" Wu Yunwan chuckled, "Isn't it? As long as you touch my body, my skills will be banned immediately. If you didn't put a curse on me, how could such a thing happen?" After hearing Wu Yunwan's words, Lu Chen thought for a while. Although the effect of Long Feng tea was very good, it was indeed a bit too obvious. As long as you come into contact with him, the power in your body will be blocked, and even a woman can find some clues. The wives and concubines in his inner courtyard must have also discovered this, but they didn't mention it directly. After all, they didn't need to use their skills to sleep with him, and they must have guessed that it had something to do with him. At this time, Lu Chen did not directly answer Wu Yunwan's words, but asked the system in his mind, "System, is there a way for a woman who drank Dragon Phoenix tea to still be able to use her skills after coming into contact with me?" The host only needs to input his spiritual power into the women's danshan, and they will be able to use their skills again. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. "Is it that simple? Then I gave them so much spiritual power before, so how come they didn't see them when they came into contact with me?" Before Lu Chen finished speaking, the system answered again. "When the host and the wives and concubines perform dual cultivation, they can already use their skills, but because your spiritual power forms a circuit during your dual cultivation, they cannot act aggressively towards you." Lu Chen understood instantly. He had previously thought that as long as he came into contact with his woman, his skills would be completely lost, but that was not actually the case. When they practiced dual cultivation, his wives and concubines had returned to normal, but in that state, their ability to mobilize would be restricted by themselves, so they could not attack themselves. But then again, how could her wives and concubines attack her now that she was doing things between men and women? Wu Yunwan was stunned when she felt Lu Chen on her back, and suddenly fell into silence. She didn't speak for a long time, and then she said coldly, "It seems that I was right, you were indeed pregnant by me. What a spell!" Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Do you really think it's a problem with the spell?" Wu Yunwan said, "Except for spells, I can't think of any way to ban my skills in this way." Lu Chen then released his spiritual power and gathered it into Wu Yunwan's danshan. The next moment, Wu Yunwan felt that her whole body was full of strength and her skills were back. After regaining her power, the first thing Wu Yunwan wanted to do was to turn over and become the master. However, as soon as she used her power, she found that she was still unable to move, and she was still pinned down by Lu Chen. Wu Yunwan was stunned. "What's going on? My skills are back, so why can't I resist this little man?" Just when Wu Yunwan was confused, Lu Chen immediately released the pressure on him. After feeling the pressure emanating from Lu Chen, Wu Yunwan said in shock, You are already a heavenly being." "Impossible. How old are you this year?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "I am indeed not a celestial being." Wu Yunwan reacted instantly, "Even if you are not a heavenly being, you have entered the Hedao stage." Lu Chen said in her ear at this time, "How about it, now that your skills are back, you can try to resist." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Yunwan felt angry. Although she knew that she might still not be Lu Chen's opponent, Wu Yunwan still planned to resist. Just when Wu Yunwan was trying to use her kung fu to resist, she suddenly noticed something strange inside her body. Then she discovered that when she was doing her kung fu, it seemed as if her body's kung fu was connected to something. The next moment she understood what was going on. She and Lu Chen were still in a certain state. As long as they exercised their skills, it would affect Lu Chen's skills. However, the skills of the two of them had formed a cycle. The most important thing was that Lu Chen's side was the big one, so if she wanted to use her power, she had to let go of Lu Chen's side. If Lu Chen didn't let go, she still wouldn't be able to use her power. Wu Yunhuan was a little confused. What kind of move was this? Why has she never heard of such a thing that the two people's skills can be integrated together? Just when Wu Yunhuan was puzzled, Lu Chen suddenly started to exercise his skills. The next moment, Wu Yunhuan felt that all the skills in his body were being stimulated. Wu Yunhuan instantly experienced the feeling of being stimulated, and she subconsciously said, "No." But Lu Chen ignored her and continued to use his skills. The skills in the two people's bodies began to circulate again. Lu Chen also started to cause trouble at this time, and Wu Yunhuan could only do what he did before. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Yunhuan finally accepted her fate. She really had no way to resist now. Lu Chen said at this time, "What, even if you recover your skills, what can you do?" Wu Yunhuan lay on her stomach and asked helplessly, "How did you do it?" Lu Chen didn't intend to hide it, he said directly, "This is a dual cultivation method that can be practiced by men and women." Wu Yunhuan asked, "Taking yin to replenish yang? Demonic cult evil power?" Lu Chen laughed, "If I were to use yin to replenish yang, with the intensity of my work, I'm afraid you would already be a mummy. Haven't you noticed that your strength is constantly growing? I used this method to help you break through to the Grand Master realm a few days ago." Wu Yunhuan thought for a while. Although this technique was very similar to the evil technique of the demon cult, in terms of results, it really didn't resemble harvesting yin to replenish yang. If it was a demonic cult, with Lu Chen's method of doing things, she might not be far away from death, especially last time, it was 2 nights and 1 day. It would be strange if she didn't die. How could she have broken through to the realm of a Grand Master instead? So, is this technique actually a decent technique? Wu Yunhuan instantly realized the problem, and she immediately said, "It is impossible for this kind of skill to exist in this world." "Who gave you this skill?" Lu Chen said in her ear at this time, "My good wife, just because you don't know, it doesn't mean there is no such thing in this world." Wu Yunhuan didn't believe Lu Chen's words. She insisted on her guess that this technique must come from other worlds, and most likely even from the foggy area. Reminiscent of Lu Chen's previous inquiry about the foggy area, this strengthened Wu Yunhuan's guess. At this time, Lu Chen was stroking Wu Yunhuan's smooth and delicate body with one hand, and asked, "Not everyone can practice this technique. Do you know what conditions are needed to practice this technique?" Wu Yunhuan asked, "What are the conditions?" Lu Chen replied, "To practice this technique, men and women need to like each other and have feelings for men and women. If one party has no feelings for the other party, this technique cannot be practiced." Wu Yunhuan instantly understood what Lu Chen wanted to say. Lu Chen wanted to say that she liked him, so they were able to learn this technique. Wu Yunhuan immediately denied it, "Impossible. How can I like you? It is absolutely impossible to practice this technique without this condition." Lu Chen said, "No matter how you deny it, it's useless." Wu Yunhuan became a little confused. She couldn't believe this was true. If what Lu Chen said was true, wouldn't it mean that she liked this man? Although she was indeed very interested in his body and thought he was a handsome man very early on, she just fell in love with Lu Chen's male sex. How could she have feelings for him? How could she have feelings for him in a life like hers? It is impossible for people in the palace to have feelings. Lu Chen said, "Okay, it's dawn, I have something else to do, so I won't talk about it for now. Anyway, you just need to understand that you can't live without me." Wu Yunhuan did not continue to refute Lu Chen's words this time. Lu Chen got up from Wu Yunhuan the next moment and was about to go to the bath. At this time, Wu Yunwan suddenly turned over and slapped Lu Chen with a palm. Just when Wu Yunwan's palm was about to approach Lu Chen's body, it seemed as if a force was pulling her, preventing her palm from passing through. At this time, Lu Chen turned to look at Wu Yunwan and saw that Wu Yunwan was about to attack him, but his hand stopped in mid-air. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth raised slightly. What I said is right, even if you recover. No matter what your skills are, you are reluctant to take action against me. Wu Yunwan looked at her hand that was still in mid-air in disbelief. She really couldn't do it. This little bastard treated herself like this and tortured her like a slave girl, but she still couldn't do anything to him. She couldn't take action against Lu Chen before, and she could still find an excuse saying that she was controlled by Lu Chen and couldn't take action against him. But this time it was different. This time she had recovered her skills, and Lu Chen's back was turned to her. If she attacked Lu Chen, she could do it, but she just couldn't do it. She was not imprisoned by any force, she simply couldn't do it. The moment she did it, her heart hurt. Just when Wu Yunwan was distracted, Lu Chen grabbed Wu Yunwan's wrist, then pulled her delicate body directly from the bed, and then walked towards the bathtub in a princess hug. Wu Yunwan instantly became extremely calm. She no longer struggled, but put her hands around Lu Chen's neck and let Lu Chen carry her to the bath. After entering the bath, Lu Chen hugged Wu Yunwan and sat in the bath. Wu Yunwan then said, "I am a woman with great ambitions." Wu Yunwan's tone became much calmer, and she didn't even call herself I anymore. Upon hearing Wu Yunwan's abrupt words, Lu Chen said lightly, "I know." Wu Yunwan continued, "Are you really not afraid that after I become your woman, I will turn the northern kingdom upside down?" Lu Chen said, "If I were afraid, I would not let you come to Buwang Mansion, let alone let you become my woman." After hearing Lu Chen's answer, Wu Yunwan fell into silence. After a while, Wu Yunwan continued to ask, "Are you really planning to unify the major dynasties?" Lu Chen gently stroked Wu Yunwan's jade back and said, "If it were before, I actually didn't have a strong idea of unifying the world, but it's different now. You let me know that there are more powerful beings in the mist zone. If I don't unify the world quickly and prepare for a war with the strong men in the mist zone, when the ban on the mist zone is lifted one day, when the enemies come out there, they may not only destroy my country, but even capture my women and make them slaves. I don't want to experience the treatment of a country that is destroyed." Wu Yunwan asked, "You must destroy other dynasties? Can't you cooperate with other dynasties?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "This idea is a bit naive. The interests of each dynasty are different, and they can never be monolithic. If the enemy in the foggy area really comes out, even if several dynasties unite to temporarily prevent the enemy's invasion, enemies in the mist zone only need to sow discord or grant other dynasties some favors, and this loose alliance will be broken up." Wu Yunwan thought for a while, and she thought Lu Chen was right. If it was just a superficial alliance, it would be difficult to truly resist the enemy. Maybe some dynasties would directly surrender to the enemies who came out of the foggy area. When the time comes, at that time, it was even worse for other dynasties in this world. Although this is the truth, Wu Yunwan also understands that unifying the world can better gather strength, but as the party that may be destroyed, Wu Yunwan still feels a little depressed. If Lu Chen insists on unifying the world, the Dahu dynasty may be annexed, and her dream of being an empress will be completely shattered. Now she suddenly regrets telling Lu Chen about the foggy area. If Lu Chen didn't know that there were powerful enemies in the foggy area, Lu Chen might not be so anxious to destroy the major dynasties. Now that he feels the pressure, he will inevitably speed up the process of unification. Wu Yunwan suddenly felt that she had become a sinner of the Dahu dynasty. Seeing that Wu Yunwan suddenly stopped talking, Lu Chen said with a smile, "If you want to be an empress, why don't you wait until I unify the world and then allocate a piece of land for you to build a country and experience what it's like to be an empress?" Wu Yunwan came to her senses and said calmly, "No need. What she wants to be is Da's empress, not being locked up and playing house. Lu Chen continued, from now on, just stay in Buwang Mansion. If you want to join politics, I will give you a chance. Wu Yunwan said, you dare to give me your power. Lu Chen said, since we are all a family, what else can we not dare to do? Wu Yunwan said, if you believe in women so much, you will suffer a loss sooner or later. Lu Chen said, I don't believe in all women, I only believe in my woman. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Yunwan always felt a strange feeling in her heart, which was beyond words. A few days later, the envoy sent by Prince Lu Yi arrived in the North Kingdom. When the members of the mission arrived at New Yancheng, they couldn't believe that this place was Yancheng. The roads leading to Yancheng are extremely spacious, and there are 7 or 8 main roads in Yancheng. The most important thing is that the ground in Yancheng is all hardened. After entering Yancheng, what comes into view is the bustling Yancheng. Carriages come and go, and the streets are full of people. Although it is spacious and lively, the streets are very clean and not messy at all, even in the capital city. Can't do this. The most important thing is that the houses in Yancheng look very solid, and the houses in Beijing are much higher, with many houses exceeding 6 or 7 floors. In terms of prosperity and splendor, the current Yancheng has completely surpassed the capital of Daxia. The most important thing is vitality. Yancheng is obviously more dynamic than the capital. The political struggle in the capital is very serious now. Almost every day, people are involved in the political struggle or become victims of the political struggle. Therefore, the people in the capital have become very cautious and rarely discuss the affairs of Daxia in public. But Yancheng is different. The streets of Yancheng are full of newspapers and newsboys. People discuss the impact of Buwang's various reforms on the streets. Of course, most of the people discussing are not just blindly talking about it. When talking about the disadvantages, I will also talk about some advantages. As the head of the mission, Qin Feng couldn't believe what he saw in Yancheng. He had never thought that the capital of a feudal state was more prosperous than the capital of the suzerain state. This warrior can see how high the northern king's governance level is. Qin Feng felt a little emotional in his heart. Back then, the northern king was still a useless waste. He never expected that in just a few years, the northern king would make the northern kingdom so powerful and prosperous. Qin Feng began to feel worried. He felt that there was a high probability that the northern king would not agree to the prince's solicitation. The northern king now has such great strength, he can go south to seize the throne. Why should he side with the prince? Although he was unsure, Qin Feng could only go to see King Bei. He was now from the prince's faction, so he naturally had to do things for the prince. In the mission's motorcade, there were several special carriages with red curtains hanging on them. It was obvious that women were sitting inside. At this time, a woman opened the curtain and looked at the bustling scene outside. There was no expression on the woman's face, as if she had become numb to the world. This time the prince sent a delegation to visit King Bei and prepared rich gifts for King Bei. In addition to precious stones, gold, and silver, these gifts also included beautiful women. And those carriages with red curtains were occupied by the beauties that the prince had given to King Bei, including Qin Yue, the woman who opened the curtains and looked outside. She is a daughter of the Qin family of the Jiangnan family. After the Jiangnan family was destroyed, she fled to the Qin Feng family. Although Qin Feng had a slight blood relationship with the Jiangnan Qin family, Qin Feng had sided with Emperor Xia from the beginning, so when Emperor Xia destroyed the family, it did not affect Qin Feng. End of chapter. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 388 What kind of person is your prince? After Qin Yue fled to Qin Feng's house, she originally thought that Qin Feng could take her in because they were relatives before, or give her a way out, but Qin Feng sold her without saying a word. However, Qin Feng did not send her to the Jiaofang division, but handed her over to Lu Yi in an attempt to please Lu Yi. Qin Yue was charming and a great beauty, and Qin Feng thought Lu Yi would like her. Lu Yi did take Qin Yue in, but as the eldest prince, Lu Yi gave him too many women. There was no shortage of beautiful women around him, so Lu Yi just locked Qin Yue in a certain the yard was raised like a canary. Lu Yi is not like Lu Chen, who sleeps with beautiful women when he sees them. On the one hand, he is a warrior, and warriors cannot indulge in beauty. On the other hand, he already has enough women. He accepted Qin Yue mainly to give Qin Feng face. If he did not accept gifts from others, it meant that he did not want to unite with the other party. He must still accept the gifts that should be received, and Lu Yi also raised a lot of them. Meiji uses it to give away people. Politics is sometimes very simple, and sending women away is also a political means. When Lu Yi decided to win over Lu Chen, he immediately thought of Qin Yue. Qin Yue was innocent and so beautiful. He believed that Lu Chen, a lustful person, would like her very much. At this time, Qin Yue looked at the scenery outside the window and felt infinite desolation in her heart. Since the Qin family was destroyed, she has been hiding here and there. In the end, she thought Qin Feng would take her in, but she didn't expect that Qin Feng didn't care about the blood relationship between them at all. Thinking about it, Qin Feng himself was on the side of Emperor Xia, and the family was the target of destruction, so it was normal for Qin Feng not to take her in. Qin Yue looked at the window and felt like a canary in a cage, whose ultimate fate was to be sent around. She had long heard some rumors about Bei Wang, so in her opinion, as long as she entered Bei Wang's palace, she would suffer inhuman treatment. When Bei Wang got tired of playing, he would probably send her away directly. Go to a brothel and be played by other men. When she thought of her tragic fate, Qin Yue had the idea of committing suicide. The convoy of the Daxia envoy quickly arrived at the residence arranged by the North Kingdom. This was not a state visit, so Qin Feng would not meet Lu Chen in the political hall, but would meet with Lu Chen in private. Afternoon. With bright eyes and calm wind, Lu Chen sat in a pavilion in the outer courtyard, waiting for the arrival of the Daxia envoy. When Lu Chen was sitting in the pavilion drinking tea, a breeze blew, and the next moment, Zhuge Chongguang also appeared in the courtyard. Lu Chen put down the teacup in his hand and asked, "What conditions does the Grand Master think they will come up with to convince me to side with the Crown Prince?" Zhuge Chongguang touched his beard and smiled slightly. "In my opinion, they have probably guessed that the prince plans to go south to fight for the throne, so they will do whatever it takes to please you and make you feel that they are not a threat and make you feel that there is no need to fight for that throne." Hearing Zhuge Chongguang's words, Lu Chen also smiled. If the prince really sent a mission to the Northern Kingdom for this purpose, then the mission would be in vain. He will definitely go south to fight for the throne. Only by winning the entire Great Xia will he have the strength to unify the major dynasties. For him, in addition to material resources, the population of Daxia is also a very important resource. What he needs to unify the world is sufficient population, so he will definitely fight for the throne, but there is still about a year left. He is not in a hurry yet. You can pretend to agree to them first, and then make excuses to go south. After a while, a female guard entered the courtyard and said, "Your Majesty, the imperial delegation has arrived." Lu Chen said calmly, "Let them come in." Yes. Soon, under the leadership of the palace guards, Qin Feng and several members of the mission entered the North Palace and came to the courtyard where Lu Chen was. After seeing Lu Chen, Qin Feng quickly saluted and said, "I'll pay my respects to the King of the North." Lu Chen said and said, "No courtesy." Qin Feng and others said in unison, "Thank you, King Bei." Lu Chen glanced at Qin Feng's information and was about to say something when he discovered that behind Qin Feng there was actually a woman wearing a light red gauze dress. The woman had high temples and a peach blossom hairpin on her head. Graceful and graceful, Lu Chen knew that her score must be over 90 even before using the system to identify her. Lu Chen then used the system to identify the woman's information. Name, Qin Wei. Identity, the remnant of the Qin family in Jiangnan, 23 years old this year, a 6th grade warrior. After the Qin family was destroyed, she originally planned to seek refuge with the Qin family in the capital, but was given to the eldest prince Lu Yi by Qin Feng. The eldest prince did not value women, and he did not touch her and raised her in a certain mansion. She is still in perfect condition. In order to win over the northern king, the eldest prince decided to give her to the northern king as a gift. She seems to know something that others don't know. Rating, 92. Favorability, 50. Seeing Qin Wei's information, Lu Chen smiled slightly. His eldest brother was really a good person. He didn't enjoy the beauty, but instead thought of his brother. Seeing Lu Chen's eyes fixed on Qin Wei, Qin Feng felt happy. It seemed that the rumors were indeed true. Although King Bei had indeed gotten rid of the title of trash, his lust was real. As soon as Qin Wei entered the courtyard, King Bei was attracted to her and couldn't move away. Qin Feng took the initiative to say at this time, "My lord, you came to the bitter cold land of the north when you were 16 years old. After that, you not only defended the northern country many times and protected the country of Daxia, but also developed the northern country to be so prosperous as it is today, and even defeated the enemy. We have defeated Daxia's most threatening enemy, thanks to your contribution." Seeing Qin Feng talking incessantly, Lu Chen knew that Qin Feng would definitely say a lot of flattery later, so he quickly said, "Stop it, stop it. Master Qin came all the way here just to praise me, right?" Qin Feng said with a smile, "Of course not. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince believes that the Northern King deserves to be rewarded for his hard work. However, the situation in the court is in chaos. Every time His Highness the Crown Prince wants to reward you with something, the ministers from other factions in the court try their best to obstruct it. Therefore, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince decides to reward you with his own gold, silver, and jewels, to thank you for your contribution to Daxia." Having said this, Qin Feng said to the people behind him, "Bring it in." The next moment, the guards of Buwang Mansion entered the courtyard carrying dozens of large boxes. Qin Feng continued, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince knows that you also like beauties, so he specially selected some beautiful girls as gifts for you. They are all still perfect." Having said this, Qin Feng turned to look at Qin Wei, his face changed instantly, and he said coldly, "From now on, you will be the prince's man. Go over and serve the prince." Qin Wei said expressionlessly, "Yes, Mr. Qin." Qin Wei then walked towards Lu Chen, but Lu Chen did not stop Qin Wei. Soon Qin Wei came and stood behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at the gold and silver jewelry in the boxes and smiled, "Master Qin, you better stop beating around the bush and say what you have to say. The prince asked you to send so many things, but nothing happened." Qin Feng immediately said, "Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince intends to support you in establishing an independent dynasty in the Northern Kingdom, and is willing to allocate all the land north of the Qi Kingdom to you." Lu Chen laughed, "Is the prince afraid that I will go south to fight for the throne?" Hearing Lu Chen's somewhat unkind tone, Qin Feng's forehead began to break out in cold sweat. "Your Majesty, now Yanqing is more prosperous than the capital city. I heard that the people in the Northern Kingdom no longer suffer from hunger and cold, and their lives are better than those in other parts of Daxia. For the prince, the current Daxia is a mess. Since the prince has developed the Northern Kingdom to this point, why does he need the throne? If the prince goes south, with the military strength of the northern country, it is indeed not a problem to win the throne. But even if the prince wins the throne, based on what you have done in the north, the people of Daxia will not agree to you sitting in that position. When the time comes, a group of rebels will be another big trouble for you." Hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Chen smiled faintly. It seemed that Zhuge Chongguang was right. Lu Yi or those around Lu Yi had indeed realized that he might go south, so they were so anxious to send a mission to the north. Lu Chen said at this time, "What you said makes some sense. However, the development of the Northern Kingdom requires a lot of resources, and the land in the Northern Kingdom is not fertile and cannot grow much food. Although it seems that the people in the Northern Kingdom have not suffered from hunger and cold, a big reason is because we learned from other dynasties. Buying grain in large quantities, if one day other dynasties are no longer willing to sell us grain, the people of the Northern Kingdom will likely live the same hungry days again. So for the sake of the belly of the people of the Northern Kingdom, the Northern King has to fight for that position." Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and immediately said, "Your Majesty, your ability to think about the people of the Northern Kingdom shows that you are a kind king. Then you should know very well that if you lead your troops south, life will be destroyed. I don't know how many people will die by then. Since you are so kind, you should not initiate a war." Hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Chen laughed angrily. He sneered and said, "So, the people in the north deserve to be hungry and cold." As he spoke, Lu Chen's aura was instantly released. Qin Feng and the people in the mission immediately knelt down. Qin Feng quickly said, "Of course not. His Highness the Crown Prince has thought of a better way." Lu Chen said, "Oh? You should tell me what the solution is. After you, my lord, establish your own dynasty, Daxia will immediately sign an eternal covenant with you. Whatever the Northern Kingdom needs from now on, Daxia will provide you with it, and the caravans from the Northern Kingdom can do business in Daxia at will, no matter what business they do. There will be no restrictions, including food. In this way, the Northern Kingdom no longer has to worry about lack of food. And if you do this, Your Majesty, you won't have to deal with those landlords or aristocratic families. Your Majesty, you can develop the Northern Kingdom with peace of mind." Hearing this, Lu Chen burst out laughing. After laughing for a while, Lu Chen said, "My eldest brother is very considerate. He is actually able to do this." Seeing that Lu Chen seemed to be in a better mood, Qin Feng was relieved. Just when Qin Feng was about to continue to say something, Lu Chen said, "The prince will not let you talk about benefits blindly. Let's talk about it. In addition to his support, besides my independence, what are the other conditions, or in other words, what does he want from me?" Qin Feng said, "The prince is wise. His Royal Highness wants the prince to publicly stand up to support him, and to send troops to resist other vassal kings at critical moments." The corners of Lu Chen's mouth raised slightly, revealing a sinister smile. Before Qin Feng could continue, Lu Chen said, "Okay, I agree." Seeing that Lu Chen agreed so quickly, Qin Feng and others were stunned for a moment. They originally thought that King Bei would put forward more conditions, but they did not expect that King Bei would agree so simply. Qin Feng asked in disbelief, "My lord, did you really agree?" Lu Chen said calmly, "The prince is my eldest brother, so of course I have to give him some respect. Moreover, Daxia has a system of eldest son inheritance. Daxia's rights have been ruined for hundreds of years, so it's time to get back on track. Moreover, the prince has shown so much sincerity. He has given away gold and silver, ceded land, and given such a beautiful woman to me. If I don't agree, wouldn't it be a bit ungrateful?" Having said this, Lu Chen turned his head and glanced at Qin Yue standing next to him. When Lu Chen looked at her like this, Qin Yue suddenly felt as if she was being targeted by a wild beast, and her delicate body could not help but tremble. Qin Yue felt extremely sad when she thought about her future fate. At this time, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, and then said, "By the way, go back and tell the prince that you will send more beauties to me in the future. In a poor place like the north, where the weather is cold and cold, beautiful girls, not even women." Qin Feng said quickly, Yes, after I return, I will inform His Highness the Crown Prince of this matter and ask His Highness to send you more beauties." Lu Chen waved his hand at this time, "Okay, if nothing happens, you all can go back and rest." Qin Feng stood up and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Immediately, Qin Feng led the people from the mission out of the courtyard and left the northern prince's mansion. When they left, they all had bright smiles on their faces. After all, their mission had been completed, and the northern prince had really agreed to the prince's request. As long as the northern king stays in the northern kingdom with peace of mind and stands on Lu Yi's side, Lu Yi is likely to successfully inherit the throne after the death of Emperor Xia. If Lu Yi is given some more time, Daxia will have the same weapons as Baiguo sooner or later. By then, Daxia may become more powerful than Baiguo. Once their plan succeeds, the status of the members of their mission to the north will be greatly improved, which makes Qin Feng and the others unhappy. After Qin Feng and the members of the delegation left the courtyard, Lu Chen asked the servants of the palace to move all the big boxes in the courtyard. Soon, apart from the maids, only Lu Chen, Zhuge Chongguang and Qin Yue were left in the courtyard. Lu Chen ignored Qin Yue and asked Zhuge Chongguang, "Do you think the great scholar should agree to the prince?" Zhuge Chongguang smiled and said, "Don't you already have the answer in your mind?" Although Lu Chen said he agreed just now, Zhuge Chongguang could tell at a glance that Lu Chen was pretending to agree. If Lu Yi was really in danger and asked the northern kingdom to send troops south, Lu Chen would definitely use King Qin's help to go south. Opportunity to directly seize the throne. At this time, Zhuge Chongguang continued, "Your Majesty, if nothing happens, I will go back to handle government affairs first." At this point, Zhuge Chongguang glanced at Qin Yue. He knew that Lu Chen might be busy with something important next, so he didn't plan to disturb Lu Chen anymore. Lu Chen said, "Yeah, okay." The next moment, Zhuge Chongguang left the courtyard. Without Zhuge Chongguang, now apart from the maid, only Lu Chen and Qin Yue were left in the courtyard. Qin Yue suddenly became extremely nervous. Her delicate hands couldn't help but squeeze her dress tightly, not knowing what kind of encounter she would face next. Lu Chen said calmly at this time, "Miss Qin, did you learn how to serve others when you were in the East Palace?" Hearing this question, Qin Yue was slightly stunned. She recalled everything that had just happened. It seemed that Qin Feng had not taken the initiative to tell Bei Wang his surname. Why did Bei Wang know that his surname was Qin? Although she was very curious, Qin Yue did not ask this question. She replied, "Back to the prince, the female officer of the East Palace has taught the slaves." Since she was sent to the East Palace by Qin Feng, the female officials in the East Palace have been teaching her how to please men every day. She no longer has the temperament of the eldest lady when she was in the Qin family, so she can only be forced to learn those things. Under the guidance of those female officials, although Qin Yue has not yet experienced actual combat, she is already very clear about matters between men and women. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Very good, I will give you a chance. If you can serve me well tonight, you will be able to move around freely in Yanqing from now on, and I can give you the status of a concubine." Hearing what Lu Chen said, Qin Yue couldn't believe it was true. She was already prepared to be locked up in Buwang Mansion for the rest of her life, but she didn't expect that Lu Chen was actually willing to let her leave Buwang Mansion. Although she could only move around Yanqing, it was still better than being locked up in Buwang Mansion for the rest of her life. Qin Yue immediately said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will serve you with all your heart." Lu Chen immediately said to the maid in the yard, "Take her to take a bath and change clothes." "Yes, Your Majesty." Then the maid took Qin Yue and left. Lu Chen sat in the courtyard for a while longer before getting up and leaving for the study. When Qin Yue was taking a bath in the bathtub, she was a little distracted. She always felt that King Bei was not who she imagined. At this time, she asked the maid beside the bath, "Can I ask, what kind of person is your prince?" End of chapter. Chapter 389 Qin Yue's illness. After hearing Qin Yue's question, the maids beside the bath looked at me and I looked at you. They didn't know Qin Yue, so they didn't dare to talk nonsense in front of Qin Yue. At this time, the maid who brought Qin Yue here just now said to the other maids, "This lady is the prince's new wife." After hearing this, the maids came to their senses, and one maid said, "So you are the prince's wife? What is your surname, madam?" Qin Yue replied, "Qin." At this time, the maid who had just led the way said, "Mrs. Qin, don't worry. Although there are rumors that the prince is promiscuous, the real prince only likes beauty at most, and the prince is very good to his wives and concubines. Since the prince has already planned to take you as his concubine, madam, you can just wait and enjoy the blessings from now on. The prince's harem is also in harmony, there is not much intrigue, and the wife doesn't have to worry about being plotted against." Hearing these words, Qin Yue was slightly stunned. She did not expect that a maid would dare to talk about the North King's harem. Although she had just asked them what kind of person the North King was, she just asked casually. She didn't expect these maids to answer her. As a result, the maid not only answered, but also told her all about the situation in the Northern Prince's mansion. This shows that the management of the Northern Prince's inner court is very loose, and even the maids can discuss the affairs of the Northern Prince's harem. Thinking about it this way, maybe King Bei is not as scary as imagined. In fact, the environment in the inner courtyard of Buwang Mansion is indeed relatively relaxed. Lu Chen is kind to the maids, but ordinary maids do not dare to discuss matters in Buwang Mansion casually, that is, they occasionally whisper. Qin Yue didn't know that the identity of the maid who just brought her here was not simple. That maid was from the Qian family. The Qian family had a very harmonious relationship with Lu Chen, so her status in the palace was relatively high. Her courage also bigger. Qin Yue said to the maid at this time, "Thank you for telling me this." The maid said, "Mrs. Qin, you are so polite. This is what a slave should do." Qin Yue continued to ask, "Can I ask more, how many women does the prince have?" The maid said, "This slave doesn't know." Although the maids knew the number of wives and concubines Lu Chen had in the inner courtyard, in the eyes of the maid, their king was so handsome, and there were countless beautiful women outside who had a night of fun with their king, so she really didn't know how many women does King Bei have? When the maid said she didn't know, Qin Yue did not continue to ask. However, she realized through the maid's answer that King Bei was indeed a romantic and lustful person. Otherwise, how could even the maids in the palace not know how many women he had? For a moment, Qin Yue began to worry about herself again. She was afraid that Lu Chen would eventually get tired of playing and give her away, just like the prince gave her as a gift to King Bei. In this era, concubines did not have much status, and they could still be given away at will, especially concubines from the palace. For some princes, concubines are just a tool. If there are powerful retainers, or when guests go to the palace, those princes will let their concubines come out to entertain the guests and sleep with them. If the guest likes it, just give the concubine as a gift. Therefore, Qin Yue was not particularly relieved because she had the status of concubine. She was still uneasy in her heart. Qin Yue continued to inquire, "Does the prince have the habit of giving concubines to others?" Hearing Qin Yue's question, the maid of the Qian family instantly understood what Qin Yue was worried about, so she replied, "The prince has a strong possessive desire for women. As long as it is his woman, he will not give it to anyone else. Mrs. Qin also do not worry." When the maid said this, Qin Yue relaxed a little. As long as Bei Wang didn't have the habit of giving women away casually, she was afraid that she would become an object and be given away. After Qin Yue finished taking a bath and came out of the bathroom, the maids changed her into gorgeous clothes and dressed her up. Qin Yue sat in front of the dressing table, looking at herself in the mirror, feeling extremely nervous. Although when she was in the East Palace, the female officers had taught her how to serve people and read a lot of villain books to her, after all, she had never done it in actual combat. This was her first time serving a man. Qin Yue was still a little worried in her heart. She was afraid that she would make Lu Chen dissatisfied. If King Bei was dissatisfied with her skills, he would probably never come to her again. Once she could not get King Bei's favor, her fate would be dire. Just imagine. Time passes slowly. At dusk, Qin Yue finally heard the voice of the maid outside as she paid her respects to King Bei, but Lu Chen did not enter the room immediately at this time. Lu Chen asked the maid at the door, "Has she had tea?" Lu Chen naturally asked about dragon and phoenix tea, and the maid at the door immediately replied, "Go back to the prince, my wife has already drank the tea from the prince's palace." Lu Chen didn't ask any more questions, he immediately opened the door and entered the room. At this time, Qin Yue was wearing a light red dress and sitting beside the bed, quiet, elegant and charming. Qin Yue lowered her head, made fists with her hands, and placed them between her legs. Her delicate body could not help but tremble slightly, and she looked very nervous. Lu Chen walked to the bedside without hesitation and sat down. He did not immediately touch Qin Yue, but asked, "You suffered a lot after the Qin family was destroyed, right?" Hearing this, Qin Yue was stunned. She didn't expect that Lu Chen actually knew that she was from the Qin family. How did he know? Qin Yue raised her head at this time and turned to look at Lu Chen with a confused expression. Wang Jai, do you know my identity?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "The eldest lady of the Qin family in Jiangnan, am I right?" Seeing Lu Chen directly reveal her identity, Qin Yue felt a little overwhelmed. She didn't expect that King Bei actually knew. Lu Chen continued, "This is the Northern Kingdom. Even if you are from the Qin family, you don't have to worry, no one will take action against you. Besides you, is anyone else in your Qin family alive?" Faced with this question, Qin Yue fell into silence. She didn't know what Lu Chen's purpose was in asking this question. Was it to find the remaining members of the Qin family and eliminate them all, or was he just asking casually? Seeing that Qin Yue did not answer directly, Lu Chen said with a smile, "If you don't want to say it, you don't have to say it." Qin Yue said at this time, "They have all changed their names and defected to other vassal kings." Lu Chen asked curiously, "They all know to defect to other vassal kings, why do you, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, run to the capital instead? Run to Qin Feng? Don't you know that Qin Feng is His Majesty's man?" Qin Yue was silent for a moment, and after a while she said, "This slave has a disease and needs to be treated by a medical saint. The medical saint has been living in the capital. After I went to the capital, I had no place to hide, so I had to look for the Qin family in the capital. I hope they can protect the slave for a while, but I didn't expect that they would directly give the slave to the prince." Hearing Qin Yue's answer, Lu Chen said with a smile, "You are also naive, and you actually think that the Qin family in the capital will protect you, the remnant of the Jiangnan family." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Qin Yue felt extremely ashamed. Lu Chen continued to ask, "Then was your illness finally cured?" Qin Yue replied, "Back to the prince did not ask the medical sage to treat the slave. He just sent someone to get some medicine from the medical sage. After taking it, the slave was temporarily better." As soon as Qin Yue finished speaking, Lu Chen immediately grabbed Qin Yue's wrist. Qin Yue subconsciously wanted to retract her arm, but Lu Chen was too strong and she could not retract it. After Lu Chen grabbed Qin Yue's wrist, he used his rejuvenation hand to check Qin Yue's physical condition. After this inspection, Lu Chen found that there was indeed something wrong with Qin Yue's body. There seemed to be a mass of cold air accumulating in Qin Yue's danshan. Lu Chen felt a little incredible. He didn't expect Qin Yue's danshan to be so special. Lu Chen immediately used his rejuvenating hand to treat Qin Yue, trying to resolve the cold air. The next moment, Qin Yue felt a warm current entering her body. Then they gathered at his danshan. The therapeutic effect of the rejuvenation hand is very good, and in just a moment, the cold air begins to dissipate. When the cold air in Qin Yue's body dissipated, her whole body felt extremely relaxed. The next moment, the room became extremely cold, and there was even a layer of ice on the ground. Qin Yue couldn't believe that her illness was actually so cured. What technique did King Bei use? Why did she get better just by being touched by King Bei? When the medical sage went to Jiangnan, she also visited the medical sage. The medical sage was unable to remove the coldness from her body in a short period of time, but King Bei actually did it. Qin Yue was stunned. It took her a while to come back to her senses, and she quickly said to Lu Chen, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lu Chen said calmly, "You are now my king's woman, so it's time for you to be cured. Please tell me, where did the coldness in your body come from?" After hearing this, Qin Yue was silent for a while, as if recalling something. After a moment, she said, "The Qin family once discovered a small island on the sea. There was a building made entirely of metal on the island. Out of curiosity, I followed the family to the island. Later, when entering the metal building, the slave passed by a room and was attacked by the cold air inside. From then on, there has always been a group of cold air in the slave's dungeon, and this group of cold air cannot be eliminated no matter what." Lu Chen raised his brows slightly. Metal buildings? Could it be some kind of spaceship? Lu Chen suddenly thought of something at this time, and then he continued to ask, were the cloud-piercing bow and cloud-piercing arrow used by the 8th prince the materials obtained from that island? The materials of the cloud-piercing bow and the cloud-piercing arrow are very strange and are not materials possessed by this world. Since Qin Yue said that there are things on the island that are suspected to be found in other worlds, Lu Chen naturally combines the materials for making the cloud-piercing bow with that the island is connected. However, Qin Yue replied at this time, "This slave doesn't know." At first, the Qin family tried to melt those metals, but no matter what method they used, they couldn't do it. Later, the 8th prince heard about this matter. With the mediation of the Qin family sold the island to the Wang family. Lu Chen thought in his mind that the materials for making the cloud-piercing bow and cloud-piercing arrow came from the Wang family. Thinking about it, those materials probably came from the metal buildings on that island. It seems like I have to find a chance to take a look. Maybe there are a lot of things you need in there." Lu Chen continued to ask, "Where is that island? Do you remember it?" Qin Yue pondered for a moment and replied, "Remember, the Wang family named the island Fenjian Island, and also marked the island on the chart. As long as we get Daxia's chart, we can find the specific location of the island." Location? Lu Chen thought for a while and then asked, "In which direction is that island? Tell me the approximate location first." End of chapter. Chapter 390 Obtaining a generator. Lu Chen wanted to see if the island was far from the North Country. If it was not too far from the North Country, he would directly send their ship or ask people from the Dongfang family to go to the island to have a look. Qin Yue replied, "The island is in the southeast of Suhe County. It took me almost 4 days to follow the tribe to the island." Lu Chen frowned, it seemed a bit far away. If a ship is sent south from the north, it must be supplied in the coastal cities of Daxia. Such a high-profile southward trip, coupled with the sensitivity of the vassal kings in various places nowadays, will definitely be discovered. Lu Chen pondered for a while and then asked, after the Jiangnan family was destroyed, was this island also occupied by the imperial court? Qin Yue said, "After Suifeng city was captured, I fled to the north. I don't know what happened next." Lu Chen thought for a while. After the family was destroyed, the prisoners of the Wang family would definitely tell some secrets in order to survive. The secret of this island is probably known to Emperor Xia. I am afraid Emperor Xia has already sent people to occupy this island. Now there are probably a large number of Daxia soldiers stationed on this island. There is no point in sending someone over now. It would be best to wait until you win the throne and then send someone to see what the situation is like on that island. Seeing Lu Chen thinking seriously, Qin Yue was slightly distracted. At this time, Qin Yue felt that Lu Chen was extremely handsome and suave, especially the way he was thinking seriously, which stirred Qin Yue's inner feelings. Qin Yue couldn't help but think that if she could become the Northern King's woman, it would be great for her. Although it was rumored that King Bei was extremely lustful and licentious, but now thinking about it, King Bei was so handsome and the woman could resist the temptation, so those women must have seduced him, so King Bei had to have sex with them. Just when Qin Yue was thinking this, Lu Chen suddenly turned to look at Qin Yue. Qin Yue felt that she had been caught peeking at him, and a blush instantly appeared on her face. In addition, Lu Chen injected some warm spiritual energy into her when he was treating her disease. This spiritual energy made her body feel extremely warm, and even made her body get hotter and hotter, and her heart began to change. Got to be restless. Seeing Qin Yue's pretty face flushed, looking like a shy lady, Lu Chen immediately became interested. Those female officials in the East Palace must have taught you a lot, right? Qin Yue blushed and said softly, "Yet." Lu Chen immediately took off his shoes, then lay on the bed and said to Qin Yue, "Then it depends on your performance." Lu Chen is not a kind person. Since Qin Yue, a woman with a score of over 90, has come to his door, he will definitely accept it. After seeing Lu Chen lying down, Qin Yue seemed a little at a loss. Although the female officers had taught her what to do, it was her first time to practice and serve someone. In addition, she used to be the eldest daughter of a wealthy family and had always lived a life of luxury and fine food. Suddenly she was asked to serve a man, and she suddenly felt extremely ashamed. But when she thought that only if she took good care of Lu Chen, she could stay in the Buwang mansion, and she would not be sent to dirty places like brothels in the future, she immediately took action. Qin Yue took off her shoes, then stretched out her delicate hands to undress Lu Chen. Lu Chen just lay on the pillow and watched her the whole time. Lu Chen did not take any action for the time being. He thought in his heart that if Qin Yue was good at serving others, he would let Qin Yue be his teacher and teach his wives and concubines. So now he is testing Qin Yue to see how good she is. Qin Yue moved very gently and quickly took off Lu Chen's clothes. Seeing that Qin Yue was still wearing clothes, Lu Chen said lightly, "Take off your clothes too." Hearing this, Qin Yue's face turned even redder, and she said softly, "Yes, Your Highness." She quickly took off her dress and spoke frankly to Lu Chen. When she lowered her head and saw something, she couldn't help but feel a little horrified. Thinking that she would only be better off in the future if she served the prince well. Qin Yue quickly overcame her fear and began to serve Lu Chen and give him a massage. Looking at Qin Yue's gentle movements, Lu Chen said with a smile, "It seems that you did study seriously with those female officials when you were in the East Palace." Hearing this, Qin Yue felt extremely humiliated. In the past, the Jiangnan family was able to control the throne and oppose the emperor. At that time, the young ladies of their aristocratic family had a very high status, and even some princes or princesses were polite in front of them. Now that the family was destroyed, in order to survive, she could only do this kind of thing to please King Bei. For a moment, Qin Yue felt extremely desolate and sad. She had never thought in the past that she, the eldest lady, would one day do these things in front of King Bei, and be commented on by King Bei like this. Although she felt very sad in her heart, Qin Yue did not stop the movements of her hands. For the next time, Qin Yue massaged Lu Chen seriously, but for a vigorous person like Lu Chen, Qin Yue's method was still not up to standard. Lu Chen immediately turned over and pinned Qin Yue down directly. Qin Yue was startled. She was about to say something, but Lu Chen blocked her mouth with his hand. Qin Yue could only make a sound of ouch. Lu Chen didn't kiss Qin Yue. He didn't want to taste something, but even without kissing, Qin Yue finally fell. Congratulations to the host for getting a wife and concubine, and will be rewarded with generator blueprints and 10 sets of generators. The host and his wife cultivate a relationship once, and the experience value of the qi refining technique will be increased. The experience value of the mind control technique will be increased by 1000, and it will break through to the third level. Early morning. When Qin Yue woke up, she found a pair of strong arms hugging her waist tightly, and her back felt a little heavy. For a moment, she recalled what happened yesterday. Qin Yue laid her head on the pillow, as if she wanted to escape from all this. After a while, a man's voice came to her ears. What you learned in the East Palace is indeed useful, but you still need to practice more. Practice. Hearing this, Qin Yue suddenly became nervous. She didn't know whether she had passed Lu Chen's assessment. Just when Qin Yue felt uneasy, Lu Chen continued, "From today on, you are my concubine, you can live in this courtyard, take a bath later and let the maid take you to Fenjian courtyard to meet the princess." After hearing Lu Chen's words, Qin Yue finally let go of the stone hanging in her heart. She finally passed Lu Chen's assessment, but she felt that she did not serve Lu Chen well yesterday because Lu Chen was more proactive. But no matter what, she will have a backer in the future, and her illness will no longer exist. If she can continue to live in Buwang Mansion, even if she cannot return to her previous life in Jiangnan, it will be better than wandering around. Lu Chen did not stay in bed as usual. He took a shower, changed his clothes and went to the political hall. There was a small court meeting today, and he would not push the small court meeting because of a woman. At the small court meeting, the officials reported on the situation in various counties in the Northland this year, and Lu Chen listened very carefully. After all the officials had finished reporting everything that should be reported, Lu Chen's eyes fell on the officials from the Ministry of Agriculture. The Ministry of Agriculture is a newly added department. In order to promote high-yield food crops as soon as possible so that the North is no longer restricted by food, Lu Chen simply added the Ministry of Agriculture and added some officials to be responsible for the promotion of high-yield food crops. Lu Chen asked, "How is the promotion of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and other food crops going?" The Minister of Agriculture immediately replied, "Back to your lord, according to the current progress, high-yielding food crops will be fully promoted in the Northland next year. By then, the people in the Northland will no longer have to worry about not being able to fill their stomachs." Hearing the answer from the Minister of Agriculture, Lu Chen smiled slightly. It seemed that the promotion of these grains was much faster than he thought. Very good, when next autumn is over, he will lead his troops south. Then Lu Chen asked some other government affairs questions. About an hour later, the small court meeting ended and Lu Chen returned to the North Palace. He was just about to go to the study when Lin Wanyun suddenly called him from behind. Chener." Hearing Lin Wanyun's voice, Lu Chen turned around and saw that Lin Wanyun's mature and charming cheeks were slightly red, looking a little shy. Although Lin Wanyun always followed Chu Yukan in calling Lu Chen Chener, she still hasn't gotten used to this title. She often does that kind of thing with this little villain and asked her to call him Chener. She still feels weird in her heart. It was strange, but Lu Chen insisted on letting her call him that, so she had no choice but to call him that. Lu Chen asked, "Aunt Yun, what can I do for you?" Lin Wanyun took out a letter and handed it to Lu Chen. "A letter from Rong. She will return to the palace in a few days." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, and then he quickly took the letter from Lin Wanyun's hand, quickly opened the envelope, and read it carefully. Lu Chen felt a little restless when he thought of Chen Wanrong's graceful body, cool temperament, and beautiful face. However, Lu Chen quickly suppressed his inner restlessness. He smiled and said to Lin Wanyun, "Aunt Yun, I understand. I have something else to do, so I'm going to the study first." Lin Wanyun said, "Yeah, okay." Then Lu Chen turned around and headed to the study. Seeing Lu Chen's leaving figure, Lin Wanyun sighed slightly. Not long after Lu Chen arrived at the study, Mo Xin came to the study. "Meet the king." Lu Chen said and nodded. His eyes were always on the drawing in his hand, looking at it very seriously. Mo Xing was a little curious about what Lu Chen was looking at. Just when Mo Xing wanted to ask Lu Chen what he wanted to do, Lu Chen said, "The manufacturing process of steam locomotives has now matured. From now on, the manufacturing of steam locomotives and the laying of train tracks will be left to others. The king has a more important task for you." Mo Xing was stunned for a moment. A more important task? Lu Chen then handed the drawing in his hand to Mo Xing. Mo Xing took the drawing and looked at it seriously. After looking at it for a while, Mo Xing asked in confusion, "Your Majesty, what is this?" Lu Chen replied, "Generator drawings." Mo Xing. This was the first time Mo Xing heard the word generator. He had no idea what the use of this thing was. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth raised slightly, and then he asked, "This is a machine that can create and control thunder and lightning." As soon as these words came out, Mo Xing was stunned. Control thunder and lightning? He had never dared to think of such a thing before. Thunder and lightning are synonymous with destruction for them. Since ancient times, people have been very afraid of thunder and lightning in the sky, and associate thunder and lightning with doing bad things, such as thunder and lightning. Mo Xing didn't expect that there was a machine in this world that could control lightning. If only this machine could be invented. Wait, even if this machine is invented, what use will it be? Is it used as a weapon? For example, releasing thunder and lightning to attack enemies or something. End of chapter. Chapter 391 Prince, I didn't come to you to write. After all, Mo Xing was an ancient and had never heard of a generator, let alone where it could be used. Lu Chen thought for a moment, and then said to Mo Xing, "Generators have many uses. To be precise, electricity has many uses. It just so happens that I have several generators here. After I find someone to install the generators, I will explain to you the uses of electricity. Next, I will form a team for you to study the use of electricity." Mo Xing said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Although he didn't know what the generator was used for, Mo Xing could tell that Lu Chen attached great importance to the generator. Since it was something Bai Wang valued, it must be very important. Mo Xing thought to himself that the application and promotion of this generator would definitely be as good as that of the steam engine. If this happened, he might have to leave his name in history again. Mo Xing was very excited when he thought that his name would appear in many fields in the future. Lu Chen said at this time, "Today you take these drawings back to familiarize yourself with them, and then find some craftsmen who you think have potential and ask them if they are willing to join the electric research team. If they are willing, then we will bring them in." Mo Xing said excitedly, "Yes, Your Majesty." Subordinates resign. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Xing took the drawings of the generator and left the Buwang mansion happily. Half a month flies by in a blink of an eye. A research team on electricity was soon formed. In order to allow ancient people like Mo Xing to understand what electricity was, Lu Chen asked them to come to the palace every day during this period, and he gave them lessons every day. Lu Chen has been very busy in the past half-month. Not only does he have to teach Mo Xing and the others, but he also has to deal with government affairs in the study at night. Although he is already a pseudo-celestial being and does not need much sleep time, Lu Chen is so busy every day. Still feeling a little tired. He didn't even touch women much during this time. Lu Chen's busyness was noticed by the women in the inner courtyard of the palace, especially Wu Yunhuan. Since Wu Yunhuan entered the palace, she has paid special attention to Lu Chen's every move. Although she lost the bet to Lu Chen, and according to the bet, she should stay in the North Palace and give birth to children for Lu Chen, but she was actually such a peaceful woman, and she still felt a little unwilling in her heart. After this period of observation, she found that Lu Chen was very close to the craftsmen and was talking and laughing with them. This gave her a new understanding of Lu Chen. She didn't expect that Lu Chen would value craftsmen so much and give them such a high status. If it were in other dynasties, the craftsman status would be just a lowly status. What people in high positions hate most is being with those who are dirty. Craftsmen stay together. But Lu Chen seemed to have no such thoughts at all. He asked the craftsmen to come to the palace for half a month and discussed something with them. It was another bright morning. After Wu Yunhuan got up, she simply ate something and then went to sit in a pavilion not far from the study in the outer courtyard. This is the scope of her activities. Although she is allowed to leave Buwang Mansion, she prefers to stay in Buwang Mansion to explore the little man's secrets than leaving Buwang Mansion and going outside to make arrangements. At this time, Mo Xing led a group of craftsmen to the room next to the study. Seeing this scene, Wu Yunhuan thought in her mind that the North King sent these craftsmen to the North King's mansion every day. Could it be that the North Kingdom had come up with some powerful weapon? When she thought of this, Wu Yunhuan's eyebrows wrinkled, and her face became extremely cold. The artillery in the north is powerful enough. If weapons more powerful than artillery are developed, I am afraid that several dynasties will really be unable to stop this little man from unifying the world. No, she had to find a way to find out. How to find out? Ask Lu Chen directly? Lu Chen hadn't been to her place for half a month, so it was not easy to ask him. Of course, Wu Yunhuan also knew that Lu Chen didn't come to see her because he was tired of playing with her body. It was mainly because Lu Chen was too busy recently, and Wu Yunhuan could also see that Lu Chen was very busy. He stayed with the craftsmen during the day and dealt with government affairs in the study at night. It was like this every day. It was normal that he had no time to come to her. Afternoon. The sun was shining directly on the earth, and Mo Xing and other craftsmen came out of the large room next to the study together with Lu Chen. After leaving the courtyard where the study was located, a group of craftsmen saluted Lu Chen and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for imparting knowledge to us." Lu Chen smiled faintly, and then said, "What I teach you is only the simplest knowledge. It is up to you to study more in depth." Lu Chen is not a man in science and engineering. He only knows some common sense, so the things he teaches are the simplest and most basic things. But these things are enough for ancient people like Mo Xing. They already understand what electricity is and what electricity is. The most important thing is that they no longer have the fear of electricity in their hearts. Next, they only need to wait for the generator to be assembled before they can start conducting electrical experiments. At this time, Mo Xing and the craftsmen said in unison, "We will live up to the prince's expectations." Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "Okay, you should think about it carefully when you go back. After the generator is assembled, I will ask someone to inform you." Everyone saluted Lu Chen again. After saluting, they turned and left the North Prince's mansion. At this time, Wu Yunhuan was still sitting in the pavilion in the outer courtyard. Seeing the smiles on the faces of the craftsmen, she became even more curious about what they were discussing. At this moment, a woman wearing black and white clothes came into Wu Yunhuan's field of vision. This woman had a cold temperament and excellent appearance. Wu Yunhuan felt like she had seen this woman somewhere, but she couldn't remember it for a while. The woman went directly to the study. Seeing her going to the study, Wu Yunhuan thought to herself that she should be from the North Palace, that is, the little man's woman. At the same time, the study room of Buwang Mansion. As soon as Mirong Shuer entered Lu Chen's study, she was hugged and kissed wildly by Lu Chen. Lu Chen has been busy for more than half a month. Although he has met women for more than half a month, he did not become too obsessed with men and women in order to be energetic the next day. Today, he finally finished the electrical lessons for those craftsmen, and then he had time to indulge in some depravity. Mirong Shuer happened to come to find him, so he started with her. Mirong Shuer couldn't understand why Lu Chen was so crazy. He teased her like this as soon as he came. She soon couldn't stand being kissed by Lu Chen. Her originally cold cheeks were also covered with blush, and her whole body seemed like she became like a prodigal daughter. At this time, Lu Chen hugged Murong Schwetter's waist, pushed her towards the restroom, and asked, "Why did Miss Murong come to see me today?" Hearing Lu Chen's question, Murong Schwetter snorted, "Your Majesty is such a busy man, I have to wait half a month to see you." Lu Chen has been busy giving lessons to the craftsman for the past half-month, so he made it clear to the guard at the door that if there was nothing important, no one would be seen while he was teaching the craftsman. Murong Schwetter had wanted to meet Lu Chen for a long time, but every time she came, the palace guards said that Lu Chen was busy and had no time to see her. She wondered if Lu Chen was tired of her. Fortunately, she discovered that craftsmen were entering Buwang Mansion every day recently, and she realized that Buwang Mansion might be doing something big again, or that this man was up to something. Of course, the reason why she came to Buwang Mansion to find Lu Chen was not to find out what Lu Chen was doing recently. She came here for Wu Yunwan. Hearing Murong Schwetter's resentful words, Lu Chen kissed her gently on the face, and then said, "It's my fault, I will write all over you later to make it up to you." Hearing what Lu Chen said, Murong Schwetter's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. It had been a long time since she had been happy with Lu Chen. When she thought of Lu Chen's, Murong Schwetter doubted whether she could still bear it. Soon the two entered the restroom, but after entering the restroom, Lu Chen did not do anything directly to Murong Schwetter. He suddenly thought of an interesting thing, and then he said, "I used to write, and I have never seen your handwriting. Why don't you write some words for me to see?" Hearing this, Murong Schwetter felt a little speechless, wondering what new tricks this bad man was going to do. But she didn't refuse, she said expressionlessly, "Okay." Seeing that Murong Schwetter agreed, Lu Chen waved his hand, and the pen, ink, paper and inkstone in the study flew to the table in the restroom. Lu Chen said, "You go ahead and write." Murong Schwetter gently picked up the brush and dipped it in ink. Just when she was about to put pen to paper, she asked, "What does the prince want me to write?" Lu Chen smiled and replied, "Write whatever you want. What you write is not important. What is important is the process of writing." Murong Schwetter did not continue to ask, she immediately started writing. As soon as the tip of the brush touched the white paper, she noticed something strange in her body. At this time, Lu Chen hugged her body and moved his big hands around her body, making her unable to do anything at all. "Can't concentrate. This bastard." She knew it wasn't that simple. Lu Chen's writing that time was serious writing, and it was not for the purpose of doing bad things. Although she felt a little uncomfortable, Murong Schwetter still forced herself to write a word on the white paper. Seeing that Murong Schwetter only wrote one word and then stopped writing, Lu Chen said in her ear, "Why don't you write any more? Keep writing and let me appreciate your calligraphy." Murong Schwetter bit her silver teeth gently and started writing again. Then Murong Schwetter wrote a dozen words on the paper. At this moment, Lu Chen waved his hand, and a lot of white paper suddenly flew into the study room. These white papers were several meters long, and the floor of the restroom was covered in an instant. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Miss Murong, this paper is too small, how about writing on the paper on the ground?" Murong Schwetter turned her head and rolled her eyes at Lu Chen, and then she said, "Your Highness, I didn't come to you to write." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Then why are you looking for me?" A blush appeared on Murong Schwetter's cheeks again, and her whole face became rosier. Murong Schwetter didn't say anything further. She directly picked up the brush, then bent down and wrote on the white paper on the ground. As soon as Murong Schwetter wrote a word, Lu Chen suddenly said, "Schwetter, it would be more uncomfortable for you to bend down and write like this, or else just kneel down." At this point, Lu Chen personally guided Murong Schwetter and asked Murong Schwetter to kneel down on the white paper. Murong Schwetter was writing with a brush in one hand and supporting the white paper with the other hand to steady her body. After Murong Schwetter knelt down, Her buttocks were slightly raised, perfectly highlighting the exquisite curves of her body. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen's eyes widened, especially when Murong Shuer was kneeling on the black lettering on the white paper. Her whole person seemed to have a different kind of charm. Murong Shuer didn't know what Lu Chen was looking at this time. She continued writing on the white paper. Lu Chen could no longer bear the sight of this picture of a talented woman writing in front of him. The next moment, he pulled hard and heard a tearing sound. Before Murong Shuer could react, Lu Chen, a bitch, came over directly. End of chapter. Chapter 392. I believe you must have a lot in common. Murong Shuer knew very well what kind of man Lu Chen was. Although he was attacked by Lu Chen, Murong Shuer had no choice but to accept it and let Lu Chen do whatever he wanted. After a while, the fire in Lu Chen's heart subsided a little, and he said to Murong Shuer, "May I introduce someone to you?" Murong Shuer asked in a daze, who?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "Of course he is the person you came to me to inquire about today." Hearing this, Murong Shuer suddenly sobered up a lot. She turned to look at Lu Chen and asked, "You shouldn't have done such a thing to her, right?" The reason why Murong Shuer was so anxious to enter the northern palace to inquire about Wu Yunwan was mainly because Emperor Yu wanted to know whether his good sister had been mistreated after coming to the northern kingdom. Lu Chen asked with a smile on his face, "What do you think?" Seeing Lu Chen's mean smile, Murong Shuer was startled. "You, how can you treat her? She is Emperor Yu's good friend." Slower. Lu Chen said with a nonchalant expression, "Is it important to me whose friend she is?" Murong Shuer was speechless. This was true. It was not the first day she had met this bad man. How could this lustful man be afraid of someone behind Wu Yunwan? He was just an animal that thought with his lower body. Murong Shuer said, "Forget it, if Emperor Yu finds out about this, then, you will have to bear the consequences." Murong Shuer didn't want to remind Lu Chen. Anyway, this man was fearless and would dare to touch any woman. Lu Chen said at this time, "Let's do this. I'll let her meet you. One of you is the maid next to Emperor Yu, and the other is Emperor Yu's good sister. I believe you will be able to chat together." Hearing this, Murong Shuer thought that Lu Chen planned to let her meet Wu Yunwan after doing bad things, so she said without hesitation, "Okay, okay." As soon as Murong Shuer finished speaking, Lu Chen said to the maid at the door of the study, "Xiao Huan, go and call the eldest princess of Dahu to the study. I have something to ask her." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Murong Shuer was stunned. This bastard actually called Wu Yunwan here at this time. What was he calling Wu Yunwan here at this time? Did he ask her to come to watch the erotic drama? Murong Shuer was about to scold Lu Chen angrily, but Lu Chen made several moves that left Murong Shuer speechless. At the same time, Wu Yunwan was still sitting in the pavilion in the outer courtyard. She wanted to see how long it would take for the woman to come out after entering Lu Chen's study. At this moment, a maid came out of the courtyard where the study room was located. Wu Yunwan did not realize that the maid came to see her. It was not until the maid walked in front of her that Wu Yunwan realized that the maid came to see her. "What's the matter?" Xiao Huan saluted Wu Yunwan, "Greetings to Her Majesty the Queen." Wu Yunwan's face darkened when she heard what the maid said. She used to really want to be the queen, but recently she suddenly didn't want to hear the words Queen or Your Majesty. She already understood the bad taste of this little man Lu Chen. This guy asked her to play the role of the queen, and then he humiliated herself wantonly to satisfy his bad taste. Although she was unhappy, Wu Yunwan did not rebuke Xiao Huan. After all, she was just a maid, and the maids only listened to Lu Chen, that little man. Even if she scolded these maids, she would not be able to change anything. Wu Yunwan asked coldly, "What do you want from me?" This maid came out of the courtyard where the study was located. It should be that Lu Chen wanted to ask her for something. Wu Yunhuan was a little curious about what Lu Chen wanted to do with her at this time. Xiao Huan said, "Your Majesty, the prince wants you to go to the study." Hearing Xia Huan's words, Wu Yunhuan was stunned for a moment, and then she felt overjoyed. In her opinion, the study is the core area of Buwang Mansion and the location of the secrets of Buwang Mansion. She had wanted to go to the study for a long time, but she didn't have the qualifications. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen actually asked her to go to the study. This man is really brave. Wu Yunhuan immediately stood up and said, "Take me there." Xiao Huan said, "Your Majesty, please come this way." Immediately afterwards, Xiao Huan took Wu Yunhuan outside the study. The door to the study was closed, but some sounds could still be heard vaguely. Wu Yunhuan was a little puzzled when she heard voices coming from the study. Why were the sounds in the study so strange, but also familiar at the same time? The doors and windows of the new palace are not made of paper like the old palace. The doors and windows of the new palace have good sound insulation, so Wu Yunhuan can only hear intermittent sounds, which makes her not aware of what is happening inside. At this time, Xiao Huan took the initiative to open the door to Wu Yunhuan's study, and then said, "Your Majesty, please go in, the prince is waiting for you in the rest room." At this point, Maid Xia Huan's face turned red. The moment the door opened, the sounds inside became louder. Murong Shueter's voice was extremely clear. Wu Yunhuan frowned when she heard the sound. She couldn't help but wonder if Lu Chen was doing it in the study. Nothing serious. However, Wu Yunhuan still didn't think much. She entered the study directly. Wu Yunhuan entered the study with her front foot. Xiao Huan closed the door with her back foot. Wu Yunhuan didn't care and continued walking towards the study. As she got closer and closer to the restroom, the voice became clearer and clearer. When she walked to the door of the restroom, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. Although she had anticipated what might be happening, she still didn't see it directly, which made people feel speechless. At this time, a woman was kneeling on the white paper full of words, and Lu Chen's big hands were controlling her waist. The woman's hand holding the brush was trembling slightly, as if she wanted to write but couldn't. Wu Yunhuan glanced at the white papers on the ground, and then glanced at the layout of the room. There were calligraphy and paintings hanging everywhere in the room, which looked full of scholarly atmosphere. The result was such a room full of scholarly atmosphere, but Lu Chen was doing this kind of thing. The most hateful thing is that this little man clearly knows that she has come in, but he is still doing his own thing, as if he doesn't exist. Wu Yunhuan asked coldly at this time, "You called me here just to see you do this to other women?" At this time, Lu Chen raised his head and looked at Wu Yunhuan, and said with a smile, "How is that possible? I am here to introduce someone to you." Having said this, Lu Chen took Murong Shueter's beautiful hand and directly pulled Murong Shueter's body up, asking her to look at Wu Yunhuan. Then Lu Chen put one hand around Murong Shueter's lower abdomen to prevent her from falling. "Go down. She is the one I introduced to you. She is the woman given to me by Emperor Yu." Hearing this, Wu Yunhuan was stunned. She remembered what Hushu asked her to do before. Hushu asked her to find out if Murong Shueter had sex with Lu Chen. Wu Yunhuan glanced at Murong Shueter, who was blushing and looking like she wanted to speak but was speechless. Wu Yunhuan laughed in her heart. At that time, she really thought about asking Lu Chen to inquire about this matter. Now think about it, there is no need to inquire about this kind of thing. A beautiful woman entered the Buwang mansion and fell into the hands of this lustful man. He would do nothing. Do it? Judging from Murong Shueter's appearance, I'm afraid her body and mind have long been in the shape of Lu Chen. She didn't even know how many times she had been tortured by this man. Wu Yunhuan's face looked a little ugly. She had thought that this woman came to the study for something important, but they ended up discussing the avenue of life in the study. Lu Chen continued, one of you is Emperor Yu's most trusted maid, and the other is Emperor Yu's best friend. I believe you must have a lot in common. Why don't Shwetter live in your yard and live with you from now on? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Yunwan pondered for a moment. She always felt that Lu Chen had some conspiracy. Murong Shwetter, who had been silent until now, finally woke up a little. She said, Murong Shwetter, I have met the eldest princess, ah. Hearing this, Wu Yunwan said calmly, I am no longer the eldest princess of Dao. Now I am just a prisoner of the North Palace. Lu Chen smiled and said, what you said, I didn't stipulate that you must stay in the palace and cannot go out. Wu Yunwan did not continue this topic. She said at this time, if there is nothing wrong, I will not disturb you. Having said this, Wu Yunwan turned around and left. She didn't want to see this pair of bastards acting casually there. When Wu Yunwan turned around and walked out of the study, Lu Chen's voice came from behind, go and talk to the maids in your courtyard. Ask them to clean up a room and come out. From now on, Murong Shwetter will stay with you in the North Prince's mansion. Wu Yunwan did not respond or stop. She left the study directly. After Wu Yunwan left the study, Lu Chen continued busy with his own affairs. At dusk, Wu Yunwan was admiring the sunset in the courtyard where she lived, when Murong Shwetter, wearing black and white clothes, walked into the courtyard. Wu Yunwan glanced at Murong Shwetter. Murong Shwetter had already changed her clothes. Her original clothes were torn by Lu Chen when they were in the study. At this time, Murong Shwetter walked up to Wu Yunwan and saluted, greetings to the eldest princess. Wu Yunwan said expressionlessly, I have already said that I am no longer the eldest princess of Dao, and you don't need to call me eldest princess in the future. Murong Shwetter did not hesitate about the title, she said, yes, your highness. Wu Yunwan glanced at Murong Shwetter again, and then said, sit down. Thank you, your highness. Murong Shwetter then came to the pavilion and sat down opposite Wu Yunwan. Wu Yunwan said directly, Senior Hu asked me to ask if you had sex with King Bei. She didn't ask you directly. It seems that she doesn't trust you anymore. Hu Shu was originally from the Great Xia Dynasty, and he was also close to the Empress. If she wanted to know something, she could directly ask Murong Shwetter. There was no need for Wu Yunwan to inquire. Therefore, Wu Yunwan believed that Hu Shu didn't trust Murong Shwetter, so he asked her to inquire in person. After hearing Wu Yunwan's words, Murong Shwetter was not surprised. There is a high probability that Hu Shu wants to know whether the curse pattern on his body has any effect on Bei Wang. If it does not work, then it is assumed that the curse pattern does not exist. If it does, it means that Murong Shwetter has successfully controlled Northern King. But the question still lies in why the Empress didn't directly tell her that the palace pattern on her body was actually a curse pattern. It seemed that the Empress didn't trust her from the beginning. Even at this time, Emperor Yu still sent others to inquire about the information, and refused to let Hu Shu tell her directly that she has curse marks on her body. Murong Shwetter said at this time, Thank you, Your Highness, for telling me this. Wu Yunwan glanced at Murong Shwetter again. Murong Shwetter has a cold temperament and beautiful appearance. Every man will like her. Wu Yunwan asked directly, How many times have you and King Bei done that kind of thing? End of chapter. Chapter 393 Wu Yunwan's ambition. Hearing Wu Yunwan's question, Murong Shwetter was stunned for a moment and didn't know how to answer. Seeing that Murong Shwetter didn't answer, Wu Yunwan picked up the teacup on the stone table, took a sip of tea, and then said, There are too many to remember, right? Murong Shwetter had nothing to say. Although she thought there were not many times, she really couldn't remember the number of times. Murong Shwetter asked back, Why does your highness ask this? Wu Yunwan did not answer the question, but continued, So, you have betrayed Qin Guo. Murong Shwetter fell into silence again. In a sense, she had indeed betrayed Emperor Yu. After all, she can no longer live without this bad man, her body and mind are already like him. Seeing that Mirong Shwetter still didn't speak, Wu Yunhuan knew that she was right. She sighed slightly. It seemed that the most terrifying thing about this man was that no woman could resist his temptation. Hearing this, Mirong Shwetter couldn't help but wonder, could Wu Yunhuan have also been conquered by King Bei? Wu Yunhuan is the eldest princess of Dao after all, and she has only been in the northern kingdom for a short time, so she was surrendered by that bad man so quickly? Real or fake? Mirong Shwetter asked, what is your highness planning to do? Is it to tell Her Majesty the Empress about the slave? Mirong Shwetter was a little unsure about Wu Yunhuan's attitude. She knew very well how good the relationship between Wu Yunhuan and Yu Huang was. In the days when Wu Yunhuan was not around, Emperor Yu even regarded her as Wu Yunhuan and suppressed her. The relationship between the two of them was extraordinary. Although Wu Yunhuan may have been damaged by that bad man, it does not mean that Wu Yunhuan no longer has feelings for Emperor Yu. Now Wu Yunhuan has learned that the spies sent by Emperor Yu to the north have rebelled. It might threaten Dayu, so Wu Yunhuan might think of sisterhood and tell Emperor Yu about this. In this way, Mirong Shwetter's betrayal of Emperor Yu was completely exposed. Wu Yunhuan asked expressionlessly at this time, do you want me to tell Qin Guo about you, or do you want me to pretend that you don't know anything? Mirong Shwetter did not answer this question immediately. Seeing that Mirong Shwetter did not answer directly, Wu Yunhuan said, if I don't say anything, King Bei will use you to pass more false information to Qin Guo, or you will steal more information from Dayu and give it to King Bei. In this way, you will still have some value. If I tell Qin Guo directly about you, I'm afraid you won't have to continue to be Dayu's envoy in the future, but you will be of no use to the King of the North, and he will probably abandon you directly by then. Mirong Shwetter said at this time, Your Highness may be overly worried. For the Northern King's hegemony, slaves do not play a big role. In the eyes of the Northern King, the biggest role of slaves is to let him relax. A slave is just for him. A tool for releasing emotions. The King of the North rarely asks his slaves to proactively provide him with information about Day, and he rarely asks his slaves to spread false information. Even the defense map of the North Kingdom that the slave asked from the king was a real defense map. It's a pity that even with the real defense plan, Dahu's army was still defeated. Hearing this, Wu Yunhuan frowned slightly, then she sneered and said, so, do you think King Bei's feelings for you are true? Mirong Shwetter said, this slave is self-aware and knows that the prince only likes my body, and I have no extravagant hope that the prince will have feelings for me. Seeing that Mirong Shwetter said this, Wu Yunhuan was speechless. Wu Yunhuan thought for a moment and then said, although this man likes your beauty now, you will always get old one day, and what he lacks most is women. If you follow him, you have to be prepared to be abandoned. Mirong Shwetter said, thank you for the reminder, Your Highness. I will remember Your Highness's words. Wu Yunhuan didn't want to persuade Mirong Shwetter. She herself had been eaten up by Lu Chen, so what right did she have to criticize others? And she knew very well that with that little man's ability, it would be difficult for any woman who had been married to her to leave him again. He did have many ways to deal with women. Wu Yunhuan said, I will not tell Senior Hu about your affairs for the time being. From today on, you will live with me. Mirong Shwetter thanked her again and said, thank you, Your Highness, Princess. Wu Yunhuan said at this time, since you came to the North Kingdom very early and have been the Bei King's woman for a long time, you must already know the Bei King's mansion very well. I have some things about the Bei King that I want to talk to you about. Ask around. Mirong Shwetter said, Your Highness, please ask me if you want to know anything. I will definitely tell you everything I know. After all, Wu Yunhuan was the sister of Emperor Yu. Mirong Shwetter thought that by providing Wu Yunhuan with some information about King Bei, she was repaying Emperor Yu for his upbringing. Wu Yunhuan said and then asked, there are so many women in the inner courtyard of the North Palace, and the internal fighting should be very serious. I want to know which woman has the greatest ambition in the inner courtyard of the palace." Hearing this, Murong Shweter seemed to understand something. Wu Yunwan was preparing to integrate into the North Palace, and she was also planning to fight for power. Murong Shweter immediately said, "If His Highness plans to fight for power and profit in the inner courtyard of the North Palace, I advise Your Highness to give up this idea. Although I have not lived in Buwang Mansion before, I have learned some things through the maids. The inner courtyard of Buwang Mansion is very harmonious. The prince's women all feel like sisters, and there is almost no intrigue." Wu Yunwan chuckled softly, "Wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes. The more powerful the man, the more the harem women will use all means to compete for favor. Even if they appear to be harmonious on the surface, there is a high probability that they are thinking secretly." With this kind of conspiracy, Wu Yunwan was born in the imperial family and knew the situation in the harem best, so she did not believe that Lu Chen's harem would be particularly harmonious. She had been possessed by Lu Chen, and she also realized that the unification of the world was irreversible. The Northern King was too powerful, and the Northern Kingdom's military strength was also improving very quickly. In addition, King Bei is a strong man. Wu Yunwan thinks that she may not be able to go back to Dao, and from now on she can only become that man's possession. She actually didn't resist being his woman, but she was not willing to be a canary. Wu Yunwan plans to prepare a second path for herself. If one day Lu Chen really dominates the world and becomes the only emperor in this world, then she will also become the most important woman around this man. To put it bluntly, queen. So for her, the women in Lu Chen's harem are her competition, even enemies. For this reason, she must start preparations now. Before that, she needs to find out the specific situation of the inner courtyard of the Buwang Mansion. After hearing Wu Yunwan's words, Murong Shweter knew that Wu Yunwan was not going to give up. But think about it, Wu Yunwan was once the eldest princess of Dao, and she was a high-ranking person. How could she endure that bad man who wanted to keep her locked up in Buwang Mansion and let her have children? It is impossible for Wu Yunwan to give up. Murong Shweter said at this time, most of the women in the Northern Palace have their own affairs. The princess is in charge of all the properties in the Northern Palace and manages the entire palace. Yelu Nanyan, the former princess of the Heavenly Wolf King, is in charge of the national treasury. Before Murong Shweter could finish speaking, Wu Yunwan immediately interrupted and asked, "That Sirius King's princess is still in charge of the treasury?" Wu Yunwan knew about the fact that Yelu Nanyan was in charge of the treasury through spies when she was in Dao, but at that time she just thought it was Lu Chen's political method, mainly to stabilize the barbarians in the north. After all, Yelu Nanyan is the princess of the barbarians. She is qualified to manage the treasury of the Northern Kingdom. This means that the Northern King treats the barbarians equally to a certain extent, which gives those barbarians hope. Of course, Wu Yunwan believed that this was just the surface. In fact, the person in charge of the treasury must still be from the north and had nothing to do with Yelu Nanyan. Murong Shweter replied at this time, "Yes, the treasury is still in her hands now, but she has begun to delegate power. It is estimated that in another 10 years, she will hand over the treasury to others." Wu Yunwan continued to ask, "Okay, you are telling me about the situation of Bei Wang's other wives and concubines." Murong Shweter continued, "Currently, only Yelu Nanyan is involved in the political affairs of the north. In addition, Wang Qingkai is in charge of Tingyu Tower, Dongfang Longjaiyu is in charge of Dongfang newspaper office, and Chu Yukan is in charge of the palace guards. As for the woman surnamed Bai, she often follows King Bei, but the servants don't know her well." Wu Yunwan asked, "Is the Northern King just these women?" Murong Shweter replied, "Not only that, there are also 2 sisters from the Zhou family, as well as the former princess of the Heavenly Wolf King's tribe, and a woman named Lin from Swanyu Palace. In addition to these women, the prince seems to have some women outside." But this slave doesn't know. Wu Yunwan frowned. There must be too many women for this little man. He is truly a womanizer. Can he take care of so many women? It seemed that the struggle in the inner court of the palace was more serious than she imagined. With so many women fighting for one man, it would be impossible for the inner courtyard of the palace to be harmonious, and no woman would want to remain a widow. Especially after doing that kind of thing with that little man, they will want his favor even more, so they will definitely compete for his favor. In Wu Yunwan's mind at this time, the inner courtyard of the palace was already a battlefield of life and death. Later, Wu Yunwan went to Murong Shuer to learn about some other things about the northern palace, and the two of them chatted in the pavilion until late at night. Just like what Lu Chen said, the two of them did have a lot of things in common. Late at night, Murong Shuer came to live in the house next to Wu Yunwan. She didn't bring anything today, and all her clothes were in the mansion. The clothes she was wearing were prepared for her by Buwang Mansion. Murong Shuer sat in front of the dressing table and sighed slightly. At this moment, a maid came in and asked, "Mrs. Murong, the hot water is ready. Do you want to take a bath now?" Murong Shuer did not correct the maid's name. She didn't care now. It didn't matter what the maids called her. Anyway, she had already lost her temper at all by that man. She said lightly at this time, "Okay." The maid immediately said, "Mrs. Murong, please come with me." Murong Shuer then followed the maid to the bathroom next to the room. The bathroom was very large and had a bath. The bath was steaming hot, and several maids were scattering flower petals into the bath. For a moment, the entire bath was filled with the scent of flowers. Murong Shuer slowly took off her clothes while the maids were waiting on her, revealing her snow-white body. Immediately afterwards, she slowly entered the bathtub. As soon as she entered the hot water, she immediately felt a lot more energetic. The fatigue of the day was gone, and she felt very comfortable. After soaking in the hot water, Murong Shuer soon felt sleepy. At this time, she said to the maids, "You all can go out. I'll call you if something happens." "Yes, ma'am." Then the maids left the bath, and Murong Shuer leaned in the bath and closed her eyes. Just when she was about to fall asleep, a pair of big hands suddenly hugged her waist. She woke up suddenly and struggled quickly. Just when she was about to shout, her mouth was covered by a big hand the next moment. "I can only make a sound of aha." End of chapter. Chapter 394 Emperor Xia, it seems we have to hurry up. Murong Shuer's whole brain was in a relaxed state just now. Suddenly someone appeared next to her in a daze, and quickly grabbed her waist, ran behind her, and then covered her mouth. How could it not make Murong Shuer panic? For a moment, she thought there was an assassin or an enemy who wanted to assassinate her. But she soon realized something was wrong. Just as she was struggling, she found that the power in her body was blocked and she could not use it. The next moment, a familiar feeling entered her body, and Murong Shuer realized that it was the bastard who was here. They had done so many bad things together, and she was already very familiar with that guy, and she believed that only that guy had the ability to drive her crazy. But having said that, her guess was correct. That guy was indeed an assassin who came to kill her. Murong Shuer didn't struggle at all and let the water splash. After an unknown amount of time, the assassin's voice rang in her ears, "My good wife, why are you so defenseless? This is not okay, and if you don't struggle at all, what if you meet a bad person?" Murong Shuer snorted and said, "Other than a bastard like you, who else in the palace has the ability to ban my power? Even if there are bad people in the palace, there can only be one bad person like you." Lu Chen put his arms around Murong Shuer's waist, slowly came to sit next to the bathtub, let her sit in his arms, and then said, "I'm here to help you take a bath, how can you say I'm a bad person?" Murong Shuer ignored Lu Chen's words and asked directly, "The reason why the prince comes to me so late must be because of the eldest princess matter." Lu Chen smiled and said, "My Shuer is so smart. You and she have been chatting for so long. It seems that you really have a lot of topics in common. Can you tell me what you talked about before? Murong Shui replied directly. She asked me about the women in the inner courtyard of the palace. Speaking of this, Murong Shui turned her head slightly, looked at Lu Chen behind her with the corner of her eyes, and then said faintly, "The prince is really capable. She is a powerful eldest princess, and she was killed just a few days after coming to the North Palace. The prince treated you obediently and considerately, and even gave her the idea of becoming the mistress of the prince's palace and monopolizing you." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Want to be the mistress of the palace? It's not okay to have such thoughts in Buwang Mansion." Murong Shui asked, "Then what does the prince plan to do with her?" Lu Chen said, "She wants to monopolize me. It's simple. Then I will stay with her for the next half-month." Hearing what Lu Chen said, Murong Shui was startled and couldn't help but feel a little gloating. She knew that Wu Yunwan would suffer disaster in the next half-month. After half a month has passed, Wu Yunwan will probably be thinking about how to escape from the North Prince's mansion. At this time, Lu Chen stretched out his hand, lifted Murong Shui's chin, stared at her side face and said, "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. This afternoon ended in a hurry, and I haven't had enough." Murong Shui was about to say something, but Lu Chen hugged her and put her hands on the edge of the pool. Murong Shui felt a little helpless. She thought at this time that she really didn't know what Wu Yunwan was thinking, and she actually had the idea of occupying Lu Chen alone. Great Xia Dynasty, Beijing. East Palace. After Qin Feng returned to the capital, he immediately told Prince Lu Yi that Lu Chen had agreed to their conditions. Lu Yi immediately summoned his group to the East Palace to discuss important matters. Zhao Venhan glanced at Qin Feng and said, "Shilang Qin, did the king of the north personally agree?" Qin Feng replied, "I agreed personally." Zhao Venhan said to Lu Yi with a smile on his face, "Congratulations to His Majesty the Crown Prince. With the support of King Bei, that position is just around the corner." Hearing Zhao Venhan's words, Lu Yi was not particularly happy, but his face was a little solemn. He was sitting in the main hall facing the door, looking at the starry sky outside the door, seeming to be thinking about something. Seeing that Lu Yi didn't speak, Zhao Venhan didn't continue talking. After a while, Lu Yi said, "Gu's father seems to be terminally ill, but with the imperial master by his side, he may live for more than 10 years. No problem either." When Gu Yi thinks that his father will suffer from the disease for more than 10 years, and Gu has no way to help him, Gu feels extremely sad in his heart. Speaking of this, Lu Yi looked very uncomfortable, as if he was really uncomfortable because Emperor Xia was ill. Hearing Lu Yi's words, the ministers in the hall instantly understood why Lu Yi had been frowning. Although King Bei had promised to publicly support Lu Yi as emperor, Emperor Xia was not dead, so how could Lu Yi ascend to the throne so easily? If Lu Yi wants to be the emperor, he must at least wait until Emperor Xia dies. As for the idea of letting Emperor Xia abdicate the throne on his own initiative and abdicate the throne, it is impossible for Lu Yi and the others to dare to think of it. Not to mention that the great masters of the royal family would not agree, nor would the imperial master. With Lu Yi's strength, there was no way to force Emperor Xia to give up the throne. If Emperor Xia's illness continues like this, for more than 10 years, the northern king may have led his troops south before Lu Yi became emperor. Lu Yi knew very well that they were wooing the north king and giving him so many benefits, just to temporarily stabilize the north king. If the north king really had the ambition to dominate the world, then sooner or later the north king would go south to attack from Great Xia. Therefore, the earlier Lu Yi ascends the throne, the more beneficial it is for people in Lu Yi's group, so that they have enough time to carry out reforms and develop military and force. After Lu Yi finished speaking, all the ministers in the hall fell into silence for an instant, and they didn't know how to respond to Lu Yi's words. After all, Emperor Xia is still the emperor. It is impossible for them to encourage Lu Yi to seek power and usurp the throne, and it is even less possible for them to encourage Lu Yi to kill Emperor Xia. If they incite Lu Yi to kill Emperor Xia now, they may incite Lu Yi's children to kill Lu Yi one day in the future. As long as anyone dares to say this, Lu Yi will definitely guard against that person in the future, and there is a high probability that that person will not get it in the future. Reuse. Of course, political things can be said but not done, but what can be done cannot be said. Although they could not directly say that they wanted to kill Emperor Xia and seek power to usurp the throne, since Lu Yi spoke at this time, he naturally hoped to leave this problem to them to solve. They are all veterans, and they can also hear what Lu Yi means. When you are a subordinate, you have to be good at guessing what your boss means. Lu Yi changed the subject at this time and said, since the king of the north has agreed to stand on Gu's side, the Gu should also make preparations to fulfill his promise. He just wants to transfer the land north of Qi state to the king of the north. I'm afraid it won't work. It's not that easy. First of all, Lu Yi is not an emperor and has no right to allocate land to vassal kings at will. Secondly, Qi state itself already has its own owner. If King Qi hears that the imperial court has allocated his fiefdom to the northern state, he might be angry and directly bring him away. The soldiers went south to find Lu Yi to explain. So in the final analysis, we still have to wait until Lu Yi becomes emperor before there is room for manipulation. Zhao Venhan once again heard the implication of Lu Yi's words. Lu Yi was hinting to them that it was time to help him rise to power. Only when he rises to power can the ministers of their group be able to share the fruit. So what they have to do next is very simple, that is, find a way to kill Emperor Xia, and then push Lu Yi to the throne. Zhao Venhan said to Lu Yi at this time, Prince, please rest assured. I believe that the northern king is sensible and will not rush to ask you for the land north of Qi state. Lu Yi said, well, that's what I said, but I still feel a little worried. Zhao Venhan said with a smile, Your Highness, don't worry too much, just let nature take its course. Some difficulties may not be difficult after a while. Hearing Zhao Venhan's words, Lu Yi finally showed a smile on his face. What Mr. Zhao said is that Gu is a little too anxious. Lu Yi believes that Zhao Venhan has understood what he means. The next step is to see what Zhao Venhan and the others do. If everything goes well, he will be able to ascend the throne in less than a month. Of course, this was just Lu Yi's whimsical idea. They didn't know that the real chess player was actually Emperor Xia himself. Half an hour later. Daxia, inside the palace. Emperor Xia sat cross-legged on the dragon bed, listening to the report of the shadow guard in front of him with a dark face. If Lu Yi were here, he would find that what the shadow guard reported was their previous conversation in the East Palace. After the shadow guard in front of Emperor Xia finished his report, Emperor Xia sneered and said, I didn't expect him to be unable to wait so quickly. Having said this, Emperor Xia said to the shadow guard in front of him, continue to monitor, don't make any moves for the time being, and don't move their people in the palace. Emperor Xia might not know what was going on outside, but he was very clear about what was happening in the entire capital, especially in the palace. Those people were from the prince's faction, and he knew exactly who there were in the palace. Those traitors who still wanted to kill him were simply overestimating their abilities and not knowing whether to live or die. What he is most worried about now is not the traitors in the capital, but the one in the north. Although there was no clear evidence, he still firmly believed in his heart that the assassination attempt by Taoist Henzhou and Master Tongshan failed because the celestial being from Suanya Palace went to Yanqinsh, and that celestial being was even probably still protecting Lu Chen. As long as the heavenly being is there, it is impossible to get rid of the traitor. This gave Emperor Xia a headache. What he has always been most worried about is Suanya Palace. As a result, all the gods from Suanya Palace have gone down the mountain, which makes him live in fear every day. When he was a child, the scene of the gods from Suanya Palace chasing down the royal master is still imprinted in his mind. He still often dreams about it when he sleeps at night. Every time he woke up, he was covered in sweat. However, Emperor Xia still has a question. If the heavenly being from Swanya Palace really came down the mountain, why didn't she come directly to the capital to take back the sacred objects from Swanya Palace? Does Swanya Palace not know that thing is here? Shouldn't it? Swanya Palace had sent people to look for it in the palace before. Although they found nothing, they should have guessed that the thing was in the palace. Without that thing, the royal family would not have been able to train several great masters in such a short period of time. The master of Swanya Palace should be able to guess it no matter how stupid he was. Emperor Xia slowly looked at the window, and then looked at the endless night outside. He said to himself, "It seems that we have to hurry up. As long as we can activate the weapon on Fenjian Island, maybe the gods are not invincible." Overcome. North. Time flies like an arrow, and half a month passes in the blink of an eye. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight rolled over the windowsill and shone into the house. The warm light shone on people's bodies, making people feel extremely warm. The sleeping people also woke up at this time. Wu Yunwan was lying on the bed, while Lu Chen was lying on her back, holding her waist and putting his head on her shoulder. Wu Yunwan asked feebly at this time, "What did Murong Xue'er say to you, right?" End of chapter. Chapter 395. When will she be able to become the master? Seeing Wu Yunwan suddenly asking such a question, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Why do you think so?" Wu Yunwan snorted coldly and said, "For half a month in a row, you have been coming to my room every night to bully me. If Murong Xue'er hadn't told you something, how could you have come here every day?" Originally, she was a little happy when Lu Chen came to her place for several days in a row, because she knew very well that if she wanted to climb up in the North Country, she had to capture the heart of this little man. This little man comes to her every day to pamper her, which proves that he likes her body very much in his heart. This is a good thing, and she might be able to take advantage of the opportunity of sleeping in the same bed with Lu Chen to find out some secrets about the North Country. However, Wu Yunwan soon realized that something was wrong. Lu Chen actually spent half a month running towards her, and every time he got to his room, he would waste no time and immediately do that with her until dawn. Although Wu Yunwan was already a grand master, she couldn't hold on even for half a month. At this time, she also realized that it was most likely that Murong Xue'er told Lu Chen that she wanted to fight for power in Lu Chen's harem, and then monopolize his favor, so this guy came every day to let her know what the consequences would be if she did that. Wu Yunwan finally understood why Murong Xue'er advised her not to make small moves in Lu Chen's inner courtyard. No wonder Murong Xue'er said that Lu Chen and the women in Lu Chen's inner courtyard all live in harmony and are very harmonious. With Lu Chen's strength, he is indeed capable of suppressing any woman with small thoughts. No, she had just come up with an idea, and she had been targeted by this little man for half a month. Now she didn't dare to mess around. Seeing that Wu Yunwan had guessed the reason, Lu Chen said with a smile, "You are worrying too much. I am just afraid that you will feel lonely when you sleep alone at night, so I came to accompany you." Wu Yunwan said, "Does the prince think that I am a fool?" Lu Chen immediately denied it, "I never said such a thing. For a woman like you who originally held a high position, I dare not treat you as a fool." Wu Yunwan sneered, "Murong Xue'er really said something to you. Think about it, Murong Xue'er has been conquered by you a long time ago. You asked her to come here just to let her monitor me. Whatever I say, she will report to you as soon as possible." Lu Chen said with a smile, "If you don't want her to live in the same courtyard as you, you can tell me directly and I will ask her to move out immediately. Buwang Mansion has prepared a courtyard for her." Hearing this, Wu Yunwan was stunned for a moment, and then she said, "No, just let her continue to live in this courtyard." Lu Chen smiled and asked, "Aren't you afraid that she will tell me about you?" Wu Yunwan said, "You have come here to torture me for half a month, but I still dare to play some tricks. It doesn't matter to me whether there is anyone watching me. Wu Yunhuan has completely given up the idea of monopolizing Lu Chen now. This man is too powerful and cannot be restrained by himself, so he should let the women in the inner courtyard consume his energy. The most important thing is that she doesn't want to go back to the days when no one talked. Although Murong Shuer came to monitor her, Murong Shuer was once the closest person to Emperor Yu, and she lived with Murong Shuer. The two of them have many topics in common. If Murong Shuer is driven away, then she will be the only one left in the entire yard, and no one will be able to talk to her. Moreover, Murong Shuer has been in the Northern Kingdom for so long, so she can also learn more about the situation in the Northern Kingdom through Murong Shuer. Hearing Wu Yunhuan's words, Lu Chen raised his chest, then gently stroked her jade back, and said while stroking, "You are also the former eldest princess of Dao, and you are also a high-ranking person. Could it be that you are just giving in like this?" Wu Yunhuan asked coldly, "Could it be that the prince wants me to cause trouble in Buwang Mansion?" Lu Chen said, "That's not true. I just felt that you gave in too quickly, which made me a little surprised. I thought it would take at least a month before you would give up those ideas." Hearing this, Wu Yunhuan said, "Murong Shuer has indeed told you everything about me." At this moment, Lu Chen slowly stood up. The next moment, Wu Yunhuan felt a sense of emptiness. Lu Chen turned Wu Yunhuan over and looked at her condescendingly again. Wu Yunhuan stared into Lu Chen's eyes and asked, "I am very curious, why is the prince so brave?" Wu Yunhuan was not embarrassed. She was indeed very curious about Lu Chen's strength. As far as she knew, there should be no man as powerful as Lu Chen. Lu Chen thought about it and replied, "It's just that he is gifted." Wu Yunhuan said indifferently, "It turns out that he was born a bad person." Lu Chen didn't mind this at all, he just liked his woman to say he was bad. As the saying goes, if a man is not bad, a woman will not love him. Of course, this refers to his own woman, but this is not suitable for everyone. At this moment, Lu Chen took out a pill and handed it to Wu Yunhuan, and saw the pill in Lu Chen's hand. Wu Yunhuan was stunned at first, and then asked in confusion, "You are tired of playing with my body, are you planning to get rid of me?" Lu Chen laughed, and then said, "Who do you think I am? How could I kill my own woman, especially a beauty like you? It's too late for me to love her." Wu Yunhuan said suspiciously, "So, you are worried that I will cause trouble in your northern palace, so you want to use poisonous pills to control me?" Lu Chen said directly, "This is a beauty pill. As long as you take it, you can stay young forever. Even if you get old in the future, your hair will only turn white. Your body will not show any signs of aging, and even your skin will not show any signs of aging." Folds. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Yunhuan was stunned. Beauty pill? How could Lu Chen possess this kind of elixir? Wu Yunhuan and Yue Huang once entered the mist world and entered the sect. They are both knowledgeable people. Naturally, she has heard of beauty pill, but it is something only immortals have. For them, this elixir is an elixir. How could Lu Chen possess the elixir? In this case, there is probably a strong man from the misty world behind Lu Chen? Wu Yunhuan looked at the beauty pill in Lu Chen's hand with suspicion and said, "Are you willing to give such a precious elixir to me? If your women knew that you gave such a precious elixir to me, aren't you afraid they will be angry?" Lu Chen said calmly, "Except for you and Murong Shuer, all my women have taken beauty pills." Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Wu Yunhuan was stunned again. She said in disbelief, "Impossible. Where did you get so many elixirs? It is already difficult to explain that Lu Chen has an elixir. How could he have so many beauty elixirs? Even in the mystic immortal sect that she and Yu Huang originally joined, very few people can get a beauty elixir." Lu Chen said calmly, "Don't worry about how I got here, just take it first." Wu Yunhuan slowly raised her jade hand and was about to take the elixir from Lu Chen's hand. However, when her fingers were about to touch the elixir, her jade hand stopped in mid-air. It seemed that she hesitated. Wu Yunhuan still couldn't believe what kind of elixir Lu Chen gave her. Is this little man really going to be so kind to me? He just likes his own body, why would he give himself such a precious elixir? The most important thing is that this guy actually said that every one of his women has taken the elixir, and she couldn't believe it was a beauty elixir. She was now increasingly doubting that as long as she took this pill, she might be controlled by Lu Chen and become Lu Chen's puppet for the rest of her life. Seeing Wu Yunhuan's hesitation, Lu Chen said with a smile, "What's wrong?" The majestic and powerful eldest princess was actually frightened by a small pill. Even if this is a poison pill, with your grandmaster's strength, you can force the poison out quickly. What's there to be afraid of? After hearing what Lu Chen said, Wu Yunhuan reacted. Yes, she is now a grandmaster, and it is indeed difficult for ordinary poisons to have an effect on her. If there is really a problem with this elixir, she can just use her kung fu to expel the poison from the body. But having said that, even if this elixir is really a poisonous elixir, even if she doesn't want to take it, I'm afraid Lu Chen will force her to take it. In front of this little man, she had no choice at all. It was impossible for her to take action against Lu Chen. With Lu Chen's ability, as long as she took action, Lu Chen would be able to suppress her in an instant. After thinking about it, Wu Yunhuan grabbed the beauty pill from Lu Chen's hand, then put it directly into her mouth and swallowed it. Just when Wu Yunhuan was ready to be poisoned, she suddenly found a warm current in her danshan, and then she felt as if the skin all over her body was crawling. After a while, her skin released a lot of impurities, and some skin began to fall off. New skin grew in the places where the skin fell off, and it was extremely delicate and white. Wu Yunhuan was a little unbelievable that this elixir was actually real. Lu Chen got up from the bed at this time, and then said, "Go and look in the mirror, you must be very satisfied." Wu Yunhuan did not hesitate. She immediately got up from the bed and walked to the dressing table without putting on any clothes. When she saw it, she found that the skin on her face had become smoother and more delicate, and she had become so much more beautiful. Wu Yunhuan wanted to ask Lu Chen something, but Lu Chen picked her up and hugged her. "Taking the beauty pill has eliminated so many impurities, so you should wash it off well." Then Lu Chen walked towards the bathroom next to the bedroom. Entering the bathroom, Lu Chen first asked the maid to rinse the impurities from Wu Yunhuan's body, and then he put his arms around Wu Yunhuan and took a dip in the bathtub. Wu Yunhuan sat in Lu Chen's arms, still immersed in the joy of becoming beautiful. After all, there is no woman who doesn't love beauty, not to mention that Lu Chen just said that he can stay young forever and will never grow old or ugly in his life. After the two of them soaked in the bath for a while, Wu Yunhuan finally couldn't bear it anymore. She asked directly, "I am really curious, where does the prince's beauty pill come from?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "I can't tell you this for the time being." Hearing this, Wu Yunhuan chuckled, and then said, "It seems that the prince has more secrets than I imagined." Lu Chen hugged Wu Yunhuan's soft body and said in her ear, "That's natural. The more secrets I have, the more you want to explore me." When a woman likes a man, most of the time she starts out by being curious about the man, and Wu Yunhuan is no exception to Lu Chen. Wu Yunhuan snorted coldly and said nothing more. She thought to herself that she might have been completely trapped by this little man. This guy first helped him break through to the realm of the Grand Master, and then made himself unable to stop lusting after his body. Now he gave himself such a precious elixir to keep him young forever. Wu Yunhuan felt that she could no longer live without this man. She fell. She was already fascinated by this little man. She had never thought that she would be conquered by such a little man before. Thinking of this, Wu Yunhuan fell into silence and didn't speak for a long time. Lu Chen didn't say anything else, and the two of them just soaked in the bath quietly. After soaking for about a quarter of an hour, Lu Chen slowly stood up. He smiled and said to Wu Yunwan, if you get tired of staying in the palace, you can go out for a walk. I still trust you. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Yunwan snorted. Although she knew in her heart that it would be difficult for her to leave this little man again in her life, every time she saw this little man looking like he was convinced of her, Wu Yunwan, there are some unwilling emotions in my heart. After being bullied by this man for half a month, when will she be able to stand up and become the master? After Lu Chen came out of Wu Yunwan's room, he went straight to the generator experimental base. The first generator was installed next to the river not far from the new city. The power of this generator was not large, but it was enough to power the palace. When Lu Chen arrived at the generator experimental base, Mo Xing and the others were already waiting for Lu Chen's arrival. They couldn't wait to start using electricity. In their past, lightning was a dangerous thing, but now they can not only create electricity, but can also bind it for human use. This makes them excited. After Lu Chen saw that it was almost done, he began to install various electrical equipment. When everything was ready, Lu Chen took out a light bulb he had made and plugged it into the socket. The next moment, the light bulb lit up instantly. It's bright, it's really bright. We made it. Once the circuit is built, we can never use candles again. Seeing this scene, Mo Xing and others became even more excited, and some of them spoke incoherently in excitement. But soon the light bulb exploded with a bang. Seeing this scene, everyone fell silent instantly. They turned to look at Lu Chen. Lu Chen said lightly, the materials for making light bulbs are not good enough. We have to continue experiments to find durable materials. After hearing Lu Chen's explanation, everyone was instantly relieved. It turned out that the material was just substandard. Material issues are not a problem, they just continue testing. At this time, Lu Chen took out an electric heating rod, plugged it in, and placed the electric heating rod inside the barrel. Everyone looked at this scene curiously. After a while, the water in the barrel started to boil. Lu Chen said with a smile, this is also an application of electricity. In addition to emitting light, it can also generate heat. Mo Xing and others became excited again, but they didn't expect that Dianju could generate heat. Lu Chen said, okay, let's build a circuit and go to the palace first. I will personally test the practicality of various electrical appliances in the future. Electricity is a dangerous thing. As a prince, Lu Chen naturally has to be the first to use it, so that when it is promoted in the future, the common people can rest assured. End of chapter. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 396 Wu Yunwan's Anxiety. After Lu Chen left the palace and went to the generator experimental base, Wu Yunwan came to sit in the courtyard. She glanced at Mirong Shue's room and found that her door was closed, so she asked the maid beside her, is Mrs. Mirong still there? Didn't you get up? The maid replied, go back to your highness princess, Madame Mirong left the palace early in the morning. Wu Yunwan and Lu Chen had a busy night last night. They woke up relatively late today. As a result, the two of them soaked in the bath for a while. When they came out, it was already even later. Mirong Shui was early at this time. I've already gone to the mansion. Wu Yunwan asked curiously, how did you call me princess today? The maid quickly said, go back to the princess, this is the prince's order. Wu Yunwan snorted softly. She thought that guy would play this kind of identity play all his life, but she didn't expect that he would get tired of it so quickly. It's okay, she's already tired of hearing people call her Your Majesty. Just when Wu Yunwan was lost in thought, Mirong Shue's voice came from the door of the courtyard, Your Highness, why did you get up so early? Wu Yunwan looked up and found that it was Mirong Shui who was back. She snorted coldly and said, morning? The sun is already above your head. Seeing that Wu Yunwan's tone was a bit wrong and she seemed unhappy, Mirong Shui thought to herself that it seemed that King Bei had said something to her. Wu Yunwan said at this time, Murong Shwetter, I treat you as a friend, but you turned around and sold me out. Hearing this, Murong Shwetter not only did not feel nervous, but smiled slightly, and then said, Your Highness, you should know that slaves are just tools of the prince. As tools of the prince, they naturally stand on the side of the prince. Although Murong Shwetter's identity was just a maid in Dayu, and Wu Yunwan's status was more noble than hers, but now they are not in Dayu, nor in Dao, but in the North Kingdom, and they are still in the North Prince's mansion. They are all Lu Chen's women now, and they no longer have any status, so Murong Shwetter is not afraid of Wu Yunwan. Murong Shwetter continued, If your highness is afraid that the slave will spy on you, you can tell the prince to ask the slave to leave this courtyard. Wu Yunwan said expressionlessly, That's all, you are also a pitiful person, so I won't embarrass you. Murong Shwetter asked, The prince has been going to his highness's room for half a month. I wonder if his highness has changed his mind now. Hearing this, Wu Yunwan frowned. She became angry when she thought of this matter. Then she looked at Murong Shwetter indifferently and said, You must have been tamed by him in this way, right? What a good idea. Murong Shwetter didn't say anything more. Seeing Wu Yunwan's face turning a little pale, Murong Shwetter knew that Wu Yunwan had completely surrendered. In the future, Wu Yunwan might not dare to have the same thoughts as before. Wu Yunwan continued, Qin Guo sent you to Buwang Mansion, you really gave that guy an advantage. Hearing Wu Yunwan talk about Emperor Yu, Murong Shwetter asked curiously, Your Highness, have you made a choice now? Wu Yunwan asked, What choice? Murong Shwetter said, If one day, the prince goes to war with Dayu, which side will you stand on? This. Wu Yunwan was stunned. She had never thought about this before. Yue Huang is her good sister and good friend, and Lu Chen is her man, to the point where she can no longer live without this man. How does she choose? Whether it was Yue Huang or Lu Chen, if anything happened to either of them, it would be a heavy blow to her. For a time, Wu Yunwan became extremely entangled in her heart. Murong Shwetter said at this time, If Her Royal Highness the Princess feels entangled and doesn't know what to choose, then I have a good suggestion. Wu Yunwan did not directly ask Murong Shwetter for any advice. Instead, she said suspiciously, It seems that that man wants to use you to send a message to me again. Wu Yunwan didn't think it was Murong Shwetter who wanted to ask this question. She suspected that Lu Chen wanted to see what she would choose, so she asked Murong Shwetter to test her. Murong Shwetter did not defend herself and continued, If His Highness really doesn't know who to choose, then just choose no one and wait until they decide the results. Wu Yunwan was stunned for a moment, and then asked, Do you want me to watch them kill each other? Murong Shwetter said, This is the best choice for your highness. If the prince loses, Her Majesty the Empress might just confine the prince's power for your sake, and then give him to you. If the Empress loses, then there is no need for you, your highness, to be anxious. Wu Yunwan asked, Why is this? Murong Shwetter said, Based on my understanding of the prince, there is a high probability that the Empress will become his woman, just like you. Upon hearing this, Wu Yunwan's face darkened instantly. She did not think that Murong Shwetter was talking nonsense. On the contrary, she felt that what Murong Shwetter said was very likely to happen. When she first came to the Northern Kingdom, Lu Chen asked her to play the role of the Empress, and even asked her to wear a phoenix robe like Emperor Yu's, and even the decoration of the room was the same as that of Emperor Yu's palace. This man must have thoughts about his good sister, so he let himself play the role of Empress. Thinking about it this way, once Dayu is defeated, the first thing Bei Wang will do is to kidnap his good sister to Bei Wang Mansion, and then treat her like he treats himself. Then maybe the two of them will have to serve that bad guy together. Wu Yunwan's face became very stiff when she thought of that scene. Based on her understanding of Emperor Yu, she doubted that if that day came, Emperor Yu would choose to blow up his danchan to maintain his innocence. Emperor Yu is an arrogant person. She may not care too much about her innocence, but she will definitely not be able to tolerate her defeat by a little man, and then she will be humiliated by that man in all kinds of ways. Seeing that Wu Yunwan was silent, Murong Shuer said nothing more. I have something to do, please go back to the house first. As soon as she finished speaking, Murong Shuer turned around and returned to her room, leaving Wu Yunwan still sitting in the pavilion thinking about how to deal with the relationship between Lu Chen and Yu Huang in the future. To be honest, she didn't think Lu Chen was Yu Wang's opponent at first, but now she is a little unsure. Lu Chen can even take out elixirs like Beauty Pill, which proves that there must be something behind Lu Chen. Of the strong. If the North declares war on Dayu may not be an opponent. When she thought of this, Wu Yunwan couldn't help but sigh, and could only take one step at a time. Just when Wu Yunwan had a sad look on her face, a maid entered the courtyard and said, "Your Highness, there is someone outside the palace asking to see you. She said she is your protector." Upon hearing this, Wu Yunwan immediately stood up and walked towards the outer courtyard while saying, "Let her go to the Baiwen garden in the outer courtyard." The maid then said, "Yes, Princess." After a while, Hu Shu came to Baiwen garden, and Wu Yunwan immediately asked the maids to leave the garden. After all the maids left, Hu Shu immediately saluted Wu Yunwan and said, "Greetings to the eldest princess." Wu Yunwan asked directly, "Senior, who came to see me for something?" Hu Shu immediately took out a letter from his arms and handed it to Wu Yunwan. "This is your Majesty's letter." Wu Yunwan was stunned for a moment, then took the letter from Hu Shu's hand, opened it and read it carefully and confidently. Emperor Yu greeted her in the letter and asked her if she had been bullied and if she needed help. He also said that if she wanted to leave the Northern Palace and the Northern Kingdom, she could tell her at any time and she would immediately send someone to take her to Dayu. After seeing Emperor Yu's letter, Wu Yunwan became even more anxious. She really didn't want to see a conflict between her good sister and that little man. Hu Shu asked at this time, "Your Highness, I heard that King Bei seems to have let Murong Shuer live in Bei King's mansion. I wonder if they have ever lived in the same room." Hearing Hu Shu's words, Wu Yunwan came to her senses at this time. She replied calmly, "The North King did let Murong Shuer live in the North King's mansion, but he did not give Murong Shuer a separate courtyard. Instead, he allowed her live in the same courtyard as me and serve me." This. Hu Shu was stunned. She didn't understand what Bei Wang was doing. Why did he let Wu Yunwan and Murong Shuer live together? Wu Yunwan continued, "Although King Bei likes beauty, he doesn't seem to have touched Murong Shuer's body. Maybe it's because he has too many women in the harem. Although Murong Shuer is beautiful, she is not enough to seduce her." King of the North. After hearing Wu Yunwan's words, Hu Shu fell into deep thought. She did not doubt Wu Yunwan's words. She was thinking that if the Northern King was not interested in Murong Shuer's body and the Northern King never touched Murong Shuer's body, then the Empress did the plan come to nothing? Wu Yunwan asked, "Senior Hu, you don't seem to trust Murong Shuer." Hu Shu was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses, and she replied, "Why does the princess ask that?" Wu Yunwan said, "If you trust Murong Shuer, you will probably give the soft letter directly to Murong Shuer and ask her to hand it over to me, and I feel that you don't want Murong Shuer to know anything?" Hu Shu immediately said, "Your Highness, this is not Lao Shen's idea. The reason why Lao Shen did this is His Majesty's intention." Wu Yunwan said, "It turns out it means gentleness. If nothing happens, Senior Toto will go back first. If I find out any news, I will definitely go to the princess mansion and tell you." Hu Shu said, "Okay, I'm going back first. Your Highness, take care." Hu Shu then turned around and left Buwang mansion. Seeing Hu Shu's back, Wu Yunwan looked at the letter in her hand again. Wu Yunwan couldn't help but wonder, since she didn't trust Murong Shuer, why would her good sister send Murong Shuer to get close to Bei Wang? The purpose of sending Murong Shuer to Buwang mansion was purely to deliver food to that man. End of chapter. Chapter 397. How did he do it? After subduing Wu Yunwan, Lu Chen stopped going to her room every night. He was busy playing grassland riding games with Xiao Wenyao and Yellow Nanyan these days. To be honest, Lu Chen almost wanted to give up on letting Yellow Nanyan or Xiao Wenyao conceive their children. After trying for so long, their stomachs showed no reaction at all. Lu Chen was wondering if he had become a pseudo-celestial being, so the difficulty of getting pregnant had increased again. Chu Yukan was able to get pregnant in one go, but why couldn't other women? And Wang Qingkai, a stubborn person who didn't want to get pregnant, was captured. However, Yellow Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao, who were the most cooperative, could not. Lu Chen even planned to let Mu Zixuan and the others try again. Although Mu Zixuan, Zhou Yuyu, and Zhou Xiaoxiao have all become warriors, their levels are still relatively low, and they are still in the stage where it is easier to get pregnant. If all three of them are pregnant, then it has nothing to do with yourself. If the three of them are not pregnant, it proves that entering the pseudo-celestial realm has indeed made it much more difficult for him to conceive a child. If he wants to have children in the future, he will have to spend more effort. After a period of verification, neither Mu Zixuan nor De Zhou Xiaozhou was pregnant. Lu Chen basically clarified the reason. Sure enough, it was not the problem of Yellow Nanyan and Xiao Wenyao, but because he had broken through to the realm of pseudo-celestial beings, so it becomes more difficult for them to carry children. Lu Chen didn't have a good solution for the realm's restriction on births. Finally, Lu Chen decided to ask the system to see if it had any good solutions. In the evening, Buwang Mansion. Today, the entire Buwang Mansion was quite busy. Lu Chen stood in Fenjiun courtyard and watched the servants going about their business. At this moment, except for Wu Yunwan and Murong Shuer, Lu Chen's wives and concubines in the inner courtyard were basically gathered in Fenjiun courtyard. Today is a special day, a day of electricity. Lu Chen and the others have already developed light bulbs and set up circuits. There has been a lot of movement in the palace these days, and craftsmen are busy setting up wires every day. Building electric wires was a big project. There were no rubber or plastics in this era. Although Lu Chen had obtained the drawings of the gasoline refining process, there were no conditions for the development of the petroleum industry in the current Northland. Lu Chen actually set up a resource exploration department to let them explore for resources such as oil and coal. It's just that what that department has discovered now is basically coal mines, or iron ore and copper resources. It's still difficult to find oil. To find oil, you have to drill, but drilling is difficult. In the final analysis, there is no such condition. Without rubber and plastic, we have to find a way to replace the insulator with something else. Under the current conditions, the best insulators are glass and ceramics. For the sake of beauty, Lu Chen finally chose ceramic tubes. During this period, the ceramics workshop in Buwangfu worked overtime almost every day to make ceramic tubes, just to lay circuits for Buwangfu. Originally, it would take half a day to lay the ceramic pipes, but Lu Chen saw that there was not much work left, so he worked overtime tonight to let the craftsmen finish it. He couldn't wait to bring Buwang Mansion into the electrical age. I use candles every night. Not to mention the dim light of the candles, and there is still some smell. As a time traveler, Lu Chen couldn't stand the days of lighting with candles. Lu Chen stood in the yard and watched, while his wives and concubines gathered around the craftsmen outside with great curiosity, watching them check the circuits and install the light bulbs. They had already heard Lu Chen talk about generators and lights while they were eating. At that time, they felt very incredible. This was the first time they had heard that electricity could be tied up and used. After Lu Chen glanced at the busy crowd, he said to the system in his heart, "System, if the higher my realm, the less likely it is to give birth to children, then when I break through to the realm of heaven and man, or a realm higher than the realm of heaven and man, isn't your system useless? The host's worries are unnecessary. Even if the host breaks through to the heavenly realm, or even becomes an immortal, the host can still make his wife and concubines pregnant, but the probability is small. Of course, this world cannot bear a real immortal. Lu Chen frowned when he heard the system's answer. Although the system said so, he had already proven through practice how difficult it is to have a child now. It was already so difficult for him to give birth to an heir when he was still a pseudo-celestial being. When he breaks through to the realm of celestial beings, won't the difficulty increase by an order of magnitude? No, he had to make as many babies as possible while his realm was still relatively low. Thinking of this, Lu Chen glanced at the delicate bodies and buttocks of his wives and concubines in the yard. It seems that before becoming a heavenly being, I have to work harder. Just when Lu Chen was distracted, Mo Xing came to Lu Chen's side and said, "Your Majesty, all the circuits have been tested and can be officially powered on." Hearing this, Lu Chen came back to his senses and said immediately, "Okay, get ready to power on." At this time, Music Xuan and the others also returned to Lu Chen. Chu Yukin curiously looked at the glass-like objects pressed against the door and smelled, "Chener, can this thing really light up?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "Just wait and see, it will light up soon." Having said this, Lu Chen said to Mo Xing, "Start with the third power supply, switch on and off every 3 breaths." Although this small amount of electricity cannot harm high-level warriors, and even has basically no harm to Grand Master level warriors, for ordinary people in this world, electricity can still electrocute people to death. After hearing Lu Chen's order, Mo Xing said excitedly, "Yes, Your Majesty." They are witnessing history, as Buwangfu will become the first household to use electricity. As the first power transmission began, all the lights in Buwang Mansion turned on. Seeing this scene, the girls instantly exclaimed. Not only them, but the entire palace's servants, maids, and even the guards were frightened by the sudden light. For a time, the entire Buwang Mansion became as bright as day. Although Lu Chen had asked people to remind the people in the palace from the beginning that the light bulbs would emit bright light tonight, so that they would not be too surprised, but hearing it from others and seeing it with your own eyes were completely different. They thought that these glazed lanterns were as bright as lanterns at most, but they didn't expect them to be so bright. This made them feel that Buwang Mansion was no different from the daytime. However, the light quickly disappeared again. Seeing that the light suddenly disappeared, everyone looked confused. Xiao Wenyao asked curiously next to Lu Chen, "Your Majesty, why are those glazed lamps not lighting up? Is there something wrong?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "No problem, I deliberately cut off people's power. Although these household electricity cannot cause much harm to high-level warriors, it is still possible to electrocute ordinary people, so be sure to use it when turning on the power. Turn it on and off 3 times to avoid anyone getting an electric shock from direct contact with the wire." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the girls instantly realized that Lu Chen had thought so carefully. Not long after Lu Chen finished explaining, the lights in the palace turned on again, and then went out again a moment later. It was not until he got up at home after the 3rd time that the lights in the palace went out again. Seeing the courtyard illuminated by the glazed lamp as if it were daytime, Chu Yukin couldn't help but sigh, "I didn't expect that I would be able to see such a wonder in my lifetime." Music Xuan asked next to Lu Chen, "Your Majesty, will the people in the north be able to use electricity in the future?" Lu Chen replied, "Of course, it's just that it takes a long time to make the machines for power generation and create the conditions required for power generation. But within 100 years, there will be no problem in providing electricity to the entire Northern Kingdom, and even to the people of this world." Hearing Lu Chen's answer, all the girls fell into silence. With electricity, the world will become more beautiful in the future, and the nightlife will be richer in the future. Lu Chen said, "Okay, you all should go back and rest. It's already so late." After hearing Lu Chen's words, the girls gradually left Fenjiun Court and returned to their own residence. But they were destined to have trouble falling asleep tonight. After all, the shock brought to them by the glazed lamp was too great. After all the girls went back, Lu Chen looked at Mo Xing not far away and asked, "How long is the lifespan of this electric lamp now?" Although the materials used to make electric lamps have changed, the lifespan is still not good. In addition, there is no vacuum inside the electric lamp, so the lifespan of these bulbs is still not particularly long. Mo Xing replied, "Back to your lord, the current lifespan of these lamps is about 7 days, but if the air inside can be extracted, then the lifespan of these lamps should be extended to several months. Several of the lamps we used in the experiment that extract the air it's still on now, and there's no sign of burning out at all, but it's a little difficult to make such an electric lamp. Today's electric lamp production relies on manual work. The air inside the glass must be completely removed. The person who makes the light bulb must be at least a half-step master. If he can release the true energy to the outside, he can make such a light bulb. Of course, this is what hand-making is like. They don't have much experience yet. When the technology matures and they have experience, ordinary people may also be able to make vacuum bulbs." Lu Chen thought for a while and then said, "Just 7 days, just replace it in time. It's just a trial now, so there's no need to worry too much about how long the light will stay on." Lu Chen then said to Mo Xing and other craftsmen, "Okay, you all have worked hard. Go back and have a good rest tonight." Mo Xing and all the craftsmen said in unison, "Thank you, Your Majesty." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen asked the guards waiting outside the palace to send the craftsmen back one by one. At the same time, Wu Yunhuan and Murong Shue'er were sitting in the courtyard, staring dumbly at the courtyard illuminated by the glazed lamp, which looked like daytime. The two of them actually heard that the light would be on tonight. After all, they were there when the craftsmen were pulling wires in the yard these days, but neither of them realized that the light would be so bright, and that the light would actually be so bright. There was no need to use fire candles, which really shocked the two women. Wu Yunhuan said to herself, "How did he do it?" End of chapter. Chapter 398. Xiao Wenyao and Yellow Nanyan are pregnant. This is the first time Wu Yunhuan has seen such a strange lighting tool. She also heard from the maid that those lamps that emit yellow light are called glass lamps. They can light up without fire and can stay on as long as they are not broken. Of course, this is what their prince told the maids and servants. In fact, the maids did not understand these glazed lamps. Seeing the courtyard, which was as bright as ordinary daytime, Wu Yunhuan's inner emotions were a little complicated. How many abilities did that little man have that she didn't know? This kind of thing can actually be made. At this time, Wu Yunhuan asked Murong Shue'er in front of her, "Shue'er, how do you think these glazed lamps shine?" Murong Shue'er was also in a daze at this time. She replied blankly, "I heard from the prince a few days ago that electricity seems to be used. In the past few days, craftsmen have laid copper wires to conduct electricity, but how exactly does it glow?" Yes, this servant doesn't know either. After hearing Murong Shue'er's answer, Wu Yunhuan immediately stood up and curiously came to a ceramic pipe in the pavilion. She waved her hand gently, and the ceramic tube split instantly, revealing the wires inside. The next moment, Wu Yunhuan's slender fingers stretched out, as if she wanted to touch the wire. Seeing this scene, the maid next to her quickly reminded, "Your Highness, the prince said that these wires are very dangerous and must not be touched." Wu Yunhuan ignored the maid's words, and soon her fingertips touched the wire. The next moment, a numb feeling spread throughout her body, and then her finger was bounced away by the copper wire. This electricity did not cause any harm to Wu Yunhuan, the Grand Master. After all, she is now a Grand Master. Even the thunder from the sky may not be able to kill her. This small amount of electricity is nothing to her. What? Wu Yunhuan was immediately surprised. She didn't expect that it was actually electricity. She looked up at the glazed lamp in the middle of the pavilion, then released her genkai and felt the movement of these currents. After her investigation, she seemed to understand something. When current passes through the metal in the glass lamp, the metal will glow and heat. Although she didn't understand what electricity was, she found a natural phenomenon that was very similar to the glow of a glass lamp, that is, there was thunder when there was thunder. Wu Yunhuan mistook the light emitted by the glazed lamp for faint thunder. Wu Yunhuan looked at the glazed lamp and said to herself, "How wonderful! This man is getting more and more difficult for me to see through." She had lived for decades, and this was the first time she heard that someone could restrain thunder and lightning and use it for herself. I have to say that King Bei's idea was really bold and unique. Wu Yunhuan couldn't help but think, if there was a bright moon in the sky tonight and there was no thunder, how did the electricity in the palace come from? Wu Yunhuan then turned to the maid and asked, "Qing'er, how does the electricity in this copper wire come from?" The maid replied, "I don't know exactly how it came about, but I heard from the servants in the palace that the prince seems to have made a machine that can create electricity." Wu Yunhuan and Murong Shue'er were stunned again. A machine that created electricity? Thunder and lightning can also be created by human power? Isn't this a method that only immortals can use? Wu Yunhuan has been into the foggy area, and she is considered a relatively knowledgeable person. As far as she knows, only particularly powerful immortals can control thunder and lightning. How did Lu Chen control thunder and lightning? There is indeed something powerful behind this little man. It's no wonder that so many forces came to seek refuge with him. Even the master of Suanya Palace had personally visited Buwang Mansion and stayed in Buwang Mansion for a long time. Wu Yunhuan fell into deep thought at this time. She felt more and more that her good sister had no chance of winning in front of Lu Chen. This guy was so mysterious, and the things he brought out were more and more weird. Once Daiyu and Baiguo start a full-scale war, they may not be able to hold on for even 2 months. Thinking of these things, Wu Yunhuan couldn't help but sigh slightly, and then she said to Murong Shue'er, "I will go back and rest first." After finishing her words, Wu Yunhuan turned around and returned to her bedroom. At the same time, Xiao Wenyao was lying on Yellow Nanyan's bed, while Yellow Nanyan was taking a bath in the bathroom. Xiao Wenyao said loudly, "Sister Nanyan, this glazed lamp is so bright. Now the night is no different from the day." The next moment, Yellow Nanyan's voice came from the bathroom, "Well, it's really bright." Xiao Wenyao rolled on Yellow Nanyan's bed and said, "I really hope this life can last forever." Xiao Wenyao never thought that one day she would live such a life. Not only would she be well dressed and well fed, she would no longer have to worry about starvation and cold, and she would even be able to use such rare things as glazed lamps. After hearing Xiao Wenyao's sigh, Yellow Nanyan said jokingly, "Then you have to hurry up and give birth to a few children for the prince. Once you have children, you won't have to worry about the prince kicking you out in the future." Hearing Yellow Nanyan's words, Xiao Wenyao curled her lips, and then said, "I asked the maid to inquire. The more warrior I am, the less likely I am to get pregnant. With the help of the prince, I am now a half-step master. And the prince himself has become even more powerful than the Grand Master, it is not so easy to conceive his child." Although Xiao Wenyao prefers to play and is not ready to be a mother, she has always been worried that she will be rejected by Lu Chen because she has no children. After she came to Buwang Mansion, she accepted many Daxia concepts, so she knew very well how important children were to a Daxia woman. In order to avoid being abandoned by Lu Chen, she also tried every means to get pregnant with Lu Chen's child, but no matter how hard she tried, her stomach still didn't respond at all. Hearing Xiao Wenyao's words, Yellow Nanyan, who was in the bathtub, sighed. She naturally understood this truth. She had prepared her child's clothes a long time ago, but her stomach still didn't move. Some time ago, Lu Chen came to spoil her every night, but her stomach still didn't respond. As a result, Lu Chen didn't come to Chunsheng Yard very often. Lu doubted whether Lu Chen had given up on letting her reproduce. Just when Lu was distracted, she suddenly heard an sound coming from outside the bathroom. Upon hearing this sound, Lu came back to her senses instantly. She quickly asked, "What's wrong?" After the words fell, Xiao Wenyao's voice was not heard from outside. Lu suddenly felt something was wrong. She quickly said to the maid serving her in the bathroom, "Pinger, go out and see what's going on." "Yes, ma'am." The maid immediately left the bathroom and went to the bedroom. As a result, there was no sound after the maid went out. Lu frowned slightly. She quickly got out of the bath and put her clothes on her body. Then she asked tentatively, "Pinger, what happened outside?" Just as Lu thought, the maid did not answer her words. Sure enough, something happened. Lu rushed out immediately. Just when she was about to take action, she found the maid Pinger standing in the middle of the bedroom, looking in the direction of the bed with a blushing face. Lu eyes immediately turned to that side, and he saw an assassin lying behind Xiao Wenyao to assassinate Xiao Wenyao. Xiao Wenyao's mouth was covered by the assassin, and he could not speak. He could only say you sound. At this moment, as the assassin continued his several assassination moves, Xiao Wenyao suddenly became stiff. Lu glanced at the sneak attack assassin with resentment, then turned and walked towards the bathroom, saying as he walked, "The prince is here, why didn't you let the maid inform me? I thought Yao met me." Something happened to the assassin. Although Lu Chen is also an assassin, and he also wants human lives, but the assassins outside kill people, and the assassin Lu Chen wants spiritual lives, the two are still different. When Lu Chen saw Lu coming out, he stopped covering Xiao Wenyao's mouth. At this time, Xiao Wenyao gasped and said, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! I'm scared to death." She was lying on the bed, but suddenly a man appeared and suppressed her body, blocked her mouth, and even stabbed her to death. She thought she was being killed by a bad guy. But then again, the person behind her is a big bad guy, otherwise how could he bully her like this? While Lu Chen was busy with his own affairs, he said with a smile, "Aren't I going to test your vigilance? Although this is the palace, you can't relax. What if an assassin comes to the palace one day?" Having said this, Lu Chen looked down at Xiao Wenyao, "Am I right, Yao?" Xiao Wenyao said feebly, "The king, the prince, said that I must be vigilant in the future." At this time, Lu returned to the bathroom again and continued to rinse her body. Originally, she planned to soak in the bathtub for a while. Since the male master was here, she had no choice but to simply rinse and then come out to serve the little villain. Soon Lu came out of the bathroom. She was only wearing a white undershirt and pants. Because she had just taken a bath, Lu body was filled with the fragrance of flowers. The beautiful woman had just come out of the bath, and there were still some water drops in her hair. She looked pure and lustful. Lu Chen directly put Xiao Wenyao aside, then directly pulled Lu in front of him, hugging her soft and delicate body. Lu face turned slightly hot at this time, and she whispered, "Your Majesty, why don't you turn off this glazed lamp first?" Lu Chen asked in confusion, "Why is this?" Lu replied shyly, "It's a little too bright." In the past, candles were lit at night. The light of the candles was relatively dim and could not see people clearly, so Yurunan could smoke more freely. Now this glazed lamp illuminated the room as if it were daytime, which made Lu feel like he was doing that kind of thing during the daytime, and he couldn't let go. Hearing Lu words, Lu Chen laughed, and then said, "I had guessed that you might say that, so I specially asked them to install low-brightness light bulbs." Then Lu Chen said to the maid, "Turn off the big light and turn on the small light." As soon as the voice fell, the maid next to him turned on the light and immediately turned off the main light in the room, and then turned on the switch next to it. The light of the small lamp was relatively dim, just like how they used to light candles. For a time, the dim yellow light filled the whole room with warmth, and the atmosphere between Lu Chen and Yellow Nanyang became more and more ambiguous. Yellow Nanyang whispered, "Your Majesty, thank you for your hard work tonight." Seeing Yellow Nanyang's shy look, Lu Chen couldn't bear it anymore and immediately leaned over and kissed Yellow Nanyang's red lips. Early morning. Lu Chen, who was hugging him from left to right, woke up. He looked at Xiao Wenyao on his left, and then at Yellow Nanyang on his right, and then a smile appeared on his lips. Such a life is really depraved. Yellow Nanyang also woke up at this time. Seeing Lu Chen's eyes staring at him, Yellow Nanyang's face gradually became rosy again. Lu Chen was about to say something to Yellow Nanyang when he suddenly found that his system interface seemed to have many more system prompts. He was a little too involved last night and didn't pay attention to the system prompts at all. Lu Chen immediately opened it and took a look, and was instantly shocked by the prompt in front of him. The host and his wife cultivate a relationship once, and the experience value of the qi refining technique will be increased. Congratulations to the host for helping Xiao Wenyao become pregnant. As a reward, you will be rewarded with telegraph machine production drawings and operation manuals, and lead-acid battery production manuals. The host and his wife cultivate a relationship once, and the experience value of the qi refining technique is increased by 1000, and the experience value of the rejuvenation technique is increased. Congratulations to the host for helping Yellow Nanyang become pregnant. The reward is 10,000 tons of high-yield rice seeds, 10,000 tons of high-yield soybean seeds, and 3 kilograms of spiritual rice seeds. The pregnancy reward is an encouragement reward. I hope the host can protect his wife and concubines and allow the child to be born smoothly. Lu Chen couldn't believe it when he saw the system prompt in front of him. This is double happiness. Before, he came to Yellow Nanyang every day without success, but he didn't expect that he succeeded last night. Very good. At this time, Yellow Nanyang saw that Lu Chen seemed to have a surprised expression on his face, and seemed to be distracted. Yellow Nanyang asked in confusion, "My lord, what's wrong with you?" Lu Chen came back to his senses, hugged Yellow Nanyang and Xiao Wenyao tightly with both arms, and said with a smile, "I'll tell you some good news." Xiao Wenyao asked sleepily, "What's the good news?" Lu Chen smiled and replied, "Yao Yao, you are pregnant." As soon as these words came out, Xiao Wenyao and Yellow Nanyang were stunned. Xiao Wenyao suddenly woke up. After being stunned for a moment, she asked in disbelief, Wang Zhai, are you telling the truth? Is this slave really pregnant with your child?" Lu Chen said, "Of course it's true. Don't you still believe in my perception ability?" Xiao Wenyao suddenly felt extremely happy. She thought in her heart that if she had Lu Chen's child, she would be able to stay in the North Palace for the rest of her life. As long as she didn't do anything extraordinary, she would be able to enjoy a life of fine clothing and fine food. Lifetime. Some people are happy and some are sad. Yellow Nanyang suddenly felt something bad in her heart. She was not jealous of Xiao Wenyao, she just felt that Xiao Wenyao, who was younger than her, was pregnant, and her belly didn't move at all. If she were older, I'm afraid I may not have children in the future. For a moment, Yellow Nanyang became anxious. Yellow Nanyang's disappointed look fell into Lu Chen's eyes, and he smiled and said to them, "There is another good news." Xiao Wenyao asked, "What's the good news?" Lu Chen turned to look at Yellow Nanyang and said, "Nanyang, you are also pregnant with my child." This. Yellow Nanyang's beautiful eyes widened, staring into Lu Chen's eyes, somewhat unbelievable. After a long while, Yellow Nanyang asked, "Is what the prince said true?" "It's natural. It seems that those clothes you prepared earlier will be used soon." Yellow Nanyang thanked me at this time and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for giving me the child." Lu Chen smiled slightly, then stood up and said, "You guys should have a good rest today. I have something to do today, so I got up first." End of chapter. Chapter 399 Moon Appreciation. Lu Chen simply took a shower and then rushed to the study without even having breakfast. The system rewards this time are much more than before. In the past, the rewards were basically a single reward. Lu Chen came to the study room, closed the door, and turned on the system again. Now that there are generators and lead-acid batteries, things like telegraph machines can be used in distant places in the future. In the future, it will be easier for Jin Yiwei to transmit information, and what is happening in distant places. Even the Northern Palace can know it immediately. Sometimes wars are fought due to information gaps. Whoever has more information and the more timely the information they get, is likely to get the victory in the first place. After Lu Chen glanced at the telegraph machine and lead-acid battery, his eyes fell on Yellow Nanyan's pregnancy reward. Rice is the staple food of Bactria, and the main planting areas are in the south. It seems that these rice seeds can only be effective after conquering the entire Bactria. As for soybeans, the north is also more suitable for growing soybeans. Once soybeans and corn are popularized, and these two crops are planted in large areas in the north, there will be fodder for livestock in the future, and ordinary people will also be able to eat meat. Thinking of this, the corner of Lu Chen's mouth slightly raised. It seemed that people had to seize the time to open up wasteland. There was still so much fertile land in the north. Most of that land was black soil. Basically, it didn't require much fertilizer. You could get a good harvest from anything you planted. Once all the wasteland in the north is cleared and planted with food, there will be no famine in the future, let alone the north, even in the great summer, except of course in years with natural disasters. Lu Chen's eyes finally fell on the 3 kilograms of spiritual rice. Lu Chen curiously asked the system, "What is spiritual rice? Is it also a type of rice?" Spiritual rice is a spiritual plant that looks similar to rice. After being eaten, it can greatly increase the practitioner's cultivation speed. However, spiritual rice needs to be planted in a place with relatively abundant spiritual energy, otherwise the yield will be greatly reduced. After hearing the system prompt, Lu Chen looked at the spiritual rice seeds on the system interface and thought to himself that the spiritual energy in this world was so thin, what was the use of the system rewarding him with spiritual rice seeds? Even if you can sow seeds, you probably won't be able to harvest much when it's time to harvest. Don't even harvest a single spiritual rice seed by then. And compared with the rice seeds and soybean seeds rewarded by the system, 3 kilograms of spiritual rice seeds are really too few. The most important thing is, where can he find a place with abundant spiritual energy to grow spiritual rice? Forget it, this spiritual rice is not particularly important to him. Let's take some and plant it first. Anyway, it's only 3 kilograms, and 3 kilograms won't yield much spiritual rice. At this time, Lu Chen said to the maid at the door, "Xiao Huan, ask someone to find Mo Xing. I have something to do with him." Lu Chen planned to give Mo Xing the production drawings of the telegraph machine and lead-acid battery, and let Mo Xing and the others try to make them first. As for how to use the telegraph machine, he would find someone to learn it after the telegraph machine was made. Anyway, when the system sent the telegraph machine, a user manual was also given, and Lu Chen believed that Jin Yiwei would be able to learn it in no time. At about 10 o'clock in the morning, people gathered in front of the Oriental News Agency. As soon as the newspaper seller took the newspapers out, they were all sold out immediately. After people bought the newspaper, they all started talking about it. Is what this newspaper says true or false? Our prince can actually restrain lightning and use it for lighting. It's 80% true. Last night, the entire Buwang mansion was as bright as daytime. Moreover, Buwang mansion can even build trains that don't require horse-drawn carriages. There's nothing else that can't be built. Isn't controlling thunder and lightning a method used by immortals? Doesn't it mean that the prince has become an immortal? Our prince is the son of destiny. Controlling thunder and lightning is nothing. Even if one day the prince can move mountains and fill seas, I won't be surprised. After Mo Xing arrived at Buwang Mansion, Lu Chen and Mo Xing explained the functions of telegraph machines and lead-acid batteries. This explanation lasted for several hours, and Mo Xing did not leave the study until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. There is no way, ancient people have not been exposed to these things, and they are not very clear about the basic principles. It is also difficult to explain. Lu Chen felt that he, a scumbag, was about to become a top student recently. In order to explain the principles of generators to Mo Xing and others, what electricity was, and how the telegraph machine worked, he had to first check the principles from the system manual. In other words, he needs to learn it first and then explain it to ancient people like Mo Xing. Lu Chen had never been exposed to these things in his previous life, especially the telegraph machine. When he was born, he was already using a smartphone, so who still sends telegrams? After Mo Xing left, Lu Chen came out of the study. He stretched and felt very tired. It's really tiring to give lectures, mainly because of my heart. Just as Lu Chen was about to go to Fenjian court for lunch, a maid came over and said, "Your Majesty, Your Highness the Princess asked your servant to ask you if you are free tonight. She wants to invite you to enjoy the moon." Hearing this, Lu Chen laughed. "Watching the moon? What moon do you reward?" He is just a rough man, who knows nothing about appreciating the moon, and it's not like Wu Yunwan doesn't know who he is. If he went to Wu Yunwan's yard, he might not be appreciating the moon, but appreciating people. Lu Chen actually guessed what Wu Yunwan wanted to do with her. Most likely, the electric light last night gave her a big shock, so she wanted to ask him about electricity. Lu Chen didn't care much about leaking something. Anyway, she told Wu Yunwan and Wu Yunwan couldn't learn from it. Lu Chen immediately said, "Okay, go and tell her that I will attend the banquet on time tonight." "Yes, Your Majesty, please leave." At dusk, Wu Yunwan and Mirong Shuer were sitting in the pavilion. The red light of the setting sun shone on their bodies, making them look even more beautiful and full of the charm of mature women. Mirong Shuer asked, "Your Highness, you are looking for the prince to admire the moon, so there is no need to drag the slaves with you." Mirong Shuer knew Lu Chen too well, and she didn't think that Lu Chen was so leisurely and elegant. No matter what kind of beautiful scenery is in vain in front of Lu Chen will always only have beauty in his eyes. Letting Lu Chen come to their yard was tantamount to inviting a wolf into the house. Wu Yunwan would most likely not sleep tonight, and Mirong Shuer didn't want to get involved in their affairs. Although Mirong Shuer cannot do without Lu Chen's nourishment, she is a normal person and does not miss men every day. Ever since she moved into the North Prince's mansion, she and Lu Chen Huan had been able to maintain their abstinence for a long time. Wu Yunwan picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip of tea. "Since you live in the same courtyard as me, you should naturally advance and retreat with me." Last time Wu Yunwan was taught a lesson by Lu Chen for half a month, which had left some psychological shadow on Wu Yunwan. She learned wisely this time. Since Mirong Shuer is also in her yard, why not drag Mirong Shuer along with her? "Let's meet Lu Chen together." Mirong Shuer was stunned for a moment when she heard Wu Yunwan's words. "Wu Yunwan, what does this mean? Is it possible that she still wants to drag herself into doing something like that with King Bei? Are you kidding? She is not such a woman." At this time, the maids in the courtyard began to get busy. Since it was moon viewing, they naturally had to prepare a lot. Soon the pavilion was decorated. The maids prepared tea and cakes, and a guqin was also prepared in the pavilion. When the sun sets, night falls, and a full moon hangs in the sky. At this time, Wu Yunwan gently touched the piano with her fingers, and then began to play. Lu Chen soon appeared at the door of the courtyard. Seeing so many things prepared in the pavilion, Lu Chen smiled slightly and couldn't help but think that Wu Yunwan was getting better and better at playing, and the prelude was so elegant. Although Wu Yunwan had noticed that Lu Chen had entered the courtyard, she did not stop moving her fingers. The sound of the piano still echoed in the courtyard. Lu Chen quietly came to the pavilion and sat down. Murong Shuer immediately poured Lu Chen a cup of tea. Neither of them spoke, but quietly listened to Wu Yunwan's playing. The song ends. Wu Yunwan looked at Lu Chen. "Your Highness, what do you think of my playing?" Lu Chen said lightly, "It sounds good, it reminds me of an old friend." Wu Yunwan asked, "Could it be that the old friend the prince mentioned was a woman?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "The eldest princess is so smart." Wu Yunwan said, "I wonder which of the prince's confidants can make the prince never forget her." Lu Chen picked up the tea cup, took a sip of tea, and said with a smile, "You will be able to see her in a while." Wu Yunwan said, "Oh? Really? Then I should take a closer look. The one who can make the prince miss you must be a great beauty." Lu Chen smiled and said nothing. At this time, Wu Yunwan said to Murong Shuer, who was standing aside, "Shuer, I heard that you are proficient in chess, calligraphy and painting, how about you play a song for us?" Murong Shuer was a little reluctant in her heart. Wu Yunwan wanted to be a man, so she hooked Lu Chen, but in the end she had to perform in front of Lu Chen. Although she was reluctant in her heart, Murong Shuer still said, "Then this slave will be embarrassed." Wu Yunwan then stood up and exchanged positions with Murong Shuer. Murong Shuer sat in front of the guqin, raised her delicate jade hands and began to strum the strings, and then the melodious sound of the piano sounded in the courtyard. At this time, Wu Yunwan said, "The moonlight is beautiful tonight. It is a good time to appreciate the moon and recite poems. What do you think, Your Majesty?" Lu Chen laughed, and then said, "Eldest princess, I am just a rough person, don't tell me anything about watching the moon and reciting poems. You came to me because you must have something to do. How about you tell me directly?" Wu Yunwan said, "Your Majesty is really impatient." Wu Yunwan didn't expect Lu Chen, a person who was obsessed with breeding, to be leisurely and elegant. She asked directly, "I just want to know, how does the prince control the power of thunder and lightning? As far as I know, only immortals have such means." Lu Chen smiled and asked, "You came to me to admire the moon just to ask this question?" Wu Yunwan said, "I really want to see the prince to admire the moon and have a chat, but the prince doesn't know how to appreciate the moonlight." At this time, Lu Chen moved directly to sit next to Wu Yunwan, and their sleeves were directly touching each other. Seeing Lu Chen's sudden approach, Wu Yunwan was about to move to the side to distance herself from Lu Chen. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen actually grabbed her wrist, pulled her over, and hugged her. "Hold her waist." Murong Shuer, who was playing the piano, was speechless, and Wu Yunwan, a woman, really wanted a man to just let Lu Chen go to her room, and she had to find an excuse to admire the moon. No matter how good the moon is, Lu Chen, a beast, still touches her directly as soon as he comes. Wu Yunwan did not panic or struggle. She said at this time, "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" Lu Chen whispered in her ear, "I like admiring people more than admiring the moon." After the words fell, Lu Chen did not take action immediately, but said, "Every world has various rules and regulations. As long as you find the laws of how everything operates, even if you are not an immortal, you can still do something that seems strange. Possible things, or create something that does not exist in this world, such as trains in the north and cannons in the north. The same is true for the so-called control of thunder and lightning." Wu Yunwan asked, "So, the prince found a certain pattern, so he controlled the power of thunder and lightning?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "You can think so." Wu Yunwan fell into silence. At this time, the moonlight shone like water on the world, and the cold moonlight fell on Wu Yunwan's body, making Wu Yunwan look like she was radiating a holy light. Her dignified and elegant temperament made Lu Chen feel a little ready to move. Just as Wu Yunwan was about to say something, Lu Chen suddenly picked her up and pressed her arms against the pillars of the pavilion. Wu Yunwan was stunned. She just turned her head and was about to say something when she heard a tearing sound. The next moment, Lu Chen leaned over and blocked her red lips. Under the moonlight, in the yard, the melodious sound of the piano is still there. Murong Shuer looked at what was happening not far away and wanted to run away directly, but she felt that if she stopped playing at this time, she might also be targeted. Murong Shuer cursed in her heart, what a couple! After an unknown amount of time, the moon gradually moved above people's heads. At this time, there was more water mist in the air, and a lot of water droplets gathered on the leaves. The water droplets fell on the ground, making it wet. At this time, Lu Chen said in Wu Yunwan's ear, "I'll tell you some good news." Wu Yunwan asked in a daze, "What's the good news?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "Yao Yao and Nanyan were pregnant with my child at the same time last night. One of them is a half-step master, and the other is already a grand master." Wu Yunwan said in confusion, "What does this have to do with me?" Before Wu Yunwan finished speaking, Wu Yunwan suddenly woke up and understood what Lu Chen meant. Lu Chen reminded her that he could make a warrior pregnant, and Wu Yunwan quickly started struggling. But Wu Yunwan's struggles were in vain. The night is getting darker, the sound of the piano is melodious, and the sounds of animals come together to form a perfect piece of music. In the next month, the news of the power supply to the northern palace spread throughout the entire northern kingdom in a very short period of time, and spread to other dynasties. When the major dynasties heard that the northern palace could not only create thunder and lightning out of thin air, but could also restrain lightning for lighting and heating, they were all shocked. All the major forces sent spies one after another, trying to find out what was going on with the so-called northern king's control of thunder and lightning. For a while, the Jin Yiwei and Yanchinj became busy again. End of chapter. Chapter 400 The Case of the Disappearance of Daxia Warriors. North Palace. Fenjiayun Yuan. Fenjiayun Courtyard, where Lu Chen lives, is the largest courtyard in the North Palace. Lu Chen had people transform a piece of land in the courtyard into a small paddy field these days. Then some spiritual rice was planted inside. Seeing Lu Chen walking around and looking around the small paddy field, Mu Zixuan curiously came to Lu Chen and asked, "My lord, what are you planting here?" Lu Chen replied, "A kind of rice." Hearing that Lu Chen said it was rice, Mu Zixuan was a little confused as to why Lu Chen attached so much importance to this small paddy field that he had to observe it several times every day. "Is there anything special about this rice?" Mu Zixuan asked. Lu Chen turned to look at Mu Zixuan and replied with a smile, "This is natural. If it were ordinary rice, I would not sow it with my own hands or take care of it myself." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan became even more curious about what was special about this rice, but Mu Zixuan suddenly thought of the dragon and phoenix tree. Since Lu Chen said that this rice was special and he wanted to take care of it personally, it means that it is probably the same as the dragon and phoenix tree. It is a rice seed given by an immortal. Since it was given by an immortal, it is best not to ask any more questions, lest the secret be leaked. Thinking of this, Mu Zixuan stopped asking. Seeing that Mu Zixuan stopped asking, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Aren't you curious about what's so special about these rice?" Mu Zixuan smiled slightly and then said, "Since the prince can take care of this rice personally, it must be very precious. I'd better not ask any more questions to avoid revealing the prince's secret." Hearing Mu Zixuan's words, Lu Chen said with a smile, "You can only know whether it is precious or not after it is planted." The system has reminded him that spiritual rice needs to be planted in a place with relatively abundant spiritual energy. Because there are dragon and phoenix trees in Buwang Mansion, the spiritual energy is more abundant than outside, but Lu Chen does not think that this concentration of spiritual energy is enough. The need for spiritual plants to grow. But there is no problem in giving it a try. After all, there is no place in this world that is full of spiritual energy. It is impossible to leave those 3 kilograms of spiritual rice seeds all the time. It is useless to leave them. It is better to try them in case they can be planted. Woolen cloth. At this moment, a maid entered the courtyard and said, "Your Majesty, Commander Liang wants to see you." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen went directly to the study without saying a word. Entering the study, Liang Zong saluted first, and then immediately handed the tablet in his hand to Lu Chen. At the same time, he reported, "The situation in the capital has been very uneven recently. All the princes have been assassinated, and even the prince has been assassinated. And most of them many warriors have disappeared in various counties in Xia, and I don't know where these people have gone." Lu Chen frowned slightly while listening to Liang Zong's report and looking at the information in his hand. He could understand if the struggle in the capital intensified. After all, his father pretended to be dead, and the princes could no longer hold back and wanted to compete for the throne. What really puzzled Lu Chen was the disappearance of warriors in various counties in Daxia. According to the information, the missing warriors in various counties are basically 5th grade warriors or above. Even though the 5th grade warriors in the Northern Kingdom are now on the streets, in the vast country of Daxia, there are not many 5th grade warriors in the crowd. And among the missing people, there are not only 5th grade warriors, but also 9th grade warriors. Behind the 9th grade warriors are basically powerful people, such as certain organizations, aristocratic families, big landowners, etc. If someone targets those 9th grade warriors, the forces behind those 9th grade warriors will definitely not sit back and do nothing. But it is not only someone who targets them, but all the forces. Judging from the reports from Jin Yiwei, there is only one pattern in the cases of missing warriors, that is, warriors of 5th grade and above, regardless of which force they are, basically all warriors are missing. The disappearance of the warriors has now caused panic among the major forces in Daxia. Originally, those forces were not even afraid of rebellion by the vassal king. After all, they could fall to the winner's side at any time. But now suddenly there is a force that targets everyone indiscriminately, and they don't understand the force hidden in the dark at all. They couldn't even negotiate with that force. They could only watch their own people suddenly disappear one by one. How could this not frighten them? Lu Chen asked at this time, "I haven't found out who did this." Liang Zong replied, "No, Jin Yiwei couldn't find any clues. Those warriors seemed to have disappeared out of thin air." Lu Chen fell into deep thought. Who did it? Even Jin Yiwei couldn't find it. Liang Zong continued, "In addition, several of our people have also disappeared, and there is still no news at all. There are many 5th grade warriors in Jin Yiwei, and the opponent is targeting warriors above 5th grade, and naturally those Jin Yiwei are among them." Lu Chen's brows raised again, forming the character Chuan. Even Jin Yiwei's people are missing. Who did it? Lu Chen said, "Continue to investigate. For the next period of time, the Jin Yiwei of the 5th rank and above will be silent for the time being and do not take any action. Let the Jin Yiwei below the 5th rank investigate the situation." Liang Zong said, "I understand." Lu Chen continued, "Go and hand this information to the Grand Bachelor now." Liang Zong took the information from Lu Chen, bowed his hands and said, "My subordinates, please resign." After Liang Zong left, Lu Chen came to his desk and sat down. He fell into deep thought again. Who is targeting warriors above level 5? I wonder if similar things have happened in other dynasties? Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately said to the maid, "Xiao Huan, go ask Mrs. Wang to come to the study and tell her that I have business with her." "Yes, Your Majesty." After a while, Wang Qingkai appeared in the study. After she entered the study, she did not flirt with Lu Chen. At this time, Lu Chen looked at the map on the desk with a serious face. It was obvious that Lu Chen was looking for something for her. Serious business. Wang Qingkai immediately asked, "Does the prince have any mission to find the slave family?" Lu Chen said directly, "Let the people from Tingyulu investigate and see if there have been any large-scale disappearances of warriors in other dynasties in recent times." Hearing this, Wang Qingkai was slightly stunned. She didn't understand why Lu Chen asked Tingyulu to investigate this matter. Now Jin Yiwei has taken over most of the intelligence work. Even Tingyulu has people from Jin Yiwei. Lu Chen has been there for a long time. No investigation tasks have been assigned to Tingyulu. Usually, Tingyulu collects any information and then reports it to Lu Chen. Seeing Lu Chen's face so serious, Wang Qingkai knew that this matter must be very important, so she immediately said, "The new family knows, the new family will ask the people in Tingyu Tower to take action." Just as Wang Qingkai was about to leave, the maid's voice came from the door, "Your Majesty, the bachelor wants to see you." Lu Chen said directly, "Come in." The next moment, Zhuge Zhongguang opened the door and entered. Wang Qingkai realized that they might have something important, so he said to Lu Chen, "Your Majesty, the slave family has to withdraw first." Lu Chen said, "Don't worry, I just want you to listen to what's going on." Wang Qingkai said, "The slave family knows." After Zhuge Zhongguang entered the study, he saluted and said, "Old minister, I pay my respects to the prince." Lu Chen nodded and said, "Has the Grand Master read the information?" Zhuge Zhongguang replied, "I've finished reading." After hearing the conversation between the two and seeing their expressions, Wang Qingkai was a little curious as to whether something big was about to happen. Otherwise, Lu Chen and Zhuge Zhongguang's expressions would not be so serious. Lu Chen asked, "Does the bachelor have any guesses?" Zhuge Zhongguang replied, "I have no clue at all. It stands to reason that no force would dare to offend so many forces at the same time. And those warriors didn't even leave their bodies behind. I don't know whether they are dead or alive now." Lu Chen's eyes fell on Wang Qingkai at this time. "We have just received information that many 5th grade and above warriors have disappeared in Daxia recently. These warriors seem to have disappeared out of thin air. No one knows where they have gone. Even the investigating Jin Yiwei soldiers have disappeared a lot." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wang Qingkai instantly understood why Lu Chen asked Tingyulu to investigate whether there were any missing cases of warriors from other dynasties. Tingyulu is a commercial organization on the surface, and there are not many strong people. Unlike Jin Yiwei, there are many warriors above the 5th rank of Jin Yiwei. Tingyulu is asked to investigate the situation of other dynasties. It is obvious that Lu Chen is afraid that people from Jin Yiwei will return. Something happened. Wang Qingkai said, "The slave family understands what the prince means. The slave family will try to let people below the 5th rank participate in the investigation of this matter." At this time, Lu Chen's eyes fell on Zhuge Zhongguang again. "Grand Bachelor, do you think this matter may be related to the demon cult?" After hearing this, Zhuge Zhongguang thought for a moment, and then said, "There is a high probability that those people did not do it. Although the people of the demon sect seem to be fearless, they do not dare to offend so many forces at the same time." Lu Chen said, "What happened this time is actually a bit strange. A large number of warriors have disappeared in various counties in Daxia, but not in the Northern Kingdom." Hearing what Lu Chen said, Zhuge Zhongguang asked, "Does the prince mean that the forces secretly doing this do not dare to extend their hands into the Northern Kingdom?" Lu Chen said, "No, I even suspect that the influence of that force is only in Daxia, south of the North Kingdom, so they can remain unnoticed. If they leave the influence of their influence and arrest people, it will be very difficult. Someone else might find out." Zhuge Zhongguang fell into deep thought again. After thinking for a while, he suddenly thought of someone and said immediately, "My lord, this matter may have something to do with the royal family. Hearing Zhuge Kongguang's words, a smile appeared on Lu Chen's serious face. It seems that the great scholar and I have thought of going together, and I also suspect that my father is responsible for this matter. When people suddenly disappeared without anyone noticing, Lu Chen's first thought was the shadow guard's methods, so he thought it was probably his father who was up to something. It's just that I can't figure out what he's doing by arresting so many warriors. Even if he captures these warriors together, they won't be able to serve him. Zhuge Kongguang guessed, could it be to practice some kind of evil skill? Lu Chen was startled, he couldn't tell for certain. If those warriors were really caught by Emperor Xia, they might really be practicing some evil skills. Now that the Northern Kingdom is so powerful, especially with the blessing of firearms, Daxia's traditional army has no resistance at all. Emperor Xia probably felt that he could not be promoted to heaven through normal methods, so he engaged in some crooked ways. Lu Chen said, if it is really my father who arrested those warriors, then maybe they really did it to practice some kind of evil skill. I just don't know what evil skill requires so many warriors. After the words fell, Lu Chen and Zhuge Kongguang fell into deep thought again. Wang Qingkai glanced at the two of them and felt that there was nothing wrong with her standing here. She said again, Your Majesty, the slave family already knows about the matter. There is no slave family here anymore. What's going on? Why don't I just resign first? Lu Chen said, Okay, go and do your work. Just as Wang Qingkai left the study, the maid's voice came from the door again, Your Majesty, Commander Liang wants to see you. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Didn't Liang Zong leave not long ago? Why did he come back so soon? Lu Chen immediately said, Come in. Liang Zong immediately entered the study and said, Meet the prince. After the words fell, Liang Zong handed the letter in his hand to Lu Chen, Your Majesty, this is the information that just came from Jiangnan. The Jin Yiwei who sent the letter said it is very important, and my subordinates haven't had time to read it yet. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately took the letter from Liang Zong, tore it open and read it carefully. Seeing the contents of the letter, Lu Chen frowned again. Seeing that Lu Chen's face looked a little ugly, Zhuge Kongguang asked, My lord, what happened? Lu Chen handed the letter in his hand to Zhuge Kongguang, and then said, Recently, there is a heavy cavalry in the Jiangnan area, and they are the heavy cavalry directly under my father. They seem to be protecting something to go to the capital, and even the royal family's Grand Master has been dispatched. Emperor Xia had not taken any action for a long time since the defeat of Dao in the north. This time he suddenly sent heavy cavalry to Jiangnan, and even the royal family's Grand Master was sent to Jiangnan. It always felt like he was brewing a new conspiracy. Coupled with the fact that so many warriors have disappeared in Daxia recently, I am afraid that something big is going to happen next. After Zhuge Kongguang read the letter, he fell into deep thought again. Even Zhuge Kongguang was not sure what Emperor Xia was doing at this time. After a while, Lu Chen said to Liang Zong, Let the Jin Yiwei find a way to investigate why the heavy cavalry went to the Jiangnan area. Yes, Your Majesty. Within a month after Lu Chen received information about a large number of missing warriors in Daxia, many warriors above the 5th level were still missing in Daxia. Moreover, these people were neither alive nor dead, as if they had disappeared out of thin air. This matter is not only being investigated by the Jin Yiwei of the Northern Kingdom, but also by all the major forces in Daxia. The rebellion of the vassal kings has already made the people panic, and now the warriors of the major forces have disappeared inexplicably. This is making an already chaotic situation even more confusing. The results of Ting Yulo's investigation were soon sent to Lu Chen. After Ting Yulo's investigation, it was found that there were not so many missing cases of warriors in other dynasties. 1 or 2 cases were considered too many, unlike Daxia where 7 disappeared in one county. 8 warriors of rank 5 or above. The strangest thing about this disappearance case is that the warriors disappeared too completely. The key is that the warriors have nothing in common except that they are all 5th grade warriors or above. They are also mutually exclusive. Do not know. End of chapter. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you.